Where dreams were made and used and wasted. There was no ransom to be paid. No song unsung, no wine untasted. Blah blah blee, blue 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 blee. So different from this hell I'm living. Hey there, Jays, your old pal McJuggerNuggets here. Welcome to the Don't Dream About Me watch party. It's exciting we get to do this. Some of y'all still haven't watched the movie. Nah, I think most of you have. There's a couple stragglers. They're like, where do I watch it? I'm like, does YouTube not send out the notifications anymore? Looks like they have, though, right now, because y'all are flooding the chat. Not only are you flooding the chat, I just want to flash something on the screen real quick. You see that in the bottom right corner? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We're almost coming up on 1 year already since J-Game left the circle. Weird. Well, entered the circle, not left the circle. That's another month later. I'm using the PC that I barely get to use, that I use for the survival series. So it feels nostalgic just being here. I do see chat, although for majority of while we're watching the movie tonight, it's going to be set on TTS only. Mostly because I'll be watching the movie full screen, and so you'll need to donate so that I can actually hear or see what you're saying. But right now, I can chat a little bit and read. If you've come here to... let's not be shy here. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Let's not forget, though, obviously there was some controversy over the last few weeks. That's not what this stream is about. It is about Don't Dream About Me, but I know people will feel the need to chime in and say different things. We have some great moderators on call, on standby tonight, who will basically ban you if you say something, because we don't want to see it anymore. It's already been hard, so you can go bye-bye. One of those moderators is my lovely wife, Ashley, so if you guys want to get the ban hammer and have fun and waste your time, that's what'll happen. I just wanted to get that out right at the gate. But this stream is about Precognition. Precognition, the movie, behind-the-scenes stories of the movie. And at any point, if you guys have a question to ask about the movie-making process, about Precognition, really anything about the movie, feel free to ask. And because this is that chance. I'm not going to lie. This might be the penultimate Don't Dream About Me stream. I may not be talking about... No, that's not true. I'm not going to be not talking about Don't Dream About Me. But this, to me, feels like the finish. If we're talking about behind the scenes, I know I got some more photos and maybe some little videos to release on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. But for the most part, this is the end of the road. And we can start to move on and think about other projects or other things. And I do see, even though you guys aren't hitting the TTS threshold, I do see your donations. Thank you guys for that. Really appreciate that. And rest assured, if you guys are unable to tune into the full stream, it will be for free and on my channel publicly, so you guys can watch at any point, because I'll be dropping some crazy stories, some crazy scoops. And you guys are like, how crazy? I've not told some insane shit. Like, about the making of the movie, even the pre-production, like wild stuff that I think you guys would be a little surprised, and you'll get to hear it here first. But it'll be fun. I'm going to answer just a few questions out the gate, because you all lovely chatters, the Juggies are in here. An aside on Survival Series 2, that may be revisited in another month or so. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm still rolling around the prospects of that. Noah, thanks for a member for 17 months. The movie's excellent. You did a bang-up job. Thank you. Yes. I know when the movie first came out, people were like, what is this? I know everyone is anticipating a fictional film. And this is probably not what you know, if you like My Virtual Escape or Ursula or a lot of the fictional stuff. I mean, even really Psycho series, even though it felt real. Don't Dream About Me is a documentary, first and foremost, about precognition. But specifically, I thought about doing a film that was looking at the broad strokes of precognition. But in order to do this story justice, I felt like I really needed to be at the center of it all in my own experiences, because the concept of precognition, you have to be tapped into your emotions, and it is a personal journey. Like, for whatever reason, heavy emotions are like the key to unlocking precognition. A lot of people were like, why does Jesse cry so much in this film? I'm a very sensitive guy, and I'm not afraid to admit that. And it's that sensitivity, like my nervous system sensitivity, my emotional side, is what allows me to access information from the future. And I believe it is because it is triggering my nervous system, and it's wrapped with such an emotional wrapper that the information can transcend time. And I've seen it, as we see in the movie. Eagle's Landing happened 3 years prior in a dream, 2 to 3 years prior. And that's just like, that's a crazy time jump. Anyway, there's too many things to cover about this topic, that what we're going to do is, as I watch the movie, we'll be pausing it, we'll be discussing things. When it's all over, I even have my journal here, which has all the pre-production, budgeting stuff, on top of my precognitive stories, which I'm closing in on 150. 150 individual experiences just from me alone. Ashley's, I think, up to close to 15 now. Other members of my family, since the release of the film, have had precognitive experiences. And fans, you guys themselves have reached out, talking about your experiences and ones that you're continuing to have, as am I. But yeah, guys, feel free to share. This is going to be a slower pace stream. I'm going to have to pace myself because it's so much. So sit back, relax, and chill, because the film itself is slower. And that's by design, because it's going against the grain of the fast-paced culture and social media, the ADD brain. And in order to access precognition, you do need to be slower. You can't be like you're not gonna hear it. You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna feel it. And that's why I think it's like a lost art these days. Twisted Slop says, most of my precognition happens when I get deja vu. I tell what happens later in the day after I feel it. It's usually traumatic, which is why I think I can feel it. Yeah, 100%. We do mention deja vu a little bit in the movie, just in passing though. But yeah, a lot of mine are, when I'm in the deja vu, I know for a fact I dreamt it. But I dreamt it so far in the past that I don't remember it, and I must not have written it down. Alright, guys. Let me know in the chat who's actually watched the movie and who hasn't watched the movie, and who's about to basically watch the movie with me right now for the very first time. Oh, you guys like the hair? I know. It just keeps growing. It's going to let it happen. Is Anita still alive at McCann's farm? Yes. We saw her. That'll be a nice little behind-the-scenes story for the movie, believe it or not. The McCann's farm was involved in the film. This guy's seen it twice. That's dope. I think it warrants 2 watches to truly grasp what the f is going on. Because the first time you're just kind of like, what was that? Second time, you know what to expect, and then you're like, oh, this is nuts. And as I revealed, I don't know, it was in the last vlog, I think, on my second channel, that the movie did not make my money back. The movie cost $600,000 in total, give or take. Maybe made 30, 35,000. And that it's pretty much capped out there. So that's a pretty big L. Not as big as Storyfire, but I have to always say with that is that this film was not made for money. It was not made for clout. It was made with one sole intention. That was to convince myself one way or another, is precognition real or not? Am I a loon? And the film answered the question in some gnarly ways. And I 100% believe precognition is real. I believe I can actually travel. My brain somehow can travel through time. This is not a script. This is not a character. This is not a script. This is real life. My brain can access information from the future. Days, weeks, months, years before it happens. And I have hundreds now of stories that prove that to be true. A lot of them deeply personal, but because my whole life's public, you guys know and get it. It's crazy. And a lot of people, yeah, somebody mentioned, I want to mention a bunch of things out the gate because there's just too much to cover, but a lot of people, I see even on like Letterboxd or some people say, people are like, this is bullshit, this is da-da-da-da. I know. I was there. I agree that it's almost impossible to believe. I completely agree. And especially as it even relates to, say, Michael Green's Notebook. He's talking about Eminem albums, songs, lyrics that didn't exist. He talks about Mandalay Bay in 2017, which was a gnarly shooting in Vegas. We talk about 9/11. And people are like, this is fucking offensive. That's what they're saying. They're like, this is offensive. You expect me to believe that? Yes. How? Why? Because I was at Michael's house in 2016 and I saw the Notebook that said Mandalay Bay in 2017 there would be a shooting. So yes, I saw the Notebook. Michael filmed his Notebook in 2013 and that's on his channel. This is real. People dreaming about 9/11 nights before it happened, that's real. So yes, if people think that it's fake, I can see where they're like, that's wrong of Jesse to include that in his film. He's taking advantage of these tragedies for clicks and views. No. People across the world right now, in secret, are dreaming and accessing future information. This is reality. You just don't realize it yet. And so this film was trying to, crack all the preconceived notions about this idea and open people's minds up that there's more going on in reality than we think. And that our brains are capable of understanding. We're still apes, man. We're still ape people trying to make sense of all this. And I'm telling you, and mark my words, I don't know how many years it's going to take. I don't know how many years. But there will be a time in the future, just like we're going to have robots in AI walking around, as the sci-fi books from 50 years ago predicted, which we have now. And we'll definitely have even more. There's going to be a time where our species is able to move along the timeline in both directions. Not just with our minds, but physically. At a certain point in the future. I don't know how many years. I don't know how many years. But we'll get there. And this conversation and this film and precognition, all this and what I'm doing and what we're talking about, it's all the precursor. It's all the precursor to that reality. So I think it's more important than damn near anything we could talk about. I do at the gate too want to bring up, because it's relevant, somebody actually just asked me, did you know Oliver Tree would die in a helicopter crash? No, I did not know Oliver Tree would die in a helicopter crash. However, And that's, I swear to God, I swear this is legit. Because of the abortion craziness happening on my social media, I did not post this tweet, but I wanted to. I had a dream, I think it was around a week ago now, of a gnarly helicopter crash. The sky around me looked like, kind of like when Breaking Bad films scenes in Mexico. They're not actually filming in Mexico. They're still filming in Albuquerque. But they put this like orangish filter on the shots to make it look like it's Mexico. So imagine that orangish filter in my dream. And so it felt like I was like in the deep south or Mexico, Central America, whatever. And then I was on the helicopter and it was crashing. I wrote it down and I told Ashley the next day, I said, hey, I just had a dream of a gnarly helicopter crash. I don't dream about helicopter crashes ever. It's not something exposed to me at all. And I told her, I was like, if something happens in the news with a helicopter crash, I'm telling you. I was going to frickin' tweet it. But because of all the abortion bullshit, I didn't want to tweet it. And people be like, your baby did it. Shut the fuck up. So I didn't post it. It was maybe 2 days, 3 days later, all on my feed. Gnarly helicopter crash. And then it was all over It was all over my feed. And then I was like, motherfucker. I dreamt this shit 3 days prior and I didn't tweet it. Had I tweeted it, everyone been like, what the how did he know there was going to be this helicopter crash? Unfortunately, there was people on the helicopter with me when it crashed. I just couldn't make out who it was or, what they looked like or anything like that. So it was just a very broad stroke. Ashley's in the chat. She can confirm. You heard it here first on the stream. Because for those that have been avidly following me, I've been looking to get a public precog and get it time-stamped. And because I wish I tweeted it because it was right there. And I chickened out because of the hate I was getting about other bullshit. Regrets. Even if I knew it was Oliver Tree and I tweeted it, I don't know that it would have changed anything. I don't know that it would have got to him and then he would have not been on the helicopter. But, I don't know. Rest in peace. Very talented artist. This leads me to believe we're all connected in some way. 100%. 100%. In weird, crazy ways that I don't even know that I could fully describe. Guys, any quick questions? We're actually going to start the movie. It is a 2-hour, 15-minute ride, and I want to get going. I'll be pausing it, stopping it, explain certain scenes and the thought process behind a film. But I want to kind of get into this thing. I'll give you guys a few moments. I'm a lower energy. Are you drinking water? Yeah. I'm not feeling the greatest health-wise today. So I'm definitely like pushing through this thing. But this has been on the calendar ever since a fan recommended, yo, you should watch the movie on stream. So I'm kind of low-key trying to get through this. Because there's just, I don't know, man. I got a lot to say, but I wish I felt better. It is what it is. Have you ever dreamt about a fan that came true that you never met? A fan. Yeah, I've had fan-related dreams over the years. None that I could think of offhand. Did you see GTA 6 in the dreams? Potentially. GTA, I mean, I can't, I've had so many GTA related dreams, I couldn't tell you what game it is. My spleen is still acting up, yes. Why aren't you wearing a mask? Har, guys. You're real funny. We're gonna start the movie right now. Carter, yes. You know what? I'll save the. I'll do. Since you asked me, I'll tell you the Trump assassination story now. I did a tweet about it. I'm pretty sure a longer tweet, but for those who don't know, it was 2024 now? Yeah, it was. I think it was summer 2024. You guys know Donald Trump got shot in his ear, bleeding pretty profusely.
At MC Juggy for Life 99 donated £19 and 99 pence through Super Chat. Yo Jesse, just wanted to say a quick thanks for enjoying the trailer. The hair is sick BTW. I'll be watching this live.
Thank you, man. No, great job in the trailer. So anyway, yeah, Butler, PA, it was in July. Trump got shot in his ear. We all saw that infamous photo. He's getting carried away by Secret Service and whatnot. So I dreamt that. It was 2 nights prior. Listen how fucking crazy this is. I swear on everything, this is real. I had a dream. Again, 2 nights prior. And I'm going to slow this down so everyone can truly fucking comprehend, because this is maddening. I had a dream that I was in my dad's black SUV. You've seen it before. It's the Psycho, in the Psycho series, the weird black SUV. He looks like he works for FBI or whatever, right? We're driving, going to somewhere. I'm in the passenger seat. Mind you, I've never driven really in this car much before. He only used it to work. So it's very bizarre that I'm in this vehicle with my dad in this dream. We park, he gets out. All of a sudden there's like these other Secret Service type suited up guys with him, and they go off somewhere. I'm like, okay. So I'm now just by myself, walking around. I end up in this, like, I would call it like a backstage area. And I see fellow YouTuber Logan Paul. And he's walking around with a blindfold on. And I'm like, that's bizarre. Why is he blindfolded? I also see backstage is Joe Biden. I'm like, that's weird. What's he doing here? I then go back to the SUV, and by the time I get back to the SUV, my dad comes sprinting to the SUV, carried by a bunch of Secret Servicemen. Everyone climbs into the SUV, and we speed off. Like, almost like some shit went down. I don't fully know. That was the dream. Okay? I write it down, and I'm thinking, well, that's fucking weird, right? 2 days later, Mr. Beast, this is real life now. 2 days later, Mr. Beast comes out with a video. And I like to stay up to date with what he's doing. He's the #1 creator. And I want to see what videos he's making. He comes out with a video with, I think it was a bunch of creators were in it. One in which was Logan Paul, blindfolded. Simultaneously to me watching that Mr. Beast video with Logan Paul blindfolded, I have ADD. I have pretty crazy ADD brain. While the video's up, it was a longer video, I went on Twitter. So I'm just listening to the Mr. Beast video with Logan Paul blindfolded in the background, and I pull up Twitter. The moment I pull up Twitter, I see Trump getting shot and being carried off. My immediate thought was, oh my God, he's being assassinated. My immediate secondary thought was, Butler, PA. I live in PA. Me and my dad were at a Trump rally in 2020. What if me and my dad were at that Trump rally in Butler, PA, because I lived there, and we were in the line of fire? What if me or my dad came close to getting shot? And then all of a sudden I was like, holy fuck. That's the dream. My dream took Logan Paul blindfolded from the Mr. Beast video, Trump getting shot at this political rally, and I imagined my dad and me there because we were at the Trump rally memeing on that shit in 2020. And I was like, holy fuck. So that means I knew this would happen in a weird, abstract way, although details were pretty spot on, days before this thing happened, almost like it was always going to happen. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, a skeptic would hear that story and be like, well, I don't know about that. That's a stretch. That's just a coincidence. You tell me. You guys have your own opinions. You tell me. Was that a coincidence? Or is it possible that I accessed information from the future in my dream? You tell me. You tell me. Anyway, guys, we're going to start the movie. There's a lot more stories like that, but we're going to get grinding through this thing. Lots of starts and stops. At any point, interrupt me with a TTS. Or don't, and we'll just watch the movie and I'll interrupt myself. All right. Also interrupt me with TTS or Ashley come down if for some reason it sounds like shit or it's fucking up. Because I'm trying this thing. Somebody did have a good question. What do you think about Wim Hof breathing technique? Do you think it would enhance your yeah, 100%, Darkhead. 100%. Not only has deep diaphragmatic breathing been helping me recover from my long COVID, like all my health issue shit, but it slows the heart rate down, allows you to access these different frequencies in your brain to be able to get future information. 100%. You got to slow it down. Anyway, let's watch Don't Dream About Me. I'm excited. I haven't seen it in a minute. I have seen it probably 300 times. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm excited to look back. Before I switch screens here, I want to talk about the movie. This movie was hell on earth to make. I already told you it was expensive, but trying to produce it yourself was a big undertaking. It was definitely not a YouTube video. 60-pound cameras are not fun to work with. Arri Alexa cameras are very heavy, and it makes filming anything, it's just hard. Every day, if you have a crew of 10 people, it's expensive. And you can't just film run and gun. You need big, bulky tripods. You need a lot of lighting to make everything look decent, or else then you're just running around with these nice cameras and everything still feels like a YouTube video. Which you could argue in some shots is what we did, because it was just such a big undertaking. My health got fucked up. But at the end of the day, I'm very proud of this film. And what do you say we just jump into it? Now, I wanted to start off, since it's a movie, with a really dope RiDGiD Studios intro, which I modeled after an original Xbox animation. Have you ever seen where the original, the green X gets carved out in old advertisements back in the day? I wanted to kind of mimic that with RiDGiD. So you'll see that in a quote in the beginning that I think is super relevant. And we're going to start with Black Thursday. All right, guys. Sit back, grab some popcorn. We're going to watch Don't Dream About Me. Here we go. I'm watching the surround sound version, which you can find on my YouTube channel. There's a Vimeo link in the description of the YouTube video. Because I got some bass. I got some bass. You might hear some bass drops. Here we go. Like I said, guys, I won't be able to read chat. So if you guys want to interrupt me, you gotta do a $20 TTS so it'll read it aloud. I like the glowing. Oh, that's dope. It's a great quote. It's crashing. Stressful. I'm sweating. This is real. This is really happening. There's a Dream Man. Try to spot all the hidden Dream Mans, guys. Is that real money? Ooh, that tax bill. I hope that's not real. Oh my. Oh, there's that bass hit.
Please go up. No, please.
That's the night I almost lost everything. The price actually went past my liquidation price. Every dollar that I had ever worked for, gone. Of course, in hindsight, I just held on to that. It'd be $500 million. It's so...
Alright, yeah, I mean, guys. Yeah, that's real. That's all real. I know it probably starts off like, bro, what is this? Why is this what he wanted to show as the first scene? That really happened. That really happened. That was known as Black Thursday. The markets plummeted like crazy because the world was going into lockdown for the COVID-19 pandemic. And I was invested in Ethereum at that time. I had a loan to the tune of millions of dollars. And my ass was about to get liquidated. This was a scene that I wanted to share with the world because it was so traumatizing. And what's crazy is I heard a man's voice wake me up in the middle of the night at 5 a.m. And he said, wake up, it's crashing. I wake up, I look at my phone, everything's fine. Literally 5 minutes later, plummets. And it led to that whole scene there. So it was tough reliving that. That was a real tax bill. I was in debt to the IRS for years, believe it or not. Guys, you're getting the skinny. Guys, feel free to clip any of the stuff throughout this stream. I think you'll get hella good views on this shit because it's pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I was one of the largest holders of Ethereum in the world, believe it or not. I had held Ethereum since 2015, 2016. Nobody knows that about me, man. People used to come into my stream, talk about cryptocurrency, and I'd be like, what's that? I'm McJuggerNuggets. I don't know anything. But no, I had just as much Ethereum as the literal founder of Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin. And that was me getting my ass handed to me. Don't use margin. Don't use leverage. Don't take loans out to invest. Or you'll get fucked. Thankfully, in real life, clearly I made it out okay. Definitely did a number on my health there. But I wanted to kick off, just like a YouTube video, you want to have a hook, right? You want people to be like, whoa, what's this about? And there's a lot to unpack. And that was just like a 1.5 minute scene. And I know it feels cinematic and whatnot, but like this was a real life thing that happened to me. I even have old footage of it happening. I'm a sick motherfucker. I filmed it. Real life. Myself almost getting liquidated. Which is nuts. It's like not only is it nuts from the financial standpoint, from like going into a lockdown and pandemic standpoint, but then on top of that, a man's voice warned me to wake up to try to basically to save my ass from getting liquidated. So it's pretty bizarre, but again, you'll notice a theme with these precognitive stories is that it is tied to some survival element to where it didn't matter whether it's a man's voice, my own voice, my mom's voice, whoever. It was trying to save me from getting fucked up financially. I know it's not like back in the day where you're getting chased by wolves, but in modern society, if you're going to lose millions of dollars or you're going to lose your whole fucking savings, that feels like life or death. And so the brain kicks in and is like, let me show you this future outcome and try to prevent it from happening, and I'll get that information early. Trippy. Let's keep it going. I love the opening. I love this opening so much, guys. I love this interview setup. It's so dramatic. You get the fire crackling.
So ridiculous, I can't process it, but this movie has nothing to do with any of it. The universe tried to warn me. Like, he tried to warn me.
Who tried to warn you?
Who tried to warn you?
The man in my dreams.
Ooh, spooky.
He's a shapeshifter. He can assume the role of a dead loved one. He can appear as animals, old friends. He's just every single person in your dream.
Player 1 from the game series?
It's not the first time I met him either. I remember I was 15 years old and all I saw was a bright light.
Ooh.
Your barber is going to die. Your barber is going to die. Your barber is going to die.
Young Jesse. Yo, alright, we gotta call RiDGiD Puffs right there. What the fuck is that? I think it's time to announce, guys, we do officially have our own cereal. We've come out with our own brand cereal, RiDGiD Puffs. We're dropping the links right now. If you want to order, we got normal size box, party size, and I wish, bro. I wish. It was a big Reese's Puffs, guys. How could you not? You can't have brands in your movie. It's not like a YouTube video where you can just film whatever. You can't have brands. So like, even if I was wearing a shirt that had like a little champion logo or whatever, bro, you can't wear that. Like, you'll literally get in trouble. So like, we had Reese's Puffs. We had to make it RiDGiD Puffs because like, you just can't film any brands. So all clothes, that's actually hard. Like, it's something you don't think about, but every single brand in the movie, every shot of the film cannot have a fucking brand or logo. So that's why RiDGiD Puffs exist, but we also thought it was cool. And you saw there, that dream. Oh, money!
At Mikhail McFarland 3704 donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Don't Dream About Me was incredible. I've watched it twice already and it's just as good the second time. Red heart emoji.
Thank you. I don't know why you got cut off, but thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. And yeah, now we're watching it again. You're getting the director's commentary. This is how I would roll. This shot right here, that is young Jesse in a nutshell. I wouldn't even speak to my mom. I'd be bundled up in my orange comforter, and she'd pour my milk like I'm like a spoiled ass prince, bro. Like, actually unreal. She'd try to talk to me, I'm like, meh. I mean, dude, you're waking up at like 6 a.m. You're like sleep deprived. I was up till 3. I was not functioning whatsoever. But in my fucked up state, I had a dream, a man in a suit came. This is real life. Again, I know it feels like a movie, but these are all real things. So this stream about exposing the truth, you'll find that the truth is actually the movie. I know it's weird because McJuggerNuggets is known for faking shit. That's what's crazy about this, is most of this one is real. And yeah, man in a suit, all white room. He says, your barber's going to die, your barber's going to die, your barber's going to die. He said it over and over again until I woke up crying when I was 14, 15 years old. I know people think this young man, this actor, looks older than me. I don't know. I think he looks like young Jesse. Some of you guys would be like, you guys must have looked up, he is older, but I think he did fantastic. I don't know what you guys... You think I look younger than him? I mean, I'll take the compliment, but I think he looked younger than me. Especially with the hair. At the time, I had the short hair, so... Anyway, let's get back to it. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate your $20. And guys, if you want to donate, it's not just about if you have questions or whatnot. As the scenes unfold, if there's something that you're like, bro, I have a question about this, either save it for the end, if you can remember, write it down, or drop the $20 and ask it away. If enough of you guys want me to lower it to, say, $10, I can do that. But maybe you feel bad enough that I didn't make any money from the movie and you'll be willing to give the $20 for your question. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm playing. Can we just appreciate that we've rented a whole ass school bus for that literally what was a 7-second shot?
Yo,
Tommy boy.
huh? You good, man?
There's Uncle Larry.
Yeah, I'm good. I had like the weirdest dream last night.
No way! I dreamt last night too. It's crazy.
Wisecracker.
Well, you gonna tell us what it was about, or
This man in a suit said my barber was gonna die.
your barber? Wait, who even has a barber anymore?
No, I know. I think he meant this guy Joe Barca. Like
Joe
I used to-
Barca. Joe Baca. Like,
Oh,
that.
calm down there, Joey. You don't gotta eat the man's hair like that.
Yeah, but can you imagine though if something really does happen to him?
Well, whatever you do, just don't dream about me. I at least want to get laid before I die.
Amen, brother.
Sheesh.
If I did though, you know, like dream about one of you guys dying or whatever, would you want to know?
No, probably not.
Just keep them to yourself.
I already see it, guys. What you guys someone tell me what's in that bottom left corner on that TV screen? That's an Easter egg, man. A lot of Easter eggs. You call them out before they happen if you want to show off. That track scene's cool. We wanted to do it all one take just to make it feel a little bit more homey, more raw and real. You know, like we're all walking the track together. We did film it where it was a bunch of different shots, and it just didn't feel as good. Wanted to feel like you're there with us, you know? Sometimes, like, you don't have to make everything super cinematic looking to tell the story. Sometimes you can just let the camera roll and you get the points across. We filmed that one we did that 20 takes. But they nailed it on, like, take 3. We just got a bunch of different versions because why not?
Sorry, I pulled all the olives out of your macaroni salad again, huh?
Oh, I'm not gonna
It's the only
start.
vegetable in the whole plate.
Corn
No,
is a
I think-
vegetable.
Corn.
It's a starch, Mom.
Shout out.
That's a vegetable.
Oh, it's a vegetable. Oh.
Right.
Okay,
So
but
we're
there are
talking
corn
about-
on our plate.
And
What's the
olives aren't a
problem?
vegetable,
Olives aren't a vegetable?
are they?
Yeah, they're...
What is this, pick on mom night?
All right, let's get back to eating.
It usually was pick on mom night every night.
You don't like the chicken?
You've always liked chicken.
I mean, I like
What,
chicken.
'cause you want nuggets
I
tonight?
have to eat chicken every night, so of course I like
You
chicken.
don't eat chicken every night.
Okay, Mom.
What do you think?
And you don't have anything nice to say. You're not supposed to say anything at all. That's what my mom always
That's
said.
good
Is
advice.
that what your mom always said?
That's enough. Jesse, you're awful quiet. You okay?
I had a dream Joe Barca died.
Old Joe?
Yeah.
Well, how'd he die?
I don't know. A man in a suit told me.
A man in a suit. What do you look like?
I don't know, he had dark hair and pitch black eyes, and he was taller, and he told me that he was gonna die, and I woke up crying. Shut up, Jeff. Can you not be like a jerk for 2 seconds, please?
Baby had a bad dream. That's
Oh, sorry, I don't dream about Power Rangers every day like you.
And did he teabag you?
Leave your brother alone.
So when's the last time you even seen him?
I know it's been years.
Love this.
Why it's
Love
so
it.
weird.
Hi, Nana.
On the back away from the table.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Take it nice. Yeah, take it nice.
Yeah, take it nice.
Take it nice. Ooh.
Love it.
Nah, you know you like it. Did I tell you guys about the nugget shit I took the other day? Oh my god. It's like the juggernaut took that shit. I'm telling you. No, dude. You know you would have looked at it. You know you would have looked at it. Alright, guys, come on, let's go. Let's go. I am not losing my level 36. I'm telling you that right now.
How'd you know?
Know what?
I just got off the phone with Pop. He said Joe Barca had a heart attack.
Pretty sure I just heard his dad. Yo, Muhammad's dad. See you there. Alright, dude, 2 guys coming up on the line. Fuzzball. Where you at? They're pushing, they're pushing.
That's having a heart attack.
I think she wants to go take a shit Yo, listen. Is he crying right now? Guys, I'm just getting teabag nonstop over here.
Dreaming the future. Premonitions. Visions. Precognition. I thought my experience with Joe Barca was just going to be a one-off occurrence. It sounds like something completely make-believe. This is a very real thing that happened to me when I was 15 years old. What I thought was just a shot in the dark. Just a lucky guess. It just kept happening. It just kept happening.
Ooh. Wow. And that's the intro, pretty much, guys. Lots to unpack there. All real. Again, you're going to hear that a million times. All real. I remember that those days quite vividly, because the dream, though simple, of just the man in the suit telling me your barber's gonna die, but it struck a chord in me emotionally. It like felt like there was some meat on the bone, if that makes sense. So much that I did feel compelled to share my friends while walking around the track at school. They were definitely weirded out. And then, I, as you saw at dinner with my family, I felt compelled to share the story with my family. And I never knew how Joe Barca was going to die. He just said that it was the guy in the suit, the Dream Man, just said it's going to happen. So when my dad came in while I was playing Halo, we got that nice McJuggerNuggets origin story. Loved the transition with the dog cone to the bag of Cheetos. But what you saw is literally to the T exactly what happened. It wasn't the same night that I came up with McJuggerNuggets. I just wanted to get that nod in there. But yeah, my dad got off the phone with my pop-up. He came in and interrupted me while I was playing Halo 2 and was just like, hey, I don't know how you knew that, but Joe Barca just had a heart attack. And me and my dad were both gripped. The actor who you saw playing as young Jesse and young Jeffrey were found on Backstage, which is like, the main casting website. How long did it take to write the movie? I mean, technically my whole life, because it's all based on my life. But to get kind of like what I would call the skeleton for the documentary, it only took a week, really, to like write the script. But again, it's not really a script. It's kind of just kind of like a beginning, middle, end with some of the reenactments and things and stories I want covered and people I want to interview, and that general structure. But then a lot of it, like most documentaries, are really formed in the edit, depending on like the sound bites that you got from different people talking and whatnot. Young Jesse knew who I was. I think he was familiar with I think they both were familiar with a couple of the viral YouTube videos. Same even with Joe Silva, who played the Dream Man. I think generally people had an idea of like the viral hits and whatnot. But yeah, pretty dope. Thank you guys. You guys are enjoying the stream so far. I am reading chat. I know I said I wouldn't read chat, but I'll take some longer breaks at a certain point, just so it's not me sitting here watching the movie. But anyway, guys, we're into it now, and what I say there at the end about like it just kept happening and happening, You have to imagine, and just be prepared if I do get emotional during this stream, because it is so raw and real and heavy, and I do feel, I don't know too many people that have had the experiences that I've had. Luckily, I have some comfort with like Michael, and thankfully Ashley's had these experiences, but generally, they're all super specific and heavy, and just because our society doesn't really have any understanding of it, it feels overwhelming. So yeah, if you see me, like, dude, I was 14, 15 years old, and I'm fucking getting visions and messages that people are gonna die and then they die. Definitely fucks with your brain a little bit. So you're going to get to see me really dealing with that trauma as the film progresses.
I did not sleep well last night. This has kind of been part of the course, but I used to sleep great. I would get 10, 12 hours most nights, especially when I was a kid. I would be flying around. Oh no, I'm not even like no bird flap wings. I'm just soaring just with my mind, like kind of like levitating. Just
I was flying like 3 nights ago.
It's just like when you're a kid, I feel like all the dreams would be so fantastical, and it's like it didn't matter that it didn't make sense. It was like you were just playing. It felt relaxing and peaceful, like, you know, it was all a game, or, you know, and it was all, your family was still around, like all the ones that you knew, and even people that you didn't know, everyone was great. Like, this was all exciting. Like, you didn't have enough, I guess, bad experiences to sift in through your life that now I could kind of like toxify it all. I'll lay in bed for hours before I even fall asleep. Who am I going to dream about tonight? Because what's going to happen to that person in my dream, and are they going to not be there when I wake up? Whose death am I going to envision tonight? That I'm going to not know whether I should tell them about it in real life or just keep it to myself.
That summary right there, I think really hits it on the head out the gate. We were just talking about the Oliver Tree shit. I didn't know it was specifically him, but me dreaming that helicopter crash days before it happened, it's hard not to feel some responsibility. It's like I'm being shown this, I would imagine, for a reason. And the fact that there was nothing I was able to really do about it, or I didn't try harder, and I have this gift, it can be burdensome for sure. It is a dope ass blessing, but it's a curse as well, for sure. You know, I mean, even just that Joe Barca one. Joe Barca didn't have his heart attack till later in the evening. So that whole day, he was fine. And I knew it was coming somehow. And that question of can you intervene is central throughout the film, and I still question it. You know, is everything fixed? If you're able to access information from, you know, months and years into the future, does that mean it's all fixed and you can't change it? Or can you? I don't know. I don't think we have the full answer yet, but yeah, heavy shit.
I worked at a plumbing shop for a couple of years, just kind of doing inventory and, you know, serving customers.
You guys know this
There's
place.
an old woman that worked at the shop and would hang out in the office. We got really close in the plumbing shop. However, I had a dream. I had some third-party perspective on the highway that wraps around Voros Plumbing. The dream consisted of Joan in her car, trying to just turn into the plumbing shop. Makes that turn pretty much every workday. Except this day in the dream, a red tractor trailer comes barreling down the highway and crashes into her car, killing her. Joan Voros, red tractor trailer, dead. The next day at work, I said, yeah, I saw you get crushed by a red tractor trailer. She's like, oh, that's lovely. Everything was fine for a few weeks until I got a text message from Joan herself saying I just swerved off the road, narrowly avoiding a red tractor trailer. She said, I'm really shaken up right now. She said, had you not warned me, I don't think I would have reacted quick enough. I don't know what to make of that. Lucky guess. Joan was fine and we talked about it the next day. And I'm sure we made sick jokes about it and laughed. That's what humans do when they can't confront the sickening reality of possibility, something they might not understand. Let's joke about it and forget it and act like it never happened. Hey there, J's. Joel Pound McJuggerNuggets here. That's how I've introed close to 2,000 videos.
I love that segue where it's like, we'll joke about it and forget it like it never happened. Hey there, J's. Because, guys, so much of this phenomenon gets tucked away and repressed like that. Even myself, who's had all these experiences, I end up being like, all right, I'm going to play Left 4 Dead now. And just act like it never happened. But I'm like, bro, if you took this shit seriously, it's just like anything in life. If something keeps coming up and you keep trying to avoid it, or like, you know, your brain's just like, block it out, that usually means there's something pretty important there that you should actually lean more into and not go away from. But everybody's knee-jerk reaction when you hear this kind of shit is in one ear, out the other, not relevant to life at all. But like, by the end of the film and when we're talking, I want you guys to understand, and this is a reminder to myself too, that it might not seem relevant, this whole precognition thing, but it's literally interwoven into every facet of every single one of our lives. I think we're in communion with the future just as we are the past, way more than we realize. And I think the better we can actually listen to it and hone in on those futures, we can lock into the best probable one for us based on our desires, our dreams, and we can, what I would call like self-actualize. If we don't repress it and play the denial game. I know you guys know my YouTube intro, but this documentary reached audiences way outside of the Juggies, so we had to do it justice, and it's not easy to do the McJuggerNuggets channel justice because it's a hodgepodge of so many different series and things, so we did our best to cover. Let's see how we did.
Videos because I am a YouTuber making a movie. That's right, yeah, it's the YouTube movie. Yeah, what's this guy doing? My name is Jesse Ridgway, also known as McJuggerNuggets, more notoriously online. So I've been making YouTube videos since I was 14 years old, so I've been at this thing for close to 17 years now.
It'll be almost 20 years this
accumulated
December.
Over 2 billion views just on YouTube alone, and this has been my full-time career for the last decade. I'm that kid in his underwear that's screaming at his dad as he ran over his video games with a lawnmower. Yeah, the kid that flips the Thanksgiving tables over and gets a turkey thrown at him by his father. It's me and my dad, Psycho Dad. Psycho kid shot my dad with a gun and... You made me this way! Fled to Switzerland. Anyone over the age of 40 probably has no idea what I'm talking about.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
We'll do choreographed stunts, kind of just some loose improv with these ridiculous scenarios, basically to clickbait and drive attention to a narrative that I'm trying to construe. So it was a little bit of a boy who cried wolf scenario where I pretended that this whole fake life was real, the internet believed it. We're sorry about that.
I mean, that was a lot, like, right? I mean, that's a fever dream for me to watch. I know you guys watching it, but like, it shows a lot of clips. There's a lot of information to take in, and I mean, guys, there was like a 3-hour version of this film because it's like we're talking about such complex things. Even just my YouTube, to get my YouTube background and intro, I mean, that was literally a minute. To truncate it that short and hopefully get the common person to understand who the fuck I am as like the main character and the like narrator of this story. And to get them to trust me, phew, ain't easy. Eagles
we are
Landing.
working hard, building up the little campsite area. This is probably the hardest I've ever worked in my life. Feast your eyes upon my pride, my joy. Welcome to Eagles Landing. You guys gotta check this place out, it's insane. That Eagles Landing series brought in around 100 million views that month. I was gaining like 10,000 subscribers a day and was really what like blew up my channel. A lot of fans found me through that. Anyway, guys, drop some likes on this video. I'm gonna say F you to your dad, and subscribe. I'm gonna say F you to my dad. All right, Jays, I love you all to death, and don't forget to keep it rigid. I didn't realize that I had dreamt that 2 years prior.
Huh?
Okay, so my brother had a dream that he was in an alternate reality in a tent filming himself.
The video was an alternate reality. It was not real life. That's what I meant by alternate reality. In the dream, right?
Do you want me to respond to you? Do you want me to respond to the camera?
This guy.
What are you trying to insinuate? I'm just trying to ask you genuine questions.
I guess, I don't know.
There's really not much to work with because you're not even open to the idea. How many more, like, you don't remember Joe Barger? You're literally
I'm sorry, but like when you present with me, like, oh, I had this dream of me being in a tent. We camped a lot. Oh,
not in a tent.
I don't think you guys were ever in a tent, but that could have resonated in your mind.
So, a lot of different ideas that he could have just combined into a dream, woken up, wrote it down, and then years down the road, he made it happen in the form of video.
And so you're saying it was a lucky hit? That my dream matched. It was a lucky match.
I think that the dream matching the video was a coincidence.
And what if I told you Eagles Landing wasn't my idea? I had randomly met through a mutual friend, this financial guy. Because you know what'd be funny? So what if you were kicked out of your house and you were living in a tent playing games from there? I said, yeah, that's a really good idea. So I can't even argue against it now. I can't say it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. It came from an outside source. So the only conclusion I could come to is that it was always going to happen.
I can't say one way or the other for sure. Whether it was something
At
that
Lost
was...
Signal official page donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Love the movie Jess, working on one myself which may have a spin-off show for 2 years. I'm Zach Wilson on everything if you want to talk about.
Hell yeah, Zach Wilson. That's awesome. Thank you for interrupting me. Appreciate you, man. No, I gotta take a pee break anyway. The Eagles Landing shit's crazy, right? Carter says it's smart to get a figure who pushes back. Yeah, and that's real. That's
At Twisted Slop 62 donated $19.99 through Super Chat. I'd love to know more about this push-pull dynamic with Jeffrey during the movie. How much of it was exaggerated? Were there any pain points?
Yeah, and what does he think now was the rest? Yeah, so... Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. That's our real dynamic as it relates to precognition. I wanted to hear Jeffrey's perspective because he was there when I had the Joe Barker dream, and he was privy. Yeah, he lived in the same house as me, so he's been privy to a lot of the stories over the years. However, as you can see, he doesn't remember anything purposely because it didn't matter to him, and I don't think he believed it ever. So even when you get something as crazy as the first Joe Barker story, for Jeffrey not to remember that's real. Like when we went there to interview him, I wanted to hear his perspective. He genuinely could not remember it. I literally predicted a dude's death, and he didn't remember it. And so I kind of knew prior to the film, Jeffrey's beliefs and perceptions on precognition is that he doesn't believe in it. And I did feel like he would bring a good skeptical perspective, and I feel like that was needed because it represents, I would say, a lot of viewers, and including myself. And you'll notice you get one of those skeptic characters throughout the different acts. So, like, the next one will be Michael. Michael becomes the Jeffrey character later on. And I say character even though these are real people with their real beliefs. You just have to imagine, like you said, Slop, a little bit of an exaggerated version. So, Jeffrey's aware he's being filmed. He's trying to be more entertaining. We're definitely playing into friction, but it's all really there. And it was even, I think in the winter, I had some more crazy precogs, and I'm like, Jeffrey, I need to know, point blank, do you believe precognition is real now? And he said no. So it's legit. It's very legitimate. It's very frustrating because precognition obviously has been the last few years of my life for the focus of the film, but also like outside of the film, I've been obsessed with this shit, and it's like very clearly real to me. So I wish he kind of gave it a bit more credence and was like, more trusting of it all. But I get it at the same time because I had all these experiences, Michael too. And there's just something in your brain that's like, there's no fucking way. There has to be a catch. But like, bro, there's not. Like, this is real. Anyway, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And then we'll come back and get back into the movie. But the Eagles Landing shit is fucking crazy. My biggest career milestone, like, ever. Like, that was the come up. And I dreamt it like 2-3 years prior. And it's in that dream journal. Like, bro, like, it's there. And I didn't even know it. Now, I want you guys to imagine a scenario. Like, we wouldn't even be talking about this if I didn't write my dream down in that dang journal. Think about that. Think about that for a second. Think about me in 2015 filming Eagles Landing in the tent and just getting this weird deja vu, familiarity, like this sense that I've been here before. And I just have the deja vu and I don't know. Because I forgot the dream. It wasn't until like a year or two after Eagles Landing that I refound my old dream journal from 2012 and read the dream. And I was like, oh my God, I remember experiencing it. Like, I remember living that. And you can see right on the page, I knew it was a huge hit. I'm talking to the camera, which was a foreign concept at the time because vlogging wasn't really like a big thing in 2012. Like, it was bizarre. And I'm trapped in a tent, I remember. And it was like, had I not written that down, I would never have made the connection. So it's weird how we could be dreaming all these future things and just have no recollection of it because nobody's writing down their dreams at all. And so if you ever needed an incentive to write your dreams down, this is that PSA announcement. All right, let's get back into the film. I'm ready. Ready. Look at my mommy.
It was meant to be, but it did seem like Jesse did have a flow. Like he did know ahead of time. It did seem like that.
Something was grabbing my chest and just pulling me along. was just dragging me through all these experiences.
Oh, I love the Dream Man there.
I was a freshman
You see
in
him?
high school, the very first period. And when everybody's half asleep, the teacher's droning on, and you're really just trying to just stay awake. And in that state, you're just getting all of a sudden you hear voices, you see things, and what I would do is I would just open up a notebook. I didn't realize what I was doing at the time, but apparently this is kind of known as free writing, where you just go lucid and you let your hand just write slowly, whatever just comes to mind, as ridiculous as it may sound. I tried to direct it a little bit because I wanted to try to make a series. I've always been obsessed with television series and dramatic works. And so I was writing something to do for my YouTube channel.
Jesse made Rule 19, which is one of my favorites, with a whole bunch of clones, and they all had different personalities.
What Rule 19 meant, it was a virus that was affecting the clones. Rule 19, COVID-19, virus, I mean...
Oh shoot, yes.
I did a series called My Virtual Escape.
I mean, bro, do I need to even say? I mean, that's just fucking nuts. I've only made maybe like 5 or 6 series. Like, actually, you know? One of this series is called Rule 19, and literally what Rule 19 meant, like, that is the name of the virus killing the clones. It's called Rule 19. And then what happens? We get a pandemic with a disease that kills millions of people, including multiple family members, and I'm fucked up from COVID-19. It's called COVID-19. And I made a series about a disease killing everyone called Rule 19. Bruh. And the reason why is because when you make art and you're in that flow state, it's coming from the same place that dreams do, in the brain. And so when you make art, or your meditative state in waking life, you're vibing in the shower, you're vibing driving your car, or you're asleep, you're painting, it's all the same shit. You can get future information.
In that virtual reality series, my Uncle Chris in real life was like playing a character in a series. And me and him developed a really close relationship through all the YouTube videos. He was played by my older brother. My Uncle Chris is my dad's older brother. When Uncle Chris's character died in My Virtual Escape, he started bleeding from the nose, which is how all the clones died from Rule 19, aka COVID-19. The crazy thing is when Uncle Chris's character gets killed off in the simulation, he is stabbed against an oak tree, red oak, and he's stabbed by you playing as the servant, aka his boss. So, just to sum it up, Uncle Chris's boss killed him a little over 2 years ago. My Uncle Chris was at work. His boss came in and gave him COVID-19. My uncle died within a week of that. The company my uncle works for is called Red Oak.
The irony of that. That'll resonate for a day or two. Didn't know all that. And yes, his boss did kill him in real life.
Almost as if subconsciously, when I write these series, these ideas that sort of come from nowhere is actually coming from somewhere, that somewhere being the future. Bit too many synchronicities there.
Yeah.
Too many things line up.
Yep.
It's pretty ridiculous.
It is pretty ridiculous now that you brought it to my attention, and then you start thinking a little bit more about it.
Like, even the dream.
I mean, that's just heavy and crazy. And now, I'm totally on the same page as some of you guys that are like, I mean, what is that? Like, even some members of the crew, I mean, we're filming these things, and I'm telling these stories, and there is a level of like, what are we talking about here? Like, what the fuck is going on? Because it got a little confusing, right? Nosebleeds, with clones, and that's Rule 19, which is COVID-19. Oh, Chris died of COVID-19, and he had a nosebleed in MVE, but then he's killed by his boss in real life, but he's killed by his boss in the game, and he's pinned up against a red oak tree, and my uncle works for Red Oak? What? Like, you can't make this shit up. It's too ridiculous. And it's not like... It's not that crazy either to think more deeply on that, because the probability, it's just weird shit. And we don't know what to make of it. But yeah, crew member, people are just like, they don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. It could be just very bizarre coincidence, and you're grieving, and so you're looking for signs and weird things. And I know some of the stories contained within the documentary, they're on varying degrees of the spectrum on, okay, that definitely sounds like proof, whereas that might be stretching, that might be reaching a bit. I personally, I could view that as maybe reaching a little bit. It just could be a crazy lineup of circumstances. Or I could be on that side that's like, bro, that's too weird. Like, there's clearly something there. Especially when you juxtapose it with all my other series or pieces of art that have loosely come true. And I'm sure some of you guys in the chat can think of examples, and I have 100 of them. I don't know that we'll be able to get to all of them by the end of the stream before I pass out. I'm too tired, but fucking nuts, man. I feel bad, for my dad. We put him on the spot in that scene, and it was just like, I know he hadn't really thought that deeply on like the MVE connection with Uncle Chris there. Bizarre. It's bizarre that that's real life. You guys see the hidden dream in here? Come on. Also, wait, what is that bench on her? Do we see that bench at some other point in the movie? Sorry, I shouldn't be calling out Easter eggs. I want you guys to be getting these Easter eggs. I can't point them all out. That's defeats the purpose of Easter eggs.
Younger, it seemed like...
I need to get a water. I'm gonna keep it playing though.
Yep. I question things now more as I'm older. Ever since my dad died, I want to know more.
And it's true, Juggies. You start to, as you get older, you start to question things more.
I don't know why I want it to be magical.
What I like to think is magic is just science that isn't understood yet.
And that's true.
I remember Jesse having a dream about one of his school teachers having cancer. And guess what?
It's a 9th grade history teacher, Mr. Harris. He's a very sweet guy, very smart, very caring towards his students. It's very rare in a teacher. Well, I dreamt about Mr. Harris.
I love this shot, man. This shot's money. Whoa! You saw that? Creepy.
That was it. However, I got this sinking feeling as he walked away and his back was a little hunched. There's something wrong with him, too. This one would take years to play out. It started with his wife getting cancer. She died. As well as Mr. Harris died, too. It's a very sad story, and I don't want it to be sad.
Forecasting somebody's demise, that's almost godlike. I don't know if people are supposed to have that kind of power. There's certain things that just should be left untouched.
Whoa! So Mr. Harris, that's not the teacher's real name. We had to use different names. That, again, all really happened. I'm asking the chat, do you think the lighting effects in that hallway with Joe Bump, was that the lights themselves, or was that done in the editor? Curious what you guys think of that. Joe crushed that performance. We did that a handful of times. Joe actually had the same teacher that I did, and so he was really able to jump into that character. It's one of my favorite teachers, so it was really tragic that he passed away and that I dreamt it on top of his wife. We tried to get an interview with his daughter, who's still alive, and I tried and tried. I sent messages, I offered to pay, and unfortunately, because of the gravity of the topic, she declined to be interviewed, which is fine. I think it would have been definitely powerful, but to get that perspective, kind of like you see later we get with Evan Higgins, but, you know, it's fine. But those days, I remember doing pre-production, they suck, you know, because you have a vision for a film. It's one thing if you have people playing characters, but for a documentary, if you have a topic and you ask people to be interviewed for the topic, just like we asked later Joe Barca, and you can't get them to say yes to be interviewed, they can fuck your movie up. Luckily, Mr. Harris, the daughter, it wasn't like an absolutely critical interview or anything, but if you don't get that consent, you're screwed. And so that was one of those days when I kept getting declined there, and there's nothing really I could do. That was that's an L, you know. That's an L that you got to keep going and figure out new creative ways to tell the story without the interview. But yeah, still, you know, there was 100 different versions of this film in my head, and it just changes every given day as you tackle new challenges with it.
I mean, I did have a dream about seeing my own death certificate.
Could you unpack that for us? Because that's a pretty bold thing to say.
I don't remember.
The word interceptor?
I do remember that there was an interceptor, but I don't...
Does that scare you?
It did a little bit, but it could have been somebody else's death. It could have been my mother's. She passed away in 2021. Interceptor could have been COVID intercepted her.
It's like looking at a piece of art. Well, somebody that writes it or draws it or paints it out or any other form of artistic endeavor, it could mean something to them, but if it's presented in a way that anybody can walk away with a different interpretation, that's how I kind of view dreams.
I had a very short dream about my old friend Gina from college. And I wake up and I check that Gina just posted a recent photo. Looking exactly like a zombie.
Can we just pause on that? I mean, that is a 20-second scene right there. And now we're in a sequence right now where you're seeing it's jumping from story to story to story. The Gina one to me is always just, it doesn't get any more fucking cut and dry than that. Gina, I haven't seen since college, which mind you, this was like maybe a 5-6 year gap. It's not in my brain. You don't even live in the same state. And a dream she's looking like a zombie. And then literally I wake up from that dream, I write it down, I go on Instagram, and you know, Instagram's algorithm is weird. It'll feed a story that's popping off to the front of your feed or whatever. And I click on it, and it's that fucking picture. That's the actual picture that I saw on Instagram, and she looked like a fucking zombie. Like, it doesn't get any more point A to point B than that. Like, if that, I would love a skeptic to debate me on what the fuck, like, explain it, skeptic. What's your explanation for that? Like, that's fucking ridiculous. And that's just one of over 100.
I had this dream this one night. I was working on this movie theater being built in my basement. It's my old friend Paul from high school that I hadn't seen in like 10 years. And he's wearing like full construction gear, like he's ready to help us out. That's the dream. I upload like a 2-3 year old video to Facebook of the movie theater construction, and at that same exact time I check my inbox. Guess who messaged me? Paul. First message in 10 years, and you know what he says? Hey man, really loving these videos on Facebook. I told him, thanks man, I'm glad you liked the vids. Drop a like, subscribe.
So Justin and I met.
I mean, that's crazy, right? And that's a relatable story people have, where they haven't thought of somebody in years and years, and then they think about them, and then suddenly they run into that same person or get a call from that person that same day. Like, that is a very common thing, and is like one of the perfect examples of precognition. Like, I mean, that was crazy. I haven't thought about this dude in 10 years. My brain didn't even remember him until all of a sudden he pops into my dream. And then literally that same next day, he messaged me on Facebook, and it was connected to the Facebook construction videos. So I'm like, what the is actually going on? I'm going to pull up chat. I'm going to pull up chat for a second. Just because, like, there's a lot going on, guys. And I just want to hear how you guys doing. I mean, are you guys keeping up? Like, what the is going on? Have you heard of manifesting? Gunner, yes. This is in that same department, for sure. Manifesting's interesting. There's just levels to this, and I don't know how it all connects, like when it related to manifesting. But I do know if you have desires and like actual dreams you want to accomplish, and it's in your mind all day, every day, and it's genuine, it does seem like it will find its way if you're like really tapped in with the subconscious. I don't know, dude. I mean, if you got a lot of you guys been watching my life for a while, and my shit feels like a movie or a show. I mean, you've seen, and it's like a lot of this feels manifest. Yeah, it's weird. Kyrie says, what's the most precog you've had? It's an interesting way of saying it. Most recent precog. Well, so on the topic, we just brought up my friend Paul from high school, and then all of a sudden he messaged me, right? That dream scenario. That just happened this last week. I had a dream of this girl. I'll just call her Macy. Her name's not Macy. I'll save her. Let's call her Macy. I have this dream of Macy. I haven't thought of Macy. She's a weird fucking girl. Weird girl. One of the girls you stay away from in high school. Haven't thought about her for a moment in 15 years. 15, because it's been that long since I've been in high school. 15 years. I write the dream down, and now, guess what? When I announced that Ashley and I were terminating the pregnancy due to the Down syndrome, this was before it went viral. This was that first night I posted it. That Macy girl commented a little brick on my post. She's never interacted with my shit ever. And I didn't even see it because I don't read I get inundated with too much shit. I don't get to read everything. And so I'm just going about my night, and I get a text from Ashley. Ashley's like, do you know this Macy girl? And sends me a picture of her. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's the girl I just dreamt about that I went to high school with 15 years ago, and here she is. You're sending me her picture out of nowhere. Like, Ashley doesn't even really know this girl, but of all the people in the world, she's sending me her picture. So again, that's the most recent precog I've had. And it is literally the same exact deal as this Paul construction Facebook thing. Like, it's mind-blowing. But to me, part of it is not anymore because I've had so many. Like, it's become more normal for me. But no, when you zoom out, it's fucking insane. Do you think it has to do with the afterlife? Like, it could be God sending you warnings. So I don't subscribe to any specific religions. I do believe, though, and I truly believe this. I'm agnostic, which means I'm open to anything, because I don't think any human on this earth knows what the fuck's going on. Anyone who pretends to, or any religion that pretends to have a handle on this shit is full of shit, and you shouldn't trust it. But from my understanding and just experience of life, there is clearly something more going on, and there's some intelligent design to this. I think that is for certain, from my perspective. As far as precognition goes, I wouldn't ascribe it to like what the layman perceives God to be, like some dude or some entity controlling things. Again, everyone has a million different interpretations of God, so it's you gotta be careful. My understanding is that I'm actually dictating the future information because it's information that matters to me personally. Like, of course, these two stories just recently were people that I had a relationship with to some degree in high school and triggered an emotional response. And as we know, just like remembering past memories, the past memories that we retain are ones that trigger our emotions. The ones that matter to us. The ones in the future that we retain are ones that have an emotional quotient as well. And so that's what's transferring. I don't think God, like, I don't think there is some entity like the Dream Man deciding this is what travels back in time. No, I think we are dictating it based on what we put our emotional resonance into, and that is within our control. Just like a performer, we can decide what matters or who we are at any given time. And that is where manifesting can come in, because you decide the direction that you take in life. If you want to have an optimistic perspective, good things can come. If you want to have a pessimistic one, bad things just keep happening. And I do believe in that. And these are just theories. All of this is up for debate, but based on my experiences. Great conversation, guys. I'm loving it. Let's get back into the film. We're getting through Act 1, guys, which Act 1, as you can see, is my personal experiences and my inner world here. And we're just introing my girlie, my now wife, Ashley Ridgway.
In 2019, on a dating app, one of our first conversations, he did mention how he already visioned me in his home.
How crazy!
Walking around the corner.
How crazy!
Which was kind of pretty bizarre, especially when you're first talking to somebody that you don't even know if you're interested in yet.
It's funny, you always hear that too. Oh, I knew the first day, and you're like, yeah, okay, as if, you're kind of rewriting history.
I don't think it was a tactic. I think what he was saying was true. I felt that connection with him from our first conversations. Yeah, I just went with it. I just wasn't sure if it actually is a real thing, to just dream the future or see these future visions. They kept happening and they were like turning out to be true. It finally did take a turn and I started to experience them on my own. So there was this one instance where my dog Mason got into a trash can and he ate probably a whole pack's worth of used makeup wipes. So I took Mason to Jesse's house. Before I went to the animal hospital, I let Mason roam the house. Aww. He had this sense to him that he was very familiar with the house. He went straight to the living room and jumped up on the couch and laid on the arm of the chair as if he's been there before, when that was his first time ever being there. I did have this weird moment hit me. I guess I would call it a deja vu. I've seen this before. I've felt this feeling before. I've seen Mason run across the kitchen. Mason goes in that chair every single day and sits in that same spot.
Have you ever been half asleep and you hear a sound?
I mean, we gotta do a call. Mason looked hella cute there. Dream Man hanging there is disturbing as fuck. I love the music there. That took probably 50 tries with Mason. We had a wheelchair with a spoon taped to it with peanut butter, carting backwards to try to get Mason to run in that shot. It took hours, bro. That cost me big money just to get that dog to run through the kitchen. Oh my god. And even then, we still didn't get a clean shot. We had to cut it up. Anyway, good boy, bud. Good boy. But that story may seem inconsequential of like, bro, like, how was that precognition? It's one of these things you kind of had, like a had to be there type thing. Mason came over, and Ashley and I both saw him. he had never been here before, but it was pitch black in the house. He somehow went all the way to the living room and sat on that recliner like he had been here before, which is already weird. But later that night, Ashley and I were talking candidly, and we were just like, I had this weird feeling when I saw Mason walk around the house that he had been here before. Like, I could have swore he was here before, and he wasn't. Ashley had that same feeling. Little did we know when the pandemic hit that Mason would be moving in with Ashley full time, and that he would be laying exact spot on that recliner every day for like years. And when we first saw him walking around here, you got that sense. It's the same feeling I had when I met Ashley, that it felt like I was talking to my best friend that yet I never met before. Like, I felt like I knew her forever. And that's a weird thing. You hear people describe that when they meet their like true love. I mean, we're married now. I knew it from the first day. At some point, I'll share the actual text messages publicly, but I'm telling her that, and that I had a vision of her. It's fucking crazy, yo. It's fucking crazy.
You wake up and then that sound happens. That sounds exactly like what this is. Evolution in our species, where like we hear the bush rustling and we're trying to guess what kind of predator is in the bush. Like, is it gonna kill me? Should I be scared? Should I be excited? It starts to activate that fight or flight response. Maybe that predictive ability, that foresight, has extended itself a bit further. Before somebody gets a call from a loved one saying that so-and-so died, all of a sudden I just feel off today. Like something's wrong. I have a bad feeling.
Yeah, so this past summer I had a dream where these two boys showed up to the house. They were trespassing on the property. They showed up with fishing poles, wanting to go fish at the lake that's in our backyard.
Low-key flex, Ashley, okay. The lake that's in our backyard. I love it. It's such a good ambiance.
So the next morning I wake up. It's real life. I went out on the deck and I hear voices. They looked exactly like the kids in my dream. I mean, I think even down to the color of their shirt, what they were wearing, everything. Yeah, at this point, I believe it's real because I now have my own experiences. I'm all in now. This is real. This happens because that was my third.
I would question whether or not the story is true. So she could say that, but do I believe her? Is there any evidence that it took place? People's memories get fuzzy. I don't recall a lot of things that happened in my childhood. It doesn't mean that it didn't exist, but it also just, a lot of things can change in a story over time. So while you remember it to be one way immediately, as time goes on, it may get a little bit more gray. If you're hearing it secondhand, it could change several times since then.
People discredit dreams and people's experiences.
Alright, I gotta call this out right now. We did some tricky editing there. Jeffrey was not referring to Ashley's story in that scene. We did some magic editing to make it seem like Jeffrey's calling Ashley out. He wasn't. He was talking about another story. But the point remains is that, yeah, I mean, it's true. If we're going off people's testimonials, the story changed. People try to make it more dramatic. You know, this movie is very dramatic. And the details can change. And you could try to fulfill a narrative or a point. And I think that's something to always keep in mind. You know, even when you got people making crazy, extraordinary claims on like Joe Rogan podcast or just UFO type shit or whatever, you always got to be like, you making shit up for views, you know, for click, whatever. But no, the Ashley story is fucking nuts. That was the night I went to drive to Ohio for the Roman Atwood podcast. And that still is one of those insane precognitive dreams where Ashley literally sniped 3 different... There was actually a dad with the kids as well in the real story. That Ashley dreamt that the night before, nobody's ever come onto the property at PA. Especially not to go fishing. I mean, it's 10 acres. You got to do some hiking just to get there. And I've heard a dream that the night before, and then everyone's wearing, they look identical to the dream. They're wearing the same outfits. I mean, that's fucking nuts. And we're talking about Ashley, who really hadn't had any precognitive dreams. She maybe had 1 or 2 prior to that. So to get something like that on the nose for, you know, a common person, I think should show that anyone can do this, especially like as detailed. And it makes sense from a survival standpoint. She was scared. She was home alone. People are trespassing on the property. Her brain went into super alert mode. And so she got some information from the future to help save her ass. That's fucking powerful. That's impressive. Talk about being prepared. The fact that you can just grab information from the future to prime yourself. I mean, that's like some superpower shit. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
At Ry_to_the_guy donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Will there be BTS of the movie? Also, I also have had these precognition dreams of deaths of family members.
It's heavy stuff, man. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. And yeah, I don't know if you saw the 20 pictures I shared on Instagram of the movie just today, but I will be sharing some more photos and any video clips. I do have some video. I'm realizing just with what time it is now, it's taking a while to get through the movie, so I'm going to start speeding up through the movie with less pauses. But maybe we'll do another stream in the future, or I'll just post them to socials, any BTS. I don't have too many, but I gotta pee again. I'm drinking a hell of water, guys. My apologies. Peanut butter banana oat ball. Wash those hands. I don't touch my ding dong. It's got a mind of its own. It just finds the toilet bowl usually. Nathan says, when my grandpa was on his deathbed, I had a dream that night where he told me he had just passed and he loved me. He told me it was 5 a.m. When I woke up, I had a text from my mom at 5 a.m. that he passed. Holy shit. That is a perfect example. Yes, my dick has aimbot, correct. That's crazy. Yeah, Nathan, sorry for your loss. And it usually does coincide with family members passing. the more emotionally gripping the thing is, the more it'll get us, which is why I personally have been trying to use my acting abilities to make things that don't normally matter to me matter, so I can perceive that future information. Mostly in the way of, say, a celebrity death or financial, some news, major news. I'm trying to care a lot about that so I can get it in the future, but it's not easy to manufacture the feeling.
At Kid Behind a Camera donated $19.99 through Super Chat. Had a dream the other night that came true today. I will text you about it later.
That is music to my ears, because, guys, Michael is yet to be in the film. We're coming close to his intro. But Michael's been privy to so many experiences, a lot of stuff. And we'll talk about it when Michael's interview comes up. But we had hours of Michael to cut down as much as we could to keep things flowing. But it was too good. Too many crazy experiences. And, you know, Michael coming in and saying he's just had another dream that came true. And Michael knows, I mean, we just had an experience where I had a dream I was on the phone with Mike. This was maybe a month ago. And I knew he was, like, going to WrestleMania, and there was a few other details that I had in the dream. And I texted him in the morning. I was like, yo, bro, I was just talking to you on the phone in my dream. And you told me this, this, and this. And Mike's like, yeah, that's what's happening. Like, and that's just been our relationship. It's shit you can't make up. Like, it's just crazy. You take two guys who were doing freak out videos on the internet with their dad. They also just happen to, like, dream the future and shit and write future information down. And then you smack them together. They're also in this movie together. And it's just, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. But this is real life. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. But yeah, Mike, I'll be looking forward to hearing it. But it gets me excited because you can see me and Mike's dynamic in the film is very akin to real life. I think I've gotten to this place where I'm way more accepting and trying to embrace the precognition. And Michael, I think it sneaks up on him at different times, and it enters back into his life, and he's like, bro, I don't know where to file this into my life and brain, so I don't want it. And it's a little exaggerated in the film, but you know, Michael could attest. It's a real thing of like, bro, this shit is. For those like Nathan who shared his story, it's mind numbing and it makes you crazy. It makes you fucking crazy, which is why I'm growing my hair long and I am crazy. All right, let's get back to the movie. There's lots more good stuff to come. There's too many things to talk about. I know I had 3 other stories to share about the scene we just watched, but we gotta keep it going. We gotta keep it going.
Experiences. As saying that it's not evidence that there is something more going on, but what other evidence will we have than somebody's testimonial? How else can we read somebody's dreams? We have to trust the person telling us. So once I started realizing that like maybe I could dream the future, naturally I'm like, all right, how can I make money off this? Let me go in and see if I can, I don't know, maybe get some lottery numbers for the next day. And so I spawned outside of this cornfield. Oh, hi, Jenny. Hi. Okay.
She cute.
Okay.
Aww.
Okay, are you gonna sit? It's kind of be my smoking gun to prove that this thing exists. If you want something to appear, you can't be looking in the direction that you want it to appear. You actually have to look away, and then look back, and then it'll be there.
True story. And that's a thing for the quantum. The quantum realm operates with rules like that. It's very bizarre. Like, why can't you be looking at it and it spawn? Like, why are there rules? Just like we're bound by gravity, the dream world's dictated by rules too. What? Guys, if you watch this in a theater setup, it is fucking epic. Epic.
The
numbers start swirling around. Everything's blurry. I'm like trying to which number is that? So 2, 4, 3, 6. It's almost like the dream is falling apart around me. It just like really doesn't want me to access this information. All of a sudden, I'm thrust out of the dream, and I'm forced to, okay, what did I just see? I either grab a dream journal, I record on my phone, and I quickly wrote down a complete sequence of numbers. I played what was a 5-number sequence for what was Jersey Cash 5. It was around, I think, a $500,000 prize. I got 3 out of 5 correct, and the other 2 were like a digit off. I would equate it to like making free throws in basketball. This was maybe my 5th or 6th time actually dreaming a set of lottery numbers. I'm not gonna make every shot. You say I'm LeBron James of sleep?
I would not say you are the LeBron James of sleep, because that would mean you get great sleep every night, and you don't.
Savage.
When you say to the cameras, he just asked me to say.
Yeah.
How many home runs does someone need to get to prove that it's not luck?
Is this a baseball analogy we're using now?
Hey, you like baseball?
I love baseball. I would have to see a lot of home runs. If they're going to be good and legitimate, they have to have a good average.
Who does?
The precog people.
Maybe lottery numbers is a bit too ambitious. Let me do some stock picks.
He was on the toilet for what feels like 3 hours each night. That is not an exaggeration at all, because I know he's staring at his phone, looking at finance stuff, business.
What the fuck?
Hold on. Hold on. I'm still pooping. It's like I'm dumping, it's dumping usually.
There's this huge ball of fire.
Can we just appreciate the fact that you just heard me shitting and the toilet flushing transitioning into an asteroid crashing into the Earth? That is a crazy transition. Anyway, my asshole would be splitting apart, crevices and hemorrhoids developing from me staring at charts on the toilet for hours. But the lottery, guys, dreaming the lottery numbers, that wasn't the only time I did it. There was at least 2 other times over the years that I've gotten lottery numbers from a dream, and I can't lie, every time that I've gotten numbers from within a dream, they've been right. Now, obviously, I didn't win the lottery, like that lottery. I feel like I've won other lotteries, I mean, just like metaphorically. But I would usually get 2 to 3 numbers right that I pulled from the dream. The other numbers are usually blurry, and to be honest, I used to be really good memory-wise. Thanks to social media and brain rot and just too many life experiences, my ability to remember shit is bad now. It's just bad. So like when it comes to like I can remember 2 numbers, 3 numbers. You start giving 7 digits, I'm out. Ashley's told me her cell phone number probably 100 times now. I couldn't tell you 3 of the digits. I don't know. My brain's just a little rusty these days. So I do find that if you have a good memory, like I know there's this guy who can remember like a few hundred of the digits for the number of pi, 3.14, and he's really good at precognition. And because you need to have a good memory to remember the future. But yeah, it's a shame. I wish I could get all the numbers. But then again, I haven't really been trying to do the lottery stuff. I'm more focused on current event type shit than lottery, because I think the lottery, I can give people money and shit. But if I can get more of a current event tragedy type thing before it happens, I think that would hold more weight to society than if I won the lottery. So like in this film, I talk about the smoking gun being me dreaming the lottery numbers. I don't feel as strongly about that anymore. I think if I did tweet about that Oliver Tree helicopter crash a few days before when I had the dream, I think that would have mattered more to people than, hey guys, I dreamt the lottery numbers and I won 100 million. I don't think people would feel the same way. Even though I think the odds are crazier, I just feel like people would react differently. I don't know. But there was a whole 5-minute section cut from the film about all my finance precogs. And most of them were stock related, crypto related, crazy dreams that I think some people are like, what would be the point of dreaming the future? Like, I don't really care about that. And even people watching the movie feel that way, but I'm like, guys, precog has made me millions of dollars. Like, it has made me rich as fuck because I'll dream something, I'll then play that stock or whatever it is, and it'll make me money. There's even been times where it saved me a tremendous amount of money because all of a sudden I'll wake up and I'll get this sick feeling. Like I'll feel sick to my stomach. And I'm like, that's weird. There's no reason I should feel that. And I look at the stock I'm in or whatever, and all of a sudden I just get these goosebumps and I'm like, bro, something ain't right. I sell, and all of a sudden the bitch crashes like 50% and I just saved my ass. Like, the amount of times this ability or whatever it is has saved me or made my life better, like, I don't think it's coincidence that, say, Michael and I can do this type of shit and we're also successful at the same time. I think the two are in tandem, and it has helped unlock our dreams quite literally. It's all very crazy. Anyway, let's watch this asteroid.
Hurtling through the sky, coming crashing towards the ground in this huge burst of flame.
Which, thank goodness, we cleared all those trees, so we didn't have to use a set or anything. We could literally use my backyard to do this asteroid scene. And I think the effects turned out really great. It took a lot of work with the VFX guy. Because, we're lower budget. We're not spending crazy money for VFX. So I thought it looked great. It did the job for the budget that we had. And it looks like a fucking asteroid just hit my yard.
Like, what the heck just happened? So I run over, and there's a huge impact crater. And in the center of this crater, once the smoke cleared, was a gaming console.
I love that shot. That's crazy. It's crazy seeing my dreams played out in film. I love that face. Like, playable. Oh, I love this. I love this. Bro, what?
Wake up, I write everything down. I actually draw the dashboard that I saw. Not long after that, a new console released. And wouldn't you know it, exact, perfect match to my dream description. Not only that, but the game that shipped with that console, it's about these mechanical titans falling and flying through the sky as if they were asteroids or meteors and crashing into the ground. So my dream took those two concepts, blended them together.
People don't want to hear your goofy dreams.
So you're saying nobody's gonna watch this movie?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't they watch it? You're doing precognitive dreaming. That's like a dream with vision. I mean, that's totally different. What you're going to be shown is not always your choice. You can.
Now, we do this a lot. We'll do these interrupting interview shots where all of a sudden, Jesse's, say, making some headway with this dream shit of like, look at these precognitive experiences. The asteroid is like the Titan fogging and da-da-da-da-da. And it's the real shit. But then I felt artistically we wanted to juxtapose that with these interrupting talking heads that basically kind of take the piss out of it. Because that's what most skeptical people do. And you're crushing any hope of this type of dream manifesting being reality. And so we wanted to do that justice. Because like even in the chat, I'm sure there's people that are still like skeptical. But that one's a crazy one, the Titanfall. This was after I had my brain injury from 21 shots. And I remember after that brain injury, I was scared. I was like, bro, did I lose my power? Like, am I just a common folk now? And I can't precog because I got a brain injury? But no, luckily, no, it's legit. I still can do it. And that was my first one after being brain injured, was basically dreaming the entire Xbox One dashboard before it released. And the console released with Titanfall, which is where the asteroid crashing in came in. I thought it was dope. I'm fucking like plugging it into a tree. Like, what the? And to some people it might not matter because like whatever, it's fucking Xbox. But you guys know me. Xbox matters a great deal. I married one, so this was important to me. So I precogged it.
You can do anything you want. You can, you have choice and all that. But I do understand the other side now, and I do lean more towards everything's predestined.
Remember our old family dog, Ella? Where I walked her outside one day. She's around 9 or 10 years old, which is, it's older for a lab, but usually they go into the double digits. I took her off the leash and she went up ahead, stopped, turned around, and just sat and stared.
That's not a she. He has a penis.
I got this sickening gut feeling that this was going to be the last times I was going to see my dog.
Aww.
Yeah, it was around 2 to 3 weeks later that Ella was diagnosed with cancer and then died within like 5 days.
John's 13 years old now. I've grown up with this dog. He's been in many videos of mine. We call him Poopy John because he smells. No.
He doesn't smell that bad.
Lay down. We were gonna get another dog to play as Ella, but I think it's fitting if John does. Cause you remember her, huh? As bad as it sounds, it's like, oh wow, all I do is dream and have visions of terrible things happening. That was actually one of the few times where I was glad it happened, because I feel like it gave me a warning. It gave me a chance to spend some time with Ella before she might pass. I'm gonna be leaving for a while, so be here when I get back.
Come on, John. Let's go be Ella. Let's go be Ella.
This specific.
What's crazy with John there, I'm talking about having like kind of precog visions of Ella's passing before she got like it was a quick turnaround when she got diagnosed with cancer. But the irony is that with John there, I ended up having precognitive dreams that I knew exactly when John would pass as well. I kept having a dream between Thanksgiving and Christmas that's when he was going to go. And then all of a sudden, it was literally after we finished the film, November, December, and all of a sudden, you guys saw, if you remember the vlog, life or death surgery. And thankfully, we bought another 2 years, but he ended up passing right before Christmas of this past year. But crazy. Again, you see him come up when it's stuff that really matters. Of course, John's gonna matter enough to get a precog. He looked cute there.
Precognitive experience is probably one of the ones that breaks my brain.
This is the one, Juggies. This is it. This is the one that fucks me up more than anything.
Do I know you? You know who I am. Omar?
I have no clue who Omar is. I don't know any Omar in my real life. Yet suddenly my mouth, which I did not have control over, just spoke out loud and said, Omar? And then I woke up and immediately jotted it down. However, flash forward to later that night. Me and my girlfriend do a little Netflix and chill. And I say, oh, hey, look, here's a documentary about it was a cryptocurrency. Let me check this out. And I click on it. It was about this exchange getting hacked. Until I see a man's face appear onto the screen. It was Omar. It was the man from my dreams. It's probably the dream man. Felt like it was all a ploy, something set this all off in motion. It's something that is so impossible to articulate. It's such a huge basis on why I wanted to make this film. How do you tell somebody, or how do you show the world that I could see the future and be completely realistic and genuine when you say that? How do you do that without everybody saying that he's got to be lying? It's got to be a story, especially the guy who made his whole life a story. That's the ultimate irony. Let's make the guy who fakes everything for videos for YouTube, let's make him the guy that can dream the future. That's good. And here I am, stuck with these nightmares.
Yeah, but I don't believe that you can predict the future. Because then you're predicting choice. And without choice, what's the point?
Well, this movie's for you then, Jeffrey. You don't believe in anything.
Not really, no. I believe in the things around me. I believe in
Ex-girlfriends
people,
of mine. Ex-girlfriends
family,
of mine.
friends.
Literally, their names in old scripts that I wrote in weird symbolic ways.
Again, that's coincidence. Like, I mean, they're not like really exotic names. And
With Ethereum, I picked the best investment of the entire decade, but like it's almost like I knew. It's almost like I knew the entire run on YouTube. It's like I knew.
I wouldn't say these are facts. I would say these are your own
Because
experiences.
you don't care about the facts.
I think that what you're presenting is your own
So
personal
you can't
experiences.
you can't honestly say that I've told you something prior, and then it ends up happening.
I don't remember.
There's something down here that I have. Where's your? Do you have your books down here?
Mm-hmm.
When did you graduate? 2007. Yeah. All right. So it's this one. All the younger siblings are writing to their older siblings
Yeah, I know that.
and parents. I think there's even something where mom and dad said something, but they're not gonna say something like what I said. There. Look. Read it. Read that. Read that. I already know what it says. Read it.
Jeffrey. Wow.
You don't have to read it into the camera, dude.
You proved me wrong. I'll try to live to your example, except for the buffness.
Because you graduated high school, I was surprised. That's a joke.
Understood. Good luck. I'll see you outside my mansion someday. Your little brother, Meatball.
Did I not call that? Literally, I was what, 14, 15, right around when I was having these other precogs, and I said, see you outside my mansion. And what happened? You lived in my house. You lived in the mansion with me.
You don't have a mansion.
There's freaking 9 bedrooms in the house. There's 3 kitchens. I was basically saying that I knew I would be successful because I knew it.
Why didn't you just say that?
What's it gonna take for you to give me some credit? The fact that like I am actually having these experiences and that I might potentially feel something intuitively that is gonna happen in the future.
Jess, I love you. You're my little brother. I supported you in the Psycho series and everything with YouTube and everything.
This goes
success.
past that to me because it's a very personal thing.
I understand.
And it's something that is very hard to talk about because people immediately stigmatize it. They think that it's not valid because it's my emotional experience. I'm telling you there's something here.
I understand where you're coming from.
Suddenly these things that just seem kind of magical happen. By coincidence?
You
think that's coincidence, really?
I'm concerned over this. Okay? I answered the questions. It may not fit with
concerned
what
in
you
what
want.
way?
I don't think I can help you. I'm sorry. All right.
I can't promise that there'll be much of you in it. So.
Hey, that's
Guys,
on
we can-
you, but
we
like,
can
if
cut
you
it.
wanted my honest take, and I gave you my honest take. So whether or not it fits your agenda, that's your call.
It's
This
not,
is your.
it's not an agenda.
It's not.
There's no agenda. My agenda is just to keep people open.
If
When
you wanted-
actually, I'm just saying, could you at least consider an opinion outside of your own that might break how your paradigm works in your brain?
Hey, you
That's
haven't
the only
convinced
thing
me,
I'm-
Jess. And if you want this to keep people's minds open, maybe give them all perspectives so that maybe you don't just portray it in one way and then everybody else just thinks the same way as you.
Okay.
Fair. We'll leave a little bit. We'll leave a little bit of your skepticism, but Jeffrey, I think the world has enough of that.
I've got a mic. Who gets that? I give it to you, I guess.
I think Jesse's looking for the meaning of life. I think Jesse's thinking that, you know, he wants to be ahead of the curve. That's what Jesse's all about.
I just want to get answers. I want to go out. I want to talk to people. I want to talk to people like me. I want to get whatever experts exist in the space, what little probably are there. And I just want them to tell me what's like wrong with me, or like what is potentially right with me, or like why am I experiencing these things? I don't want to feel like I'm crazy. I don't want to feel alone.
I don't know that Jesse will ever find any answers. I'm hoping that he doesn't get scared to sleep.
You know, I'm going to uncover some answers and get to the truth. I'm going to need help. I've already tried living and dealing with it on my own, and I can't say I've been very successful.
This has been a huge toll on him for as long as I've known him, and I hope that he finally gets the rest that he needs.
Have you ever...
Hell yeah. Guys, so that is the technical end of Act 1, which you can see I'm leaving my little East Bum world behind, and we're already starting to get a stranger's face that we've never seen before, talking about her precognitive experiences. Yes, this is a documentary, somebody asked. Yes, if you haven't watched it, watch it. So yeah, now we're into Act 2, we're about to start it, which broadens the world a bit. We're about to see that there are other people out there experiencing precognition. Snyder Cut win. This is as close as you're going to get. But, guys, I think most people that hit me up about the movie, they're always immediately drawn to the scene with me and Jeffrey. Like, that just stands out for a lot of people. I think it was because... I mean, some of you guys could tell me maybe why you found it super compelling. I think just that battle of the ideals, and to have a family member not support this crazy thing, and I think just how we played off each other there. It is a crazy, just good back and forth one take between me and Jeffrey, and that was it. That was the one done scene. We did it twice after that, but it didn't feel as genuine. That first one was real as shit, you know? Because somebody was asking, like, what is that the real dynamic? And it is. Like, we definitely, like, ham it up a little bit. But the lines are so blurry. Like, it is kind of like there'd be times over the years filming, then you see our dynamic, and you can't really fake it that well. It just ends up, that's our dynamic. So it's really poetic, I find, that I'm glad he isn't a full believer. If he was, it just wouldn't make it as compelling, and we wouldn't have that skeptical voice that I think we kind of need. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be there. But yes, that's the end of Act 1, guys. If there's any questions we have before we jump in, but really, it happened very fast at the end there. That Omar story is the nuttiest thing. You know, I met a man I never met before. I knew his name, and then in the film, I say it was the next day. I think it was 2 to 3. It might have been 2 days later, maybe 3 max. I pulled up that Netflix documentary on crypto, and fucking Omar's face is there, and his name's Omar. If you guys never seen this movie, I think it's called like Hunt for the Crypto King or something. It's bizarre because that dude's face showed up early in the film, and they said his name was, they said his name was Michael or something. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? That's Omar from The Dream. And then another 20 minutes later in the film, it turns out Michael was an alias, and his real name's Omar. And bro, that's when the tears just started streaming. So I'm like, holy fuck, like, bro, like, I don't know, just crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Gunner, you proved manifesting to friends and family. I mean, that's the nature of family, right? Like, if you guys watched the 10-year anniversary of Psycho Kid Kills Father when I did that stream, my dad, the movie's not over, guys. We're only done Act 1 here. We're talking about my dad's friction towards me and the pressure of needing to get a job and make it, I swear, is what propelled me to be successful. Like, I needed that resistance. And I feel the same with, say, Jeffrey or other people in my life right now as it relates to precognition. There's a lot of people that don't believe it's real. And that compels me to want to push harder and prove that it is. And so I think it's important to get that resistance. Just like weight training, you need to lift heavy weights to grow. Let's check out these stranger interviews. That's what we called them in the edit. We had a lot of people come out for this scene or this section, but some of the stories just weren't that compelling, or they're a little weird, not good on camera. And that's what we ended up with, and we really liked. We wish we could have got more people, but it's hard to come by people that have had these experiences and then also are comfortable sharing them. So,
Dreamt the future?
I have dreamt the future.
Would you say you dreamt the future?
Yeah, I have. I've dreamt the future on a number of different occasions.
I haven't dreamt the future, but I believe I have dreamt the future.
No, can't say that I have, but I've had this crazy recurring dream.
Yes, my name is Maria, and I have dreamt the future.
I had a dream about getting hit by a car, or nearly getting hit by a car.
It's not fun.
And literally the next day, one of my classmates, he ends up getting hit by a car.
There was a lot of fires, some people were screaming, and it was really, really scary.
Nothing fatal. He ends up getting up and he's talking about it the next day, like, yo, guys, did you see what happened?
Terrorists came to my house and took our family hostage. And that was my dream about, because I saw it exactly how it was happened.
So in college, there was an incident where a professor was sick, so they had a substitute.
I really had this strong feeling that my Instagram was gonna get deleted. Like, you ever felt something and then it like, you're like, oh, this is gonna happen today? That's how I felt.
I dreamt my grandfather's stroke the night before it happened.
And the previous night, I had dreamed of being in a class with this substitute professor, despite me having never seen them before. And the next day I walked in and there she was.
My brain told me in the dream that it was my father having a heart attack, but that was really only me assuming so.
Dreamt that I was at work and I was working in the tower, taking care of the planes, bringing them in and out.
I dreamt of this random, like, empty mall.
And I could see this man off to my side, and I look over, looking straight at him, he raises a gun and he shoots me right in the chest.
And then a few weeks later, we took a road trip and like ended up at that same one. And immediately I was like, I've been here before.
So according to the Zohar, there's never an event that manifests in the physical world that isn't first dreamed by people.
I think every person has this ability and the talent to listen to their intuition, or
I don't know, I just control these premonitions, these dreams, so that I can have more positive outcomes in my day-to-day life. But these are the dreams that tend to stick out.
I'm waiting for somebody to pop out. And I'm hoping it's just a crazy dream, but I'm also scared that it's going to become my reality.
Huh. Spicy. Uh-oh. What's this? Where are we going? Guys, that Asian kid, he had a crazy precog that he shared. Unfortunately, the story was like 6 minutes long. We had to cut it. There was some other great stories. We had family members of some of the cast and crew talk. Unfortunately, as you see, the runtime of this movie is already so long. We just had to get rid of it. Bridget West here.
He's here.
I wanted to, too. For those that love the old collab series between me and Michael, I was always rocking this black leather jacket in those original videos. So I wanted to flip it in reverse and come showing the white jacket. That's literally why I'm wearing this. That I also thought would look fresh, but a little Ryan Gosling action. But
Hey, Mike.
his face.
Let's see him. Been a minute.
Yep.
You all right?
I know, I haven't seen it. We're already rolling, so.
Yeah, but I thought we were going to talk off camera, Jesse.
Yeah. Well, I want to do it on because there's stuff I want to ask you. So if we were able
The
to
stuff
come
I want to
inside.
ask you, like why your dad blocked me.
I didn't want to talk about that stuff. So if we could come in, I wanted to ask you just a few questions. We sit down and do an interview.
I thought you were making a documentary.
We are.
Then why are we doing shots with Bridget by the door and like?
We're not talking about that. We're doing cinematic stuff, in addition to doing real stuff as well.
Sorry. Point. Excuse me.
That's Jason. We got lighting coming in.
That's
so
our actual lighting guy.
There's a guy who's been in my house for 10 minutes.
You're not supposed to address us hi.
What?
Hi.
Hi. What are we doing?
I love that. It's so uncomfortable because if you guys remember, I mean, Mike was a part of a cancellation crew, and that was a whole thing years ago. And so at this point in time, we really were at odds. Like, it was crazy that he came in the movie. I'm glad we're past that. It's a few years later now. It's crazy how different things are. Like, I'm putting myself back into the mindset then. I was like, oh yeah, like that's. But we're definitely closer now. But yeah, it's weird how time works. Even shouldn't Michael living at home at this point in time? I know he's lost a lot of weight since the movie. It's just weird. It's like watching old home movies or old YouTube video at this point. The movie's kind of 3 years old now. Weird.
Still have the old notebook that you showed me.
I wanted to say that it was funny as hell to me to get the crew members involved in the movie. Like, getting my whole family, a bunch of friends, Random RiDGiD Studios people, YouTube colleagues, and get the fucking crew in. Like, that's a good-ass time to me. That's like some Happy Madison, Adam Sandler and the boys, get everybody in the fucking movie, you know? Like, that's cool. And that is, High's a real, High was fantastic. He was a member of the crew. That is his real name, so I'm sure he gets that joke all the time, but it made the final cut because it was just funny. But Michael said it in the scene. Or I explained it to him, like, we're doing cinematic stuff, but it's real. And it's important we left that in so the viewers keep understanding this is a new genre that I feel like I've helped, really make popular on both YouTube and now cinematically, of like this hybrid reality fiction documentary movie shit. I don't know. Anyway,
when I first came here,
Why are you talking about that to these people?
they're just gonna be. We might have some stuff to move.
You got cameras, you got boom mics.
Yeah.
What is all this?
You showed me a notebook when I first was here in 2016 that showed like predicted different things like deaths and it was some I think an Eminem album or something.
Okay, this is really personal.
What are you asking questions about?
What are you doing?
Yeah, but there's been things that you showed me the book 6 years ago that have come true since that time.
It's a coincidence.
Mike,
what is this?
What is this coincidence? That's what it's about.
About what?
Precognition.
Oh, you're so deep.
Like dreaming the future, having visions, what you were, I think, potentially, was it free writing?
I don't know if I have the books anymore. They're gone. Right?
You gotta be kidding me. You gotta have them. You still have them. Didn't he predict one of your family members died?
Yes.
Don't you think that's pretty crazy to talk about?
Yeah, it's definitely really crazy, but I don't know about all these cameras.
You share everything, you share your whole lives with the camera. This is a little bigger. There it is.
What do you need this for?
It'll stay up over there. You got kids' Cheerios still over there.
Yeah, because we have kids. Yeah. I don't like these guys.
I haven't been here in 3 years, man.
Yeah. Is that what we're talking about?
No. Oh, actually, we do need to have you sign off on the release to be in this. So actually, we can get that now. It depends in there.
I'm not signing anything. My name is Michael.
I will say, I mean, you guys tell me, was this pre-planned or did I actually just show up with the camera crew? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. But we had such long shoot with Michael with those initial scenes, and I mean, we had to just let the fucking cameras roll because Michael's a funny guy, and then me and him, our dynamic's really good. So Could we have cut some stuff? Probably, and just jump into the meat, but we wanted to have some fun with the film, and I know you guys that watch YouTube, you guys like us together, so how could we not play with it a bit and, bullshit with each other? It was really good. It's always a good time doing scenes together.
Green, I am a YouTuber. You might know me from the Angry...
And this is crazy, too, because in Psycho Family, the documentary, believe it or not, we filmed an interview with Michael and Boogie. They were at VidCon 2016, Brian Spitz and our film crew for the Psycho Fam doc. We filmed an interview with Michael and Boogie in like a restaurant. And it was a little noisy background, but they talked about the Psycho series and their channels as well. And unfortunately, I don't know why, Brian, it was not included in the final cut. And I'm like, bro, that's fucking stupid. Like, they're massive YouTubers, and if we want this thing to do well, having them in it, also, like, their fans want to see that. Like, it didn't make sense why I got cut, but I didn't have that control over it. So I'm super grateful and glad that I was able to get Michael in this. Because we always had dreams of making a movie together. We wrote a movie together. I didn't expect these to be the circumstances for a film, but to have Mike's interview in this is fantastic. And to get him to talk about his dad and the YouTube channel, too, is a cool way to kind of give back to your fellow creator. And he just has had these crazy precogs. Let's get into this shit. This shit's wild. I might need a snack while we're listening to Mike, 'cause I'm gonna let Mike's run, because it's a deep section. What should I get to eat? Should I get some? Oh no. Alright, I got this. I need to get paper towels, bro. This is about to be a mess. Michael's not even here physically, but yet just seeing his presence makes me want to eat. Such a bad influence. This is a wrap that I got delivered from a place 30 minutes away. It's a day old now. I don't even know which one this is. Oh, it's covered in dressing. Let me go full screen. Hold on. You guys are about to watch me fucking eat. Yeah, this is... Let's see if I can... It looks like it's like chicken, lettuce, craisins. I hate it when they just like fucking put way too much dressing on something. Ooh, it's swimming in it, bro. Ugh. This better not be shit, bro. I'm so hungry. Weird when you don't know what you're eating. It's not bad. Is it like a green goddess wrap? Is that what is that? fuck is in here? Walnuts? Ooh. Something's brown, dude. Oh, I can't be eating that. It's gonna fuck me up. Nothing like having white shit all over your lips. Yeah, Dodge's market shut down, guys. I'm very sad about it. If you're wondering too, like, what did we eat during the filming of the movie? I wish I got catering, but we were traveling so much that it just like didn't make sense financially. But we ended up getting local pizzerias, like random DoorDash places, Asian food. We ordered from so many different places. I can't tell if I like it or not. It looks good, right? Alright, that was good. Shit, what am I doing? Let's play the fucking movie. That's what it's all about, right? That way you're not just staring at me awkwardly.
Grandpa show.
So your dad is Angry Grandpa.
My father is Angry Grandpa, the angriest old man on the internet. Was. I'm known as Kid Behind the Camera because I was always the guy filming the videos. You might have seen Angry Grandpa destroys PlayStation 4. It's got 40 million views. The video where I gave him his dream car on...
Hey. You stole that video. So like when you say, hey, I got 40 million views, thanks to McJuggerNuggets. Can we just... Okay.
Facebook has over 100 million views. The video...
All right. I got my dad's dream car because you got your dad's... All right. And I got 100 million views on Facebook, so... It evened out.
Are everywhere. Kevin Hart, Shaquille O'Neal, they were sharing a video where dad tried to scrub a tattoo off his back. And we were flat broke. We came from a trailer park. And from the trailer park, I was able to buy my father a house.
Crazy.
And he didn't have to worry about bills anymore until his death. YouTube has given me everything. Right now I have 2 kids and I upload daily.
A lot of people give Mike shit. How do you hear that? Like, I mean, we're just commonly memed on. I mean, that's just what happens, but you gotta give Mike his flowers, dude. I mean, that's just crazy, right? The come up they had, giving his dad a house, the car, like, I mean... The life that he built with the family, I don't know. I think he gets way too much shit.
Videos with them, and we're total white trash. That's what we are. McJuggerNuggets was my biggest competition on YouTube. One day, we're uploading Angry Grandpa videos, and we're the #1 in the freak out genre. Ah, he's dead! Oh my God! Cool down! Then all of a sudden there's this other guy that people are talking about. And at the beginning, I didn't think he was a threat. I better compete or my channel's done. Now all of a sudden he's doing videos with his father and they're breaking things. He took my thing.
I don't know how you sneak that through.
But that's what happened, Jesse.
Really? Did I get any royalties? Or?
No, you get nothing. McJuggerNuggets and I have done a ton of videos together. He's kidnapped my kid at one point. We've done so, it's all a blur. I don't even remember the videos.
When we first collabed, there was a notebook that you showed me in 2016. Can you talk about that?
Whatever I write is what I...
See, it was all fun and games. Like, oh, we're talking about our YouTube. And then all of a sudden, it transitions like, yo, but remember, we're here talking about precognition. And you can see, he didn't want to talk about it. I didn't even want to talk about it. Let's talk about YouTube videos and the glory days. But nope. Apparently, we're in store for a much deeper ride.
I write. Sometimes it's little notes, sometimes it's complete gibberish, and sometimes what I write down has happened. I don't even know what I'm thinking when I'm writing at the time. All I know is I'll snap out of it and I'll look and, I wrote some stuff. And then I'll turn the page and write something else. I haven't shared it because people call our videos fake, so they're not going to believe it. I was ashamed of it.
Is there a certain fear you have for this specifically being called fake?
Yeah, because it's real.
Do you believe it to be real?
Sometimes I just don't have an explanation for it. I don't know what it is.
This page says the love that you bring has helped me. The gate is a nightmare. You know.
Yes, I remember this because the song came out.
What's the song?
Love that you bring.
That's the first line you have. Yep.
Brings me home.
How's the chorus
go? Do you love
go?
me? Do you need me? Do you wanna believe me? Do you think that you don't need me? Do you wanna deceive me?
Yeah, that's what you have. Pretty much.
Right. I mean, Jesse, I understand.
Do you?
And sometimes I'll write fake albums that don't exist that I want to, and I'll sing them to myself, and I'll pretend that the songs are real. Sometimes I'll go to the computer and design them. The album's called Recovery.
You have written Recovered.
Look at the cover that I drew.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I see a man on a road. You see the lines.
White trash party.
You have white trash party written down.
Going through changes.
You have gone through changes written down.
Jesse, I'm gonna look like some kind of weirdo right now. Nobody's buying this.
Yep, here's another image of an Eminem album cover. A man's face as it kind of blends in with a flag. What are some of the tracks on that album?
Walk on Water.
Your first track, you have Water to Wine.
River.
You have the River. What's with the star?
Star indicates a single. River was a single, yes.
You're getting some of these verbatim, word for word.
Yes. It's a very important album to me. It leaked the day of Dad's funeral.
You think that's why? Do you have a real fear of stuff that's to come? Because there was one entry you had with an asteroid hitting the Earth in 2029.
And coming back in 2036. I've had dreams about it.
You've also had dreams.
That asteroid entry is not free writing. I purposely wrote that one.
Jesus Christ, Mike. You have a shooting in Vegas. 2017 says Mandalay Bay.
Yes.
Parkland, Florida says school shooting, gun violence. It's all written together.
Right, but what do I do with this?
It's not even a matter of what do you...
If I go to the police and say, hey, there's going to be a shooting, I'm going to get arrested.
I have a page open right here. It says contagious. It says after a bite from a bat, the world shuts down from a virus that spreads like the plague. The president fails to control it, and suddenly we're getting delivered groceries and even washing them. The vaccine isn't trusted, and the scientists are idiots. Nobody wears a mask, and it never goes away. This was written before 2020.
It was written in like 2010.
Correct. It says, happy birthday, Dad. Life is so good, and I keep waiting for it to drop on my head. I don't want to lose you, but I have a bad feeling. Is it coming? How long? Under 5 years. His dad is sick, not telling us. Look at his skin. What is the relevance with look at his skin? You have that underlined.
I kept having a feeling, dreams where he wasn't in them for the future. So I told him to get checked for cirrhosis of the liver because his skin was ripping really easily. And I told him, I was like, Dad, maybe you should get checked for cirrhosis. And he told me, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine, mate. And he died of cirrhosis.
You have this written in 2014.
Yeah. What does it mean?
Did you ever show him this?
No. I told him to get checked. I asked him if he would get some blood work. Part of me thinks he already knew. Where I lived in fear my whole entire life of my father's death. It haunted me since I was a child. I would open the door to make sure he's still breathing when I was 10. And then when he passed away, I never felt anything about it again. I'm not afraid of death anymore. I'm not.
Do you think you would have listened Bridget, if Michael had said something about you, something was going to happen to you, would you have listened to him?
Yeah, I would.
At this point now, because you've seen enough evidence.
I've warned you about stuff and you don't believe it.
Oh.
Would you?
Well, if it was about me, yeah.
Bridget, grandma, much older, long way to go. And then what is his name?
Sumner.
Sumner. Who is that?
That was my grandpa.
And it has written here May 2nd, 2010, 84 years. And this was written May 2nd, 2009. Did Sumner die on
Yes.
May?
I never told her grandmother this. They're gonna hate me for it.
They're not gonna hate you.
You died a year later. To the day.
And it's just mind-boggling for somebody who's had this many experiences like you've had.
What is it? Come on, please. Like, every time you turn to a new page, Mike.
Did you just write this, Mike?
What does it say? Please, show me, because now I'm freaking out.
So Jesse tries to kill himself?
What?
Wife dies after a battle with cancer.
It's a movie idea.
I've seen Ashley. I've had visions.
You've dreamed this?
No. I've seen it in waking life. I've seen her bald. I've seen her with cancer. It says they live on another plane, always around us, always watching. They appear to us like loved ones. Because we're being haunted.
Stop. You're internalizing this stuff too much, Jesse. It's like, that's a movie idea, man.
Yeah, but a lot of my video ideas have ended up coming true. And you're writing this movie. And now that I see the name, you've mentioned this movie before. So it's one that you've been writing for a while. It's an idea you've had for a long time.
Yes.
It's all like linked because you're feeling it. You're feeling the future.
Yes. Genuinely, I never thought about it like that.
Which part?
When I'm writing movie ideas about shit, I'm thinking it's a movie idea because it's an idea that came to me, but like, what if it's not? What if it's something? Yes. It's a movie, man. It's a movie, man.
So we're just stuck in this. I mean, I feel like that's the only way for it to be true, right?
We're fucked.
Would you want to try to tap in now? Me and you, like one-on-one, see if we can get anything?
It's not gonna work.
What if it does?
Back in 2019, Jesse had this idea that maybe we could send messages to each other if we're standing across from each other.
He looked like Bobby Hill.
I had Bridget on the phone. I texted her the emoji for the Easter Island head.
True story.
Let's see if he guesses it. And he guessed it. First thing out of his mouth was Easter Island. And the hairs on my arms stuck up, and he thought we were lying.
Crazy.
We both cried. Because how do you explain it? How did that happen?
So I wasn't reading your mind. It's just that I would later get exposed to Easter Island, and I was somehow able to see it.
So you think the loop scenario. So because you see it here, you can see it here.
I love the animations. The animations are so cool.
I'm afraid to speak it out loud because I don't want it to be wrong. I'm also afraid it might be right too. Waterfall, Appalachian, like evergreen trees. Completely off, right?
Heisenberg.
Well, at the end of Breaking Bad, he was... I'll give you a prompt. Animal.
Llama? There's nothing, Jesse. There's nothing to this.
I would keep trying. Keep trying.
You can just keep naming animals all day. Horse?
Hippopotamus. Are we forcing it?
Well,
Is
yeah,
that the
this
thing?
is definitely forcing it.
So I got a word actually that came to me, and the word was feline.
What are we doing here, guys?
Like a cat.
What are we
So,
doing?
I don't...
Uncle Larry.
Let's get one more.
Eventually, a broken clock is right twice a day. I have no explanation
I'll pick another. Let me pick another one.
We're done. That's it. That's it.
That's
Jesse.
what we need. We want to get at least one on camera.
Fake it then.
Who else is gonna? How many people do you know that has a notebook? How many people do you know that's predicted deaths like that?
Everything
It's
that
me and
I've
you,
written
and
has
that's
been
it.
on my own. Everything you have seen has been on your own. Can't do it under like people staring.
This is the day that
I
we
will
have.
walk-
We're in your house, so there's nowhere to leave.
I'll catch an Uber. I'm gonna leave and walk away. Seriously.
We did it once. We can do it again. We did it once. Mike.
I can't do this all
agreed to
day
let
with
us-
you.
You agreed to let us film here,
And we've been here for
and I
like
want to
7.5
get one.
hours.
I want to get one.
What is this?
I told you, it's Precognitive Dream Work by Eric Wargo. He also wrote this book, Time Loops. I'm going to interview him. I think it'd be great if you were there.
Where does he live?
Washington, D.C.
No, thank you.
you want answers, you want to understand it like I do, then yeah, we're going to talk to the expert who knows.
And what is me being in Eric Wargo's house going to solve on anything?
If you read these books and he talks about what's in there, you will be convinced. He's coming up with terms. He's been studying this for decades.
How much money have you spent on this?
I invested everything into this film.
Everything, Jesse? Oh.
I still get these visions. I still get things.
I haven't gotten anything in a while.
Maybe because you closed yourself off to it.
I don't. Yes, that's exactly what I've done. And you should too.
So could you please, can you come with me? Because I'm tired of feeling like I'm alone in this. I know we haven't talked in a bit. But I thought it'd be nice to reopen that, and I have somebody who's been there with me.
Hey, you can write me anytime that you want. Okay?
That's all. That's.
Of course, dude. You just gotta unblock me. And your dad and your mom. Have your family unblock me. We can be friends. But this, I can't go to this guy's house. I got kids. I thought you were giving it to me.
You have money. Go order your own book. You probably won't.
I wasn't gonna read it.
I didn't think so. Do your own dad's death. How many times in there? And you still can't honestly look me in the eyes and say you don't believe that there's something here. Look me in the eyes and tell me genuinely that you don't believe there's something here.
You wanna know the truth? If it's real, and I could have prevented it, I don't know how I live with myself. If that's the truth. If I could have said something to Dad, or I could have prevented it, I'm not going to be able to live with myself. It can't be real. It can't be real.
Of all the people in this sick joke that would be having these visions, it's just me and this guy who have faked our entire lives for the internet.
You can show them proof on this movie and they'll never believe you. I'm sorry, man. I'll believe you. If you show me proof, I'll believe you.
It's not enough.
Jesse, it's gotta be.
Sorry the business stuff didn't work out with us.
I did that business because I believed in you.
Well, I hope you believe in me now, because I don't have anything left. I need to figure out what this is. And goddamn, I just hope people believe it. Because if this comes out and they don't believe the stuff that we're saying, I'm done. I don't think I can recover from that.
Just prepare yourself for the possibility that they will.
Wow. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. It's one thing you watch the movie and you're like, oh, that's poor Jesse, right? I see somebody say, I feel bad for Jesse. I was like, well, now you're watching it with Jesse live. So it's like, awkward. One of my favorite scenes of the movie is me and Mike there at the end. Because it's such a powerful scene. The music's hitting. Mike's like, if I could, it can't be real. It can't. Like, because if it was real and he got that information ahead of time and he could have changed things, like, that's a serious skill. Yeah, Mike did get unblocked. Mike's unblocked on, I think my family unblocked him. I know I did. We follow each other again. And if you guys got to see, I posted a couple behind the scenes videos on the main channel in the fall, continuations of these scenes and whatnot with Michael. But I love the scene. I mean, his interview's crazy. All the stuff that he predicted, the Eminem albums, the shooting. He even had the pandemic in there. The song lyrics that he's singing, Bridget's. The fact that he got Bridget's, grandfather, Sumner, like, it was like a year prior to the day, and he had it written down literally verbatim. Like, that's fucking nuts. I'm sorry. Like, that is crazy. And so you can see Mike struggling with, like, what do I do with this? You know? Could Mike have changed it? He says he tried to warn AGP, to get tested, but it didn't matter. AGP didn't listen. You know, so it's almost like it didn't matter how hard he tried, in a matter of speaking, it just was always going to happen. Like, could Michael have warned Sumner? I mean, that was to the day. Could have at least changed the day? I don't know. I mean, we confronted it with Joan Voros in the beginning of the movie, and we'll see her later on since you guys seen it. But can you change the fate of some of these dreams? I mean, I feel like you have to try, but is there a self-fulfilling prophecy and you end up causing more issues? I don't know. I don't know. Any questions, you guys? That's a Rafflecopter. That's a very good question. Did you ever foresee the things that happened with Storyfire? The things with Storyfire is trippy because my relationship with Brian Spitz, the director of Psycho Family, and then later we made Storyfire together. We did a series called the Hollywood Hype Series promoting the documentary, and in it, me and Brian were going toe-to-toe legally in the storyline of that series. We had lawyers involved, and we were fighting over the rights. That is literally verbatim what ends up happening with Storyfire. We're lawyered up, and we're fighting over basically the rights to Storyfire. I'm not going to lie. I always wanted to be a part of Hollywood. I always wanted, to have those types of opportunities in traditional media. So when I met Brian and we got matched up for the documentary, I was excited, and I was happy with how everything worked out. But there always, you know how it is with people. Comments would pick it out. They're like, I don't trust Brian. And we played into it on the channel. But I felt that gut feeling too. There were so many times where I was like, I don't know. There's something off about him, and I can't place it. It's a look. It's a feeling. Sometimes you get that feeling with people. And I had it with Brian. But I kind of tried to suppress it and ignore it, because I was more just sold on the idea of this is a guy who's a Hollywood director. So what could go wrong? And I put too much trust in the wrong place. And, sometimes you can go against your intuition. And my intuition was telling me that there's something off with him. The sad thing is the Storyfire platform and the success that we were achieving was all great. And we would have kept going. I had $1 million more ready to deploy into the platform, and I think with that money we would have got more investors and we would have been successful. I think we would have eventually worked it out, but there's nothing I could do because Brian was the main equity holder, so he could veto any decision I make, and unfortunately stop me from investing. So it really wasn't so much Storyfire being the issue. It was actually my partner who forbid me from putting more money in and forbid me from being an equal partner. But to the topic of the intuition, there was something always off about him that I felt and I ignored. And then also, Michael mentions it about AGP, and it's something I've experienced too. I never once dreamt about Storyfire. That was a lot of day-to-day work and effort and a lot of money. So much went into that platform, but yet, why am I not having any dreams about it? Because Michael mentions it about his dad. He's like, all of a sudden, AGP stopped being in my dreams. And I felt that way about Aunt Jackie a few years ago. I started to not see her in the picture anymore, even though she was still around. And so it's very bizarre to feel that way with somebody who's Aunt Jackie was, say, even in a room with me, and I felt like she shouldn't be. I felt like she was almost in overtime. That's how I felt. And I would communicate that to other family members. I was like, something's off. I have old text messages to prove, and it's just crazy. Linda George, you were correct. And that's ultimately, I'm kind of posing the question, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on, can you change the future based off these dreams? And I do ultimately land on, yes, you can. I don't think you would be receiving the future information unless you're supposed to act on it. Yeah, I think it's that simple. But how crazy is that? Something so subtle of you're not dreaming of somebody and then they pass away, or maybe you're being warned that they're going to pass away, or even with something with Storyfire where I'm not dreaming about this business that is day to day, and that's a clue that it's just not going to be my future, and it's a misalignment. Fucking crazy. Westman says, I felt it during the poker streams. You're talking about the blackjack streams. That's interesting. You genuinely felt that. It was weird too with Blackjack. Like she wasn't her normal self. She wasn't as like jovial as she used to be. And like with those Blackjack streams, it was hard to get her to come out to Blackjack. And I'm like, but it's free money and you gamble with that. And she thought she had to gamble, and there's just something, I don't know. Sometimes, guys, and you maybe have felt it, and it's not always a death thing, but you meet people and there's like an energy. There's a feeling you get when you're with them. And it only comes out when you're with that person. And your nervous system like cues you to certain things. Like sometimes you could be in a group of people and you feel uncomfortable. And then you're with another group and you feel great and you're flowing. And you have to take notice to that nuance, that subtlety inside yourself. Don't look around, look in and be like, wait, why am I more guarded right now with these people? It's a clue that you're not with the right people. But people need to get better at listening to their gut and their intuition. But yes, rest in peace to Aunt Jackie. And Angry Grandpa, happy Father's Day to Angry Grandpa. Happy Father's Day to Psychic Dad as well. It's unfortunate that I had this stream planned for today. It's not really what I wanted for Father's Day. But I had to get all this off my chest while I had the energy to do so. Any more questions, guys, before we jump into the next section of the film, which is Eric Wargo, which is a very heavy section as well. So I want to see if there's any final questions. We're going to zoom through Wargo and then talk about it after. How is my brother so strong? Random question, but he works out, man. Eats good and works out. Noobs, do you feel it in relationships as well? Yes. Like even like all my exes, you could feel when things were turning, or even with my like ex-camera people, like there was a palpable turn in energy, and you could feel when somebody was being sussy. And it's not always like, some of that though can be down to like facial cues and the way people say things. So I wouldn't say that's necessarily like precognition, but I do think it plays a part in it. You start to feel anxious. But I remember all my exes, the second you start to get that feeling, like, bro, like, the end is near with the relationship. And I've gone against that feeling many times with my exes of just being like, or even ex-cameraman, you try to make it work and you're like, no, we can push through this. It'll be fine. It ends up not being fine. You should have just listened to your gut and called it, Z Niven says, are you not making any money off this money? I mean, I'm not making any money really off the movie anymore because it's out for free, if that's what you mean. But stream-wise, there's some kind donators in here. And if you guys want to donate, I'd really appreciate it. Wanted to give you guys a cool stream today. And if you want to have a question asked, $20. But I'm reading chat right now. I've been reading. How do you know what precognition? How do you trust your own mind? Well, Ride to the Guy, it's tricky. It takes practice. You have, like, the mind is important, right? The mind, it's important to be logical about things and still check things. However, there's times where logic can only take you so far. And there's times where you just get a feeling. And that feeling comes from within. And it's like if you ever got, say, stage fright or something, or you're about to public speak, or you're talking to a girl and you get nervous and you get like butterflies and shit, and you feel it in your stomach. And your heart's fluttering. Like, that's internal shit that the brain, that's not you thinking, that's you feeling stuff. Like, that's what you kind of got to lean more into. And it just takes practice of not looking outward, is feeling. How do you feel inward? Do you feel the air conditioning on right now? Do you feel the meal coursing through your body? Do you feel the electrical impulses going from your heart to, say, your hand when you feel it? Unfortunately, with social media and the way the world is now, everything's becoming more and more thought-based and thinking-based, and we're losing that ability. I love Donnie Darko. There's a lot of Donnie Darko's Obi-Wan referenced in this film. My favorite Easter eggs in the film, I don't want to spoil it, You tell me what Easter eggs you like, because I didn't want to watch the movie and just like snipe every single one. Do you think there's a difference between precognition and coincidence? Definitely. There are many coincidences that happen in life, but you could make a case that all coincidences are by design. It's hard to say. Jesse, do you think RiDGiD Studio could get they're on HQ so people can work there and make movie with you? Benz, I mean, after this movie, Paul was supposed to stay on full time, and then we were exploring making more movies and doing bigger projects, potentially hiring more people. But once he left, and then, you know, Ashley and I became more like, I mean, really my health took a shit. But we kind of been in more family mode, but who knows what the future holds. And yeah, the original plan for this movie was it to sell to a streamer. And with the 3-act structure we have, it makes a great episode 1, 2, and 3 for a docu-series, which Netflix and the streamers are very into. Unfortunately, I think a few of them didn't believe it to be true. They thought this was not real, which is funny. And then Netflix specifically, they had already picked up a few documentaries, and so they didn't want any more documentaries. Unfortunately, it was a timing thing. In some other platforms, it was too long or different reasons. Or I put a list, I forget where it is, of the streamers. I had a list of 20 streamers that we pitched it to, and they all had different reactions. Did your dad ever get mad at you besides the video? Oh yeah, my dad definitely would get mad. It's based off real shit. Anyway, guys, let's hop into Eric Wargo, because Eric Wargo in the film does a fantastic job at answering so many questions and using like historical examples, and the animation here is some of my favorite throughout the film. Let's check it out. He's just a great character, Eric Wargo. I say character, he's really in. But...
Yeah, we were coming from South Carolina, and then as my fellow precog, he's had a lot of experiences, and then yeah, he didn't really want to come with, so it's just me.
Why didn't he want to come?
He's actually a bit freaked out by all of it.
People are scared of the topic.
Yeah,
scared when it happens, and they don't understand.
Really makes me feel like that I'm just kind of playing all of this out, that I don't have control of anything.
Maybe that's true.
I'm about to like trauma dump on you, and then
I made the mistake of putting my email in the book.
You're right.
It's not a mistake, but I've gotten a lot of emails.
Well, how do you feel when people start telling you their dreams?
I love hearing their dreams, because dreams are the most brilliant things, and we're all genius artists while we're sleeping. And that ingenuity in the way a person will represent some future event in a dream scenario is just, it's brilliant. I'm Eric Wargo. I have a PhD in anthropology, and I work as a science writer in Washington, D.C. I am the author of 2 books on precognition.
Which I think he's the author of like 6 books now. I've actually lost track. If you just look up Eric Wargo, you can find all these books. The purple one right here, Precognitive Dream Work, that's the one that really tickled me. It was a simple read, which I like, and it shared so many different stories about precognition, and it was very validating, and it was a fantastic book. If I didn't read that book, I might not have felt like as confident with my experiences. It really kind of opened me more up to this idea. But yeah, if you ever want to check out his books, look up Eric Wargo. You'll find them all. It's very fascinating stuff.
Time loops and precognitive dream work and the long self. Physicists since Einstein's time have pretty much accepted that we live in what's called a block universe. That is to say, we live in a space-time continuum. What that implies is that the future already exists. And it's that cosmology, that block universe cosmology, that allows something like precognition to exist, because it means that there is a future that can influence us now. You can get all kinds of things out of your dreams. You can get creative insights, personal insights. You need to get a feel for that associative language, get a feel for the way that your brain is taking real life and twisting it and transforming it and turning it into something symbolic. In the ancient world, in ancient Greece, in ancient Egypt, there were temples and caves where people would go to dream, to have healing dreams. And there were priests that would help you interpret your dreams. And it was believed that they could, by sleeping in caves, they could get in touch with the dead. And the dead, because they didn't have bodies, were more in touch with the future. And so they would ask the dead questions about the future.
Once I would get control of my dreams, I would start to query future information. Dead family members would tell me things. It was almost like I got control, and it started to become a very bad thing. It is a bad thing. It is currently a bad thing. It's like an obsession now of like trying to get future information, Because I've had relatives die that I knew would die, and I want to stop it. But I can't stop it. Then why show it?
Which is crazy, because at this time in 2023, I'm referring to past family members that I knew would die based off dreams or intuitions. And the ultimate irony is the Aunt Jackie, who this film ends up being dedicated to, is an ultimate precog with her in the film and just outside of it. And I'm referring to this phenomenon that I'm tired of dreaming people's deaths, and then it happens and there's nothing I can do about it. Little did I know here that the Aunt Jackie was coming, or maybe I did know subconsciously. Like, this shit's crazy, man. And Eric Wargo
What do I do? What is it?
It's a normal thing. And it happens to everybody.
It doesn't feel like it's normal.
Well, it doesn't feel like it's normal because our culture doesn't normalize it. Okay, our culture, first of all, sweeps the whole topic under the rug. One of the things that I've learned in my study of this topic is that those bad things that you dream about, they're just a tiny fraction.
If I decide to lean into it, that this was all a real thing, that, okay, maybe you can see a little bit into the future, well, then all of this is BS.
All of what is BS?
Existence, like life. Like, it just feels like I don't have choice, that I don't have any free will whatsoever.
I think the free will thing is partly a Western hang-up. Einstein's discoveries showed that for any present moment in the universe, there's a point of view from which it's already in the past. So from that point of view, it's not free will. Prophecies are always on some level self-fulfilling. That is to say, they are part of a loop where our freely willed actions lead to some point that we have prophesied. And that point that we have prophesied has fed back and influenced our actions leading to that point.
It kind of created some form of magic in this world that was, I guess, nice to cling to.
And it's given you the topic of a feature film.
Here we are.
It's incredibly common for artists, for their life to imitate their art in some uncanny way. There was an 1898 novel called Futility by a sea adventure writer named Morgan Robertson. And in this novel, the largest ocean liner ever, called Titan, collides with an iceberg on an April night in the North Atlantic on a run between New York and Liverpool. And almost all the passengers are killed because there aren't enough lifeboats. Virtually that same scenario played out 14 years later with the Titanic disaster. In that case, it was a mirror image of that run between Liverpool and New York. So many people, for instance, had premonitions of 9/11 before it happened. David Mandel woke up from a dream on September 11th, 1996, in which the towers in New York were crashing together. And he painted this and then had himself photographed under the clock at his local bank because he very frequently had
5 years
premonitions that came true.
to the
A few months
day.
after that, he had another dream of planes crashing into the towers. So as you can imagine, he was pretty stunned when the events unfolded.
The exact day, 5 years prior.
You have a term for that in your book, right?
Yeah, calendrical resonance. There's some way in which, just the same way that you might be unconsciously primed by an anniversary to I'm in a bad mood today, and you look at the calendar, it's like, oh, this is the day that my girlfriend broke up with me 2 years ago, whatever. The same way that we're primed that way, I think we're primed in the opposite direction.
Had you heard of this woman in Toronto? She won $60 million in 2021 based off of the exact sequence of numbers that were dreamt by her husband 19 years earlier.
What?
Wow, no, I did not know about that case.
Tried to get her an interview and talked to the lottery, and I talked to the news, and they were like, she's not giving any handouts.
Right.
Everybody was like, no, I just want to talk to her about the dreaming, the numbers. No, I don't want the money, right?
You know, to have a dream that comes true a day later, well, it's pretty mind-blowing. To have a dream that comes true decades later, like, talk about certainty that you live in a block universe.
At Seth Rohithflow donated $20 through Super Chat. Hey Jesse, I have a question about Beck. Is it me or has he let down his fans from the clickbait and him forgiving Charlie, the same guy who threatened AGP? Man, I just feel AGP would be sad the way Huss doing the youngins.
At first I was like, who's back? I think you probably spell like KBAC, kid behind a camera. Yeah, I've loosely been keeping up with Mike. Yeah, I saw he was definitely you just took us out of the vibes of Eric Wargo and Precog and shit. The 9/11 stuff's insane, as well as the Titanic stuff. We're flowing. But I do appreciate the $20. No, I think it's great. He just reunited with his sister Jennifer, reuniting with his brother Charlie. Michael's been going through a tough time, so it makes sense. You want to reconnect with family members as you get older, and I mean, I feel it already. You start to be able to count on one hand people that you can depend on, and people that have shared memories and experiences. And with AGP passed, that family, I think it was bad when everyone's fractured. When families are fractured, it's never good. There may be good reasons for it, but I think it's really powerful, just like how me and Mike squashed our beef, to get people back together. And it's cool that he's still, because Mike doesn't owe fans or owe anyone anything, right? He built all this. So to be at this point where he doesn't need to, he's still sharing his life and still putting effort into the videos. I think he needs more love and support than the audience. And I feel that same way sometimes to Miles. I think the creator, if you love these creators and you want them to do this and that, whatever, I think we got to be a bit more graceful, because they don't owe us anything, and just to get any kind of content is great, because I mean, we're fucking 20 years deep into this career, and Michael could sail off into the sunset. A lot of these creators could, and yet no, they're still here, still making content. And so I would go easier. I would go easier. I think AGP would actually be very proud. But again, that's not my family, but I appreciate the 20.
I even had one small dream where it was real basic. I just felt in the back of my mouth really sharp pain in the back near the molars, and it inspired me to go to the dentist, and there was a cavity right there. And so that dream just really helped me out there.
Freud's story is so ironic from start to finish, it's not even funny. He was having arguably precognitive experiences throughout his life. He didn't really dream of how he was going to die, but he dreamed about the oral cancer that he was going to develop later in his life. Part of this dream was these symptoms in the mouth of one of his patients, nearly 3 decades later, matched exactly what happened in his own mouth. I argue that dream was a premonition that just went unrecognized, as most premonitions do. Harriet Tubman had what we would now call very standard precognitive dreams. Dreams about a particular family member being in danger, or she would see herself.
This shit's crazy. Not only is it a dope animation, I mean, it's a little goofy, right? We learn about, Black history and everything, and Harriet Tubman and whatever. We never learned that she was having dreams of her flying over the landscapes to be able to see and tell which directions and paths to go to get her and her people to safety. Like, bro, what the At the time, though, she would say it was God giving these messages to her. But, as I think we'll begin to keep understanding more about how it works, I think potentially genetically she maybe have had a bit better of an ability of foresight to be able to save her ass and navigate the world. But that's crazy. She's flying over to get a better lay of the land. Like, what?
Flying over the landscape. She would dream about women dressed in white, who would help her on her journeys to the north. When she was in her early teens, she received a very strong blow on the head. Quite common in the biographies of people with powerful precognitive experiences that they have some sort of a physical trauma, like a head injury or being struck by lightning or something like that.
I had a brain injury right around when I was the age of 21. Do you feel like that brain injury has any relevance to this? I've had them after the brain injury, before the brain injury.
One of the most striking modern cases of a regular precognitive dreamer is a woman named Elizabeth Crone. In 1988, she was struck by lightning. She started having regular precognitive dreams. And one of the vivid details was that the passengers were somehow standing on the wings. What happened was, a few hours later, Chesley Sullenberger pilots his plane to a safe landing on the Hudson. All the passengers then come out standing on the wings waiting to be rescued by nearby boats. And these photos went viral on the internet. Was it the lightning strike which somehow jolted something loose in her brain, you know, or did it just like give her this heightened awareness of death and things that would magnetize her attention after that? You know, was it just more like a trauma? Who knows? I mean, I think there's all kinds of ways in which these kinds of experiences can change us. Precognition is intuition by another name. It is a kind of memory. It's a kind of connection to our own future. The same way memory, or ordinary memory, is a connection to our past.
Where does deja vu fall into this? Is this because I've had a tremendous amount, and I would swear that it was a dream that I had that I didn't write down, and that's where that familiarity came from.
Yeah, a lot of people ask that. A lot of people think that, well, deja vu must be an aspect of this, and it could be. The trouble is there's no way to test it.
I remember I was in Atlantic City getting a call that one of my close friends had overdosed. His name was Scott. He shows up in my dreams a lot. I remember walking this Atlantic City street thinking Scott had just died, and I just got this crazy deja vu. I was like, I'd lived this before.
Well, I just had deja vu.
What?
I just had deja vu.
Nah.
Is it odd?
No, I just had deja vu.
How could that be possible?
Usually it's knowing what
Crazy.
people are gonna say.
Uh-huh.
Like I've already heard them say the phrase before
Yeah.
they've said it, and
Right.
it's literally I could like word for word say it. But then all of a sudden it does feel like it shifts. Like once I draw attention to it, all of a sudden
you lose it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Another thing that contributes to precognitive abilities is sort of being able to linger on that borderline between waking and sleep. Those semi-awake states, it's called hypnagogia. Those are the sort of dreamlike images that you have on your way to falling asleep. Those are often rich for precognitive material. Thomas Edison famously got inspiration by maintaining himself in a state of hypnagogia. Now, I don't know exactly what his method was. Salvador Dali, he's the one who used a pair of, like, he'd hold some keys in his hand. He would have a plate below the keys, and he would sit in a chair, and then as he dozed off, he'd drop the keys, and that would wake him up. And so that's the key to accessing hypnagogic information. Or in Dali's case, painted. I mean, he would paint these very elaborate paintings of these just bizarre images that would occur to him on the edge of sleep.
Because can I show you something?
Sure.
Have you come across this man before?
No.
Does it look familiar at all?
No.
He's appeared in multiple dreams of mine, and like he's told me future information.
Well, dreams always personify things, and they personify abstractions. And it sounds like your dreaming brain is personifying the idea of precognition. That's an abstraction right there. And it's personifying it by attaching it to a figure.
To me, I feel as close to evil as you can get. Like I don't get a good impression from him, and when he tells me any of these details, I almost feel like he's got an agenda that is not for my benefit.
Isn't that how you feel about precognition in general?
Mic drop.
Figures that appear evil in our dreams, if we encounter them in real life, they're not evil at all. I mean, don't be afraid of this guy.
Like he's like the last person I'm gonna see.
In your life, you mean?
Yeah. So like if I ever do see him, I think that'll be it. I think that'll be the end.
I would say that you're probably wrong.
I love that. I love that delivery. That was such a good reaction. Because he has no idea, you know, what the hell I'm going to ask him or say. So he'll just be like, I think you're fucking full of shit. His interview was so good. Yeah, that was another one of those ones where we had shit. I mean, it was like four hours worth of quality Eric Wargo footage. So to get that down to 20 minutes was not easy. What a funny ass. I love that. I think you're probably wrong. Good stuff. Guys, Eric Wargo covers a lot with all the animated stories, historical examples, tries to drop some knowledge on us, and it's just like, it's nuts, man. It's nuts. Even that story I shared about, does my brain injury play into this? Does it? I don't think it does, but I think it was more from a trauma standpoint where it has me looking out for potential pitfalls in the future. You know, I don't want to end up brain injuring, or like that woman, you don't want to get struck by lightning again, so it'd be nice to know ahead of time. The cavity thing was really handy, knowing health problems coming. Slick says, love the interview with him. He's good, dude. He's good. And he's still doing lots of interviews, lots of random podcasts and things. I'm glad he's getting like that recognition. I got to put this wrap in the trash, bro. It smells. He's been popping off, and there's a couple other people in this space that have been popping off that we'll talk about when they show up. We're about to be heading to Ions. Well, somebody said there's too many ads. There's fucking ads running. Let me see. I can turn them off for you. Oh, I can delay ads? I don't know how this works. Brittany said 2 months ago I had a gut feeling when my dog was sitting on my lap looking in my eyes that this was going to be our last moment together. And many hours later she died. Maybe part of me somehow knew. Wait, your dog went from like fine to a few hours, like, was it an older dog? No ads for you guys? Yeah, the ads will probably, I'm probably going to get copyrighted on this. Ironically, once we get to the musical parts of the movie. But I ain't doing this stream for money, but Mr. Burgies, yeah. This this probably will be the last like precog related piece of content for some time. I'm still gonna tweet about my precognitive stuff or do Instagram post, like social posts and stuff. But as far as videos, probably not, because most of the people like subscribe don't care about dream in the future, and that's just the reality for it. Like, you guys that are in here either like are interested in hearing about this stuff or just are diehard fans, but you know, I mean, it's just like I used to say, it's for the kids. Like, people want to see the dad break the thing. Somebody asked, with the success of Markiplier's Iron Lung, does that motivate you to try and work in mainstream Hollywood? I always thought MVE would translate phenomenally. Thank you for saying that. 100% agree. We tried to sell MVE a few years ago. I don't think my manager tried like as hard as he could have. But I haven't given up on MVE. It's still too good. I would say beyond the success of Markiplier's Iron Lung is Obsession and Backrooms. Those two films just recently really putting YouTubers on the map. Or Raka Raka. Not to dismiss Iron Lung success either. But, I mean, I'll be honest, you know, and I'll talk about it more after we finish watching the film. I didn't care for the process that much. Even if I stayed healthy, I didn't like it. It was exciting because it was like, it was bigger, but I kind of like the run and gun of YouTube and streaming better. Like, dude, I had 10 times more fun with the Survival series, that month of Survival series, which was 24/7, than I had the month of Don't Dream About Me. And actually, what's fucking crazy is the Survival series made like 50 grand, and Don't Dream About Me took 3 years and only made like 30. So like financially and but just like entertainment, like fun wise, Psycho series, MVE, you know, Ursula, any of these, so much more fun than making a movie. Like, I personally, like, everyone's different. I didn't like making a movie. I'm glad we did. Like, it was cool that we did it. But as far as make another one, bro, I'd rather make a YouTube series, to be honest. I'd rather do a live series again, you know, anything else than a fucking movie.
At Brandy333 donated $20 through Super Chat. Hi. Been thinking of you. Love ya. And yeah, Backrooms was amazing. The storyline was meh, but the visuals were nostalgic, which made me happy.
I haven't seen that yet. Have you watched Obsession? I think that's the better of the two, just based off the trailer and vibes. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see them both. But yeah, that's how I feel about traditional, like the movie stuff. I think it's cool that you could make like you could make a movie and get it on Netflix and all this stuff. But I don't know. I like the real-time communication of live, and I also like the more quicker gratification of like making a short form piece of content or a YouTube video. To wait 2.5, 3 years for the movie to come out, and we're watching it, and it's fantastic, it's great, but I don't need to do another one. I'll let this be the calling card or whatever, you know. Anything live streaming with a series is more the wave right now. Like, even if it's like, imagine Psycho series, but it's like live. Like, that'd be crazy. Anyway, I can't do Psycho. I like always playing around with ideas, but much love, Brandy. I'm glad you're in here. Crazy. Anytime I see Brandy's name or some of you fans, it's just like I get nostalgia. It reminds me of like 10 years ago or something. Mostly because like I'm not live that frequently, so when I'm live, it reminds me of the good old days. Yeah, Psycho series live. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I mean, we kind of did it a few different times with, like, the live Psycho videos, like when we did the Room Destruction, or, like, Psycho Dead Raid stream, but I don't know. I have no idea.
At Brandy333 donated $20 through Super Chat. Obsession was good too, but silly. A good light-hearted movie.
it almost sounded like you like back rooms more by your wording, but they're two different movies. Guys, we're about to jump now into Ions, which is crazy. We traveled all the way to San Francisco to the Institute of Noetic Sciences, which is supposedly one of the premier research facilities for precognition and other noetic things. Like they do all kind of like telepathy and fucking psychokinetic shit, but like bending spoons and whatnot. And so I was very eager to go. It cost us like $30,000 to get the crew to San Francisco. Getting the equipment there was hell on earth. Things you don't think about. And just getting 10 people to San Francisco, flights cross country, I mean, this shit was crazy. But I was excited to maybe hopefully get some answers for Precognition. Some of you guys, you know how this turns out. I know how it turns out. Let's watch the train wreck here. Oh boy. It's a pretty dope location. I'd like the San Francisco area a lot. Traveled all the way across the country to Ions. This is the Institute of Noetic Sciences. Oh my. Wait, what was that? Oh, it wasn't a TTS? Which, guys, that logo you see on the screen, that Ions logo, that's not actually on the building. We did that in post. That is like... we did like motion tracking on the building. It's just like a rented building. That sign's not real. I just felt the need. Oh, thank you, Quote Girl, for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Me and Quote Girl got something cooking up. We've been working hard. All right, anyway. This is one of the premier research facilities on consciousness. We're getting to talk to some of the lead researchers in this field, and maybe finally, I can get some answers. Oh, I'll be damned. He actually showed up. Hello there, sir.
Okay.
Yakes TV.
Wow.
Cameo.
I didn't think
you
you'd
see
show
him?
up, man.
Yep. You seem like you're like not even sure why you're here.
I'm not sure why I'm here.
Now just keep in mind, as we see Michael in all these scenes, this is hard for me to watch because I'm still dealing with the health issues from the COVID-19 Michael brought to me and the crew. So even right now, Michael is low-key sick. I think he probably just thought he was jet lagged and tired from flying in. But little did we know, that motherfucker was sick AF.
You said you had something.
Yep, the scientists are kind enough to let us in with the cameras and let us do some experiments. So if you're ready, then let's do it.
I'm open to it. I wouldn't be here if I didn't trust you.
Like bleeding for no reason. But the one day we're all white, just bleeding.
It always happens like that, right?
You nervous? Or you can't be bringing the nervous energy and it'll affect the results.
I remember I was like, why is it? I know Michael probably felt like shit right there. Because I was like, yo, we're just going to kind of improv here on this couch while we're waiting. Just to make it awkward and funny. And he didn't speak at all. And I'm like, I think he chose not to speak because he felt like shit.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Cedric.
Welcome to Ions. How are you?
Thank you. Thanks for doing this. This is Michael, too, by the way.
Michael. Nice to meet you. I'm Cedric.
I thought he could be doing some of the experiments with us.
Sure, of course. No problem.
Cool.
Well, are you guys ready to go see the lab?
Oh, it's not here?
It's downstairs, yeah. These are the offices.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, we're here.
All right.
We're a little nervous, honestly.
Don't worry. You'll be safe.
Yeah, just a cave. So you actually believe in this stuff?
Well, I believe in the scientific method, and we do see significant effects. And I do believe people's subjective experiences.
Oh, is that
but
MVE
it's
helmet?
definitely a hard question to answer.
Yeah, very hard question, Mike.
What is this about?
This is a look at a sixth sense through time, through all the ages. People that can heal. This book's not even in English.
I need to do that.
I can't read this.
Every single one of these books, so consciousness, parapsychology, precognition. So you can't tell me there's not something here, or else people wouldn't have dedicated hundreds of years of research. Imagine writing a book this big.
I don't want to read a book that big.
True.
The Memoirs of a Psychic Spy, yeah, and then you got remote viewers. Like
Remote viewing, where's that at?
Eric Orgo was talking about Joe McMoneagle, remote viewer 001. They'd have him pick a spot in the world. He'd see it, and draw it, photographic memory, and then they'd reveal the location, and then they look at it with the picture. Perfect match.
Is that real?
Yes. Yeah.
This happened.
100%. This is a real thing. It was Operation Stargate. They ran it for like 20, 30 years, and they had success with it, and then they shut it down.
Why would they shut it down?
Well, the theory is that it's still going, but it's more in secret now.
Weren't there like CIA documents that leaked when they were like working on this?
No, it's
stuff?
all public now. They came out like 5 years ago. I don't know. So you can even read it all for yourself. It's possible that's just precognition. It's because they get exposed to the location in the future.
It just all keeps going back to it. It's
exactly.
it is interesting. Okay.
Like maybe everything just boils down to precognition.
Like maybe that's love at first sight.
Exactly.
Like maybe you just, when you feel it, I feel like I know you. Right.
Well, you will.
That's interesting.
I'm a senior.
Guys, it's crazy. I don't know if you saw, there's a shot of the books that we showed there, and you'll see Dean Radin's name on a few of those books. And Dean Radin is one of the founders of IONS, which is the facility that we're at. Dean Radin, although we tried to get him an interview, we couldn't get him. He wasn't down to come out to the lab. But he was just on Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan podcast last week, talking about precognition. Not only that, you're about to see Julia Mossbridge, who was also just on Joe Rogan last month. So you have two people talking about precognition on the Joe Rogan podcast, the biggest podcast in the world. They're talking about this shit. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Research associate at IONS. I've been here for about 5 years. We have studied meditation, altered states of consciousness, precognition, presentiment, telepathic experiences, remote viewing, all these phenomena that suggest people may access information that transcends space and time, that there may be more to reality than we think.
Why? I didn't say anything.
And this goes back to decades ago with the double slit experiment.
I'm convinced.
My favorite topic is presentiment precognition, mainly because I feel like it's the easiest to control scientifically.
The easiest.
Today we're going to use this headset called the Gallia, made by OpenBCI, a new headset that combines VR with electrophysiology. And so we're going to use that to study how your body may have processes that may predict car crashes.
Well, no, I'm not going to get shot, right?
No.
Have you guys done tests where it is to get, because I've seen it seems like it's more linked towards the more emotional response is the thing that gets like precognized.
We did see an increase in the occipital regions, which is the visual regions, as if the participants were seeing something. And that was only 130 milliseconds before the image appeared.
130 milliseconds?
Yeah, that's very, very fast.
I mean, I feel like that's proof right there, right? I mean, if you go 130 milliseconds, then what's stopping you from doing more?
What do you mean?
Let's get this thing on Jesse.
You're passively recording.
Passively?
Yeah.
Dude, it looks like a jigsaw trap.
See how it looks.
It's giving MVE vibes right here.
Who are the players in this space?
The players.
IONS has been a leader for a long time. Dean Radin, the chief scientist, has done most of the work.
She'll react if there was an accident?
Yeah, like once every...
It's not that crazy.
Right. Subtle scream and thought off my head, right?
Yeah, kind of like you just saw some crash.
Right, okay, yeah.
Doesn't matter too much.
Whatever's on your mind.
So this, like, proves what?
You can.
Mike's such a troll during these scenes. It's crazy.
And smear activity from the future to the past.
Sorry. What time?
I'm gonna go. I've seen enough. There's nothing here, dude. There's nothing. I gotta go. I gotta go home.
What do you?
It's no disrespect. It's I just don't.
What do you want to know?
Nothing moves here. I gotta go.
Did you wait? Yeah, hold on.
Is there? Do you have anything?
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm a burden of this. I gotta go.
No, I think it's fine.
Michael, what's your take on a drug that's commonly taken, or for example, a COVID vaccine? Are you convinced it is efficient?
Because you took the vaccine, right?
I took the vaccine. Yeah. I got COVID. I'm alive.
You got COVID literally right fucking now.
So if you look at the reports, the science that validated the Pfizer vaccine, for example, they had a confidence level of 95%. And that allowed the vaccine to be released to the world safely. And they had, for example...
Yeah, no, I agree. I like it.
Yeah. I think it's curious, like, so the 95%...
So 95% confidence is...
Is it? No, it's good. It's good. Okay. You took the vaccine, Mike.
Yes.
Knowing it was 95%, but you're not willing to take the pre-sentiment research, which was at 95%.
It's different research, Jesse.
Have you done dream-related studies?
Right.
As, like, people dream, like, say dreaming specifically? Or, like, visions and things?
That would be Julian Musbridge, maybe. I haven't personally.
I mean, I could talk about the data, but honestly, it's not convincing. You all know that I believe that this is true and that the statistics stand by it. But let me ask you, is there any particular statistical test you would need to believe this? Or would you prefer personal experience? 3/4 of the audience, personal experience.
Really?
These are statisticians.
Really?
Their whole job is to draw conclusions from statistics.
And what personal experience do you feel like they were looking for? Because I'm
They
sure...
need to have it themselves. Everyone needs to have it themselves. And that's why I'm so passionate about lifting the stigma.
Yeah.
Because probably 80 to 85% of people have had experiences like these.
Wow.
Since I was a kid.
And I have to agree with Julia Mossbridge. She's great. She's a fantastic personality. I think she's true. I bet if I asked you guys watching, what would you need? Say for you guys that are on the fence about precognition, is it real, is it not? What would it take for you to believe that it's real? If I sat here and spat scientific experiment, research, statistics, and things that are like, hey, this is why it's legit. Here's the science that proves it. You guys still would probably be like, you would want to experience it for yourself, just to feel like it's legit because it's that crazy.
And I've been having very detailed predictive dreams, and I started to take a dream journal down. They were so detailed and clear that I became convinced that this wasn't my unconscious mind. I was like a field ready to be planted. So people who are particularly skilled at music, we notice as their children, and we say, hey, we're going to give you piano lessons, we're going to give you voice lessons, drum, whatever it is, right? With this kind of stuff, there's stigma, there's concern, there's fear of the devil. So that if you're in that top 3 to 5%, you're more likely to shut that down.
Is it a funding issue?
Yeah, there's very little money in research. You have to run a whole study, recruit all these participants, measure them, analyze the data, publish a manuscript, often pressure to have an effect.
So there's a whole group of scientists and institutions that are trying to disprove what you guys have been...
There are a few.
You're not holding back.
Everyone's so careful because they have to be, but I don't have to be.
Yeah, because I mean, you're in this field. Like
I decided to not pursue tenure-track academic positions at Tier 1 research institutions because I was told to take this off my resume if I wanted to pursue those.
You were told to take what off?
To take anything related to psychic stuff off of my resume.
Psychic stuff?
Yeah. And I said no thank you because it's the most interesting stuff I'm doing. Are you kidding me? People can predict the future and I can show that scientifically. Not taking that off my resume, thank you. I'll just go do that.
Is this why we're at where we're at?
They laughed at me. Is this
They
what
laughed.
they when she read, oh, I'm reading her resume more closely, she's done some really interesting stuff, and then people laugh. I've always been really skilled at noticing how people are, how they carry themselves, how they express themselves, their tone of voice. And so when a teacher would say something and the words were wrapped in shame, and there was a little bit of a nudge or a nudge, nudge, wink, wink, those people who believe in this.
Right.
That tells you there's something there. There's a sense of there's truth there, So they have to cover up the truth because there's this unknown thing that they don't really understand.
Yeah.
And that goes into shame. So I've seen that cycle over and over again. And so you can pinpoint where in the future there will be scientific revolutions based on where the shame is now.
I bet she watched that back and be like, damn, I don't know if I could say that as eloquently as I fucking put it right there. That's one of my favorite quotes from the whole thing. If you ask me to recite it right now, I don't even know if I would remember it and do it. It's so good. You know where the scientific breakthroughs are based on where the shame is now. That is 100% true. Any breakthrough shit that we've seen over the generations, it's always been that thing that strikes a nerve, which we can all think of something that just happened the last couple weeks with me that struck a nerve. That is where the breakthroughs will happen. And this precognition shit, bruh, when we were trying to sell this movie, when we were trying to get people involved in it, people would roll their eyes and they'd be shaming it, just like they shamed YouTube and crypto and all the things that I believed in back in the day. And then you see what happens is you're proven right and it becomes a big thing. Always take note, even take note in your own life, how your family, your parents, friends, what are they making fun of, dude? It's same with like TikTok, dude. When TikTok became a thing, when the pandemic was happening, people were like, oh, that's cringy TikTok. So you're doing the TikTok. The shame was on TikTok. And guess what the biggest, best opportunity was for a creator? TikTok. Always keep that quote in mind, guys. I'm telling you. Could change your life some point. Is just notice where the shame is.
You believe that precognition is real?
I've heard experiences that seem far from being possible by coincidence, but I don't know. We don't.
So like if you had to pick a side, like if you had to boil it down, like a yes or no, like do you believe? Like what camp do you side?
I'm in the middle.
Let's see. So time's going this way.
Well, that bothered me. I'm like, bro, you've been a researcher here for 5 years, and you can't even say on camera that you believe it's real. You're on the fence. You should not be researching this.
Let's pretend time is linear. Ha ha ha. So anyway, time's going this way in the line. And here's an event that occurs, and here's your prediction of the event, and that these are in relationship with each other.
I'm creating the loop with the
Halo! Yep. It's like nature's way of making things important.
Right.
And making connections that weren't there before. It's really phenomenal. I think this is interwoven with the fabric of the universe, and it's personal.
And so it just kind of lends itself to the case for meditation and being more relaxed and at peace.
It's like 2:57.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Can we get a handheld? Is that it would be real?
And this was real shit, dude. Julia, we had a very tight schedule with her, and if you're interviewing important people or people that got lives and they're not really getting paid because it's just a real interview, you got to be ready to go on the fly. So when she said go handheld, fuck you, we're going handheld to try and get as much content as we can from her because she had the goods.
It's like valuable to try to figure out how to harness this. We wouldn't be the first country who tried to do that.
Do you think it's still ongoing?
And props to her. She was nobody really knew that Michael had COVID, but she was smart to wear a mask. Her husband was immunocompromised, wore a mask. We had her interview outside to be safer, and thank goodness, I don't think she ever picked it up. But fucking Michael, literally in the room, had COVID. Dodged a fucking bullet.
But I would have to know. I don't have a security clearance.
That's why
now.
we like the masks.
You think this is all precursor to developing some ability to navigate through time differently?
Why, yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah, I call that informational time travel, and that's what I work on now, is how can we send ourselves a message from the future? That'd be useful.
Is there anything I can do to channel that further? Like that I can...
Yes, so unconditional love. So self-transcendent experiences where you're connected with something larger than yourself. Being in a state of unconditional love, I've shown in 2 studies now that actually increases accuracy in terms of receiving information from the future.
Huh?
So just removing the filters and...
I gotta go. Yeah, removing... What does unconditional love do? Unconditional love, which is really loving without the need for something to change, like loving as is. When you love something as is, you're also loving basically the calculation that the universe has made. You're saying this is what's true.
Is there somewhere I can go?
In here, buddy.
I come all the way to Ion. I come all the way to Ion's trying to...
Yeah, get out of here.
You don't think it's at Ion's?
No. But sometimes you have to go places, sometimes God takes you places so that you can go home. So, I gotta go.
Love this pan to my face. I'm just like, huh?
Was it the YouTube videos?
Oh shit, here we go.
Mm-hmm. Was it like my YouTube channel that the higher-ups like to not give us enough time, or
the what? Sorry.
Like my YouTube channel, was it that? Like, why they didn't give you more time with us, or?
We get hundreds of requests every day, and it's we're such a tiny. We look like a big organization. We're like 5 scientists and one.
It was surprising that like nobody else wanted to be interviewed.
Yeah, they're very, very busy people. And it's not personal.
We have stuff currently that hasn't come true yet that we're,
anticipating.
I had one hit. Die next year. Heart attack.
So, how would it help if we had an answer? Would it help? Do you think it would help you cope with the stress of it? Because it wouldn't prevent his death if that was going to happen.
I don't know. I told you this when my mom dreamt. She saw a death certificate, and it was in a car on a bridge in the 2020s. So like now we're here, and it's just like I'm death free. You guys do sleep studies?
We are doing one currently on lucid dreaming. That's very exploratory.
I'll do whatever you guys want me to do.
Well, yeah, this one's just completed, and I'm sorry, but
like
we
whenever.
We'll let you know.
Whenever.
Yeah. Sure.
Because I thought, with you guys being the premier researchers, that there'd be something more for me to solve some of the things that I've dealt with in my life. It's been haunting me. That's what's driven me out here to Ions, as I wanted to talk with somebody who knew, what's going on. It scares the hell out of me knowing that, you guys are the premier spot and you don't know. Because you know when his dad was going to die. He wrote it down. And I knew people that I did, complete strangers to me when they were going to die. I don't want to have these experiences anymore. I've had hundreds of experiences that this film's all about. And I just need to find out what the fuck is going on.
Well, you might talk to some of my colleagues that have better answers.
I mean, I didn't come all this way. I literally flew out here. It's like $25,000. It's a lot of money. Just trying to get something.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I got my reputation on the line. We're trying to do something real with this documentary, and it's hard when we're doing experiments. That I thought we were gonna do real experiments here, but I put the helmet on. There was nothing.
I told you what we're gonna do ahead of time.
That's hard. That's hard because I want people to trust us, and this is a real struggle, and provide some sort of validity to the space. And then we come here, and you were 90 minutes late in the first day, and you were late today, and we try to do experiments, and we talk for months.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I told you.
It hurts. It hurts me.
My supervisor,
I put so much into this.
My supervisor gave me 3 hours on today for you, and because you were motivated and I believe in your cause, I give you 2 days. And yes, I told you had personal emergencies going on. People come to us for validity, and that's not what we do. So that's on you. I'm sorry. We don't validate people's experiences. We try to understand them with our scientific tools, and if it's not enough for you.
I'm sorry. There's just nothing. Come on, Sam, Johnny.
Dropping the bomb here.
It really is a bust.
That happens all the time. I didn't realize it was in that kind of place where they think scientists can solve their lives and let them cope with death. And their experiences.
Researchers, and you hope that you had some experience yourself.
If he's getting on camera and that Michael's gonna die in 1 year, and it happens, I mean, that's better proof than science to me.
Hey.
Michael's still here.
I'm sorry, was I look like a fucking idiot out there?
Hey, you just keep looking, bro. That's it. Just keep looking, Jeff.
This was the top.
The answers ain't here. They gotta be somewhere. We're not alone. It can't be just two of us in the world. There's people. Other people have this too, man. Come on.
Crazy.
I appreciate you coming out here. I didn't think you'd come. I didn't think you'd come out here.
You don't want either.
But if you want to go, I understand, you know.
Bro, I'm just glad to spend time with you, man, you know?
No, it's been good. You know, you got your family. This is my journey. I appreciate you coming all this way.
Answers, bro. That's all we need.
I know.
Answers,
I know.
That's it.
I'll go in and do whatever I need to do. That's what I've always done. I appreciate it, man. I gotta go in and see.
Your mom's gonna be fine, man. Don't even think about that. She's like the best person, bro.
That's the scariest part. It's always how it works.
You already know you can change it, Jess. You already did.
I try not to use that one example, though. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Whoa. I mean, that scene at Ions is crazy. Crazy's an understatement for that fucking scene. Any questions on that stuff? I mean, I can just start rattling off some fun facts, some things. For starters, I love the juxtaposition of you had Cedric, the scientist, and then Julia Mossbridge. You saw a full breakdown with Cedric. But then meanwhile, you had Julia Mossbridge really spitting some game out there in the parking lot of being like, yo, you need to go inside. You need to go internal. You need to go home. The answers aren't here at Ions. Clearly, as you saw, the Cedric stuff just hit a wall in a big way. And yeah, I love, what's crazy is we were originally always just going to go and interview Cedric, the main guy there. And Julia Mossbridge emailed me randomly, like last minute, and was like, hey, I could be in your film. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And thank God that happened, because I think Julia Mossbridge really saved Ions. Without her, it would have just been Jesse having a full breakdown. But it was such a beautiful scene because, I called this stream like exposing the truth. And I want to talk about just how crazy it is that, I planned for the wall to be hit, that was part of the script. Not saying that it wasn't real.
ActDeck2914 donated $20 through Super Chat. Have you ever considered plant medicine? i.e. ayahuasca. Maybe your answers don't lie within a lab, but within yourself. I've heard of a ton of otherworldly experiences with that kind of stuff. It brings things to the surface.
Bible Guy, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the love. And B-Deck, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, the psychedelic stuff, the hallucinogenics, all these things, it's been a thought because I've heard people have great experiences with that, especially as it relates to precog. And if I'm having these experiences just without the substance stuff, it's a thought. It scares me anytime like doing any kind of stuff like that. I've never done anything like that. So I almost don't want to taint what I already can do without it. And I do feel like scientifically and in society, if all of a sudden I had great success with it, I feel like I would get stigmatized for using that stuff. Like almost like I would be discredited because I would be using some other random shit. Boogie did try DMT and stuff, and we explored it as a joke in videos before, but never actually. But Boogie actually did do it, and I can't say he like went into the future legitimately or anything, but who knows? Maybe somewhere down the line when I'm a like 50-year-old man, I'm having a midlife crisis, and I'm like, fuck it, let me just try it once. It's possible, but what I was saying with the story is I always wanted to go to the lab. Like Jesse's trying to get answers. He's going on the journey. And I always wanted to come up short, which required me to head back home and reconfront some of my stories of the past. And I wasn't sure how exactly it would play out at the lab. But I was confident that I wouldn't get the answers I wanted because in society we don't have the answers. So it actually played out way better than I even had scripted, that everything went to shit. I wish I didn't have to get sick as fuck from Mike's COVID, but, you know, it is what it is. How long did the movie take to make? So I wrote it. It technically took my whole life because there's so many real-life experiences, and all the YouTube experiences helped get me capable to make a movie. But from writing it was March 2023. And the movie was done end of 2024. So really only a year and a half. But then to actually see the light of day wasn't another year later, so 2.5 years. And that's because we were trying to sell it. So there was a lot of time that was kind of lost trying to get more shit. Kobe says that guy low-key knew Michael had COVID and wanted y'all out of there. There was definitely all kinds of weird juju in the air. Yeah, a lot of people had like strong takes towards Cedric. He was definitely bullshitting in the beginning about like it not being about my YouTube. Like, bro, I was definitely getting judged because of my YouTube channel, like 1,000%. So it was weird watching him squirm. I will say Cedric is no longer with Ions, that company. I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. This happened before I think even the movie came out, so I feel good that that wasn't as a result of the film. But crazy nonetheless. I will say, if you guys saw me in the Roman Atwood podcast, I'll just say the Roman Atwood podcast was a practice round. I'll let you guys extrapolate however you would like on what that means. But let's keep it going, guys. It is getting later, and I would like to finish the movie before bedtime. Things are about to get heavy. We're coming up on my favorite. I love the final act. We're now pretty much into Act 3 of the film. Oh, wait. Let me make sure There we go. And this was hard too, because like we're trying to make it was awkward because I'm trying to weave my movie in with the documentary, and so I was trying to make it look like I'm doing a sleep study with Ions, even though it's not. It's just a fictional scene for the story with the Dream Man shit. But I was trying. You could hear it in the interview. I'm like, yeah, if you're doing a sleep study, I'll do it. I'll do whatever. And he's like, no, we're not doing that. And I'm like, just say yes.
Hi, Jesse.
There he is, J-Game.
What are you doing here? You know, you should throw one of your LAN parties. We don't hang out enough. We can't hang out. You died 5 years ago. Of course we can hang out. We can hang out right now. Play some Jailbreak. Do some tree climbing. I hadn't seen you since high school. It's like 7 years. I remember on a whim I decided to get food, and there you were. I was so happy to see you. Hoist me up off the ground. You're always larger than life, Scott. And later that night, you died of an overdose. You always question everything, don't you, Jesse?
Hey there, Yum Yum. Didn't think your fat uncle could catch your candy ass.
I'll be standing still. Yeah,
Well, you keep pushing me with these damn videos, I'll have a heart attack. I can't be here. The hell I can't. I can be wherever I want to be, asswipe. You don't understand. Hey, we're not as dumb as you make us out to be. You're my nephew, Jesse. I'd do anything for you. Oh, Jesus, don't start crying, you freaking douchebag. You know, you almost had me with that one video where you gave your dad the GTO. You ought to make a video from when I tried to come to the house and you were all paranoid about getting COVID. You died of COVID. Yeah. Well, we all got to go sometime, right? Hey, don't leave your poor grandmother waiting too long. What? I'm sorry to come to the hospital.
It's okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, I know this is a dream. A pretty sick one. You guys are all dead. I'm trying not to remember.
Doesn't always have to be so bad.
Yeah, well, life hasn't been the same since you all passed. You were my favorite person, Grandma.
I'm not your grandma.
But... Oh! No! No, take it back! Take it back! Get off me! Get off me!
Holding them back, holding the tears back. Bizarre, man. The Aunt Jackie stuff's just too weird for me. That's just too weird. Words can't even do justice. How fucking weird, you know? Because, like, for me, that was the last time I saw her. Was doing that scene 16 times in a row, to where I do that one take, seeing my dead friend Scott, seeing my dead Uncle Chris, and then seeing my dead grandmom, but who in actuality, little did I know, is actually dead Aunt Jackie. And it ends with me holding her hand every time, and she's saying, "I'm not your grandmom," 16 times in a row, and then next time I see her is in the open casket. How could I not dedicate the movie to Aunt Jackie? How could I not? And that is the perfect example, as it's talked about a lot in Act 1 of the film, of that. And I mentioned that it's not just dreams, and it's not just waking life vision. When you're doing art, future information can sift through. And I remember I did not want Aunt Jackie to play my grandma. She was the obvious choice. She pretty much played my grandmom in MVE as Great Aunt Martha. Like, she was pretty much a granny in that. And yet, when it came to this film, I was adamant about Aunt Jackie not playing my grandma. I searched on Backstage for all these different old ladies. And then Aunt Jackie's texting me simultaneously, and I'm just like, ugh. And I could not find anyone that looked like my grandma. and I had to do Aunt Jackie. And I think why, because it's kind of bizarre that I felt that way. She would have crushed it. Why would I not want her to play ground? It was like there was something, I told you guys before, I was already having these feelings that something bad was going to happen to her, that she wasn't going to be here. She was going to die somehow. And I'd have texts and texts and texts. And it was always connected with a bird for some reason. I just always pictured a bird with her for some stupid fucking reason. And yep, she ended up playing the role. It was the last time I saw her. And then the day that she ended up in the hospital with the blood clot, like my mom texted me that news. And literally the second my mom texted me, a bird had hit the glass door here at the RiDGiD house. And I went over to it and I took a picture of it. And the second I took the picture is the second I got the text message from my mom saying Aunt Jackie is in the hospital with the blood clot. This shit is fucking crazy, Juggies. This shit is crazy. Is crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy. And I wish you guys got to meet or know. Yeah, I wish Aunt Jackie got to see the movie. I mean, that'll always bother me that she didn't get to watch it. She was my biggest fan. She loved all you guys. Such an incredible person. And I wish you guys got to meet Scott, who J-Game, shout out to J-Game. We had another actor set to play Scott, and he was casted as Scott for months. And then we came time, the day of the shoot, the dude was a no-show. And so I'm like, what the fuck? Who do we fucking get? Who do we get? And I hit up J-Game. J-Game literally day of, within a few hours of the scene, drives down. It's like an hour or so drive. Drives down and crushes the performance. Crazy. Crazy. Clutch, J-Game. Clutch. And he does look like Scott, weirdly enough. But Scott was my friend from high school. Incredible, fantastic character. I wish you got to see him in videos. But he moved away for a bit. But what's crazy is Scott came back. Scott came back to East Bumfuck and was working at Dodge's Market. And I got food after filming one night and saw Scott. And that's why I tell the story. He hoists me up off the ground. We're hugging. I'm like, Scott, bro, I haven't seen you in fucking years and years. He's doing good and all that. And then Scott literally dies that night. What the fuck? What are the chances? What are the odds? Bizarre. And then, yeah, we already talked about the Uncle Chris weirdness earlier in the film. It's weird. It's very weird. Make it make sense, Juggies. Make it make sense. That's why I had to make the movie. We're still going. And then I have to do a stream talking about it. But even talking about it, my brain can't compute. It cannot make sense of it all. It's trying to. It's all too weird. At a certain point, I almost just have to give up and go with the flow. I can't get over the fact that most of the scene was all one take, beautifully executed, all of his bizarre. Thank you, Dom. Yeah, that was tough. It was tough with the crew. Like, it'd be easy one take if we're using, our DSLR camera, like a Psycho video. But the hard part is big ass camera, a couple big ass cameras. On top of the sound, we all have lav mics, kind of like I got one right now. Oh shit, it's actually falling because I must be sweating. But then we got Tom, our sound guy, is running with a boom mic and trying not to get it in the shot. And we had also the spotlights were all timed in real time. We had somebody operating the lights and turning them off and turning them on and moving the light as I'm moving and the shadow. It was pretty gnarly one take. Very proud. And we felt like I wanted to do the one take just to do justice, like, because we did so many for Psycho series and other videos. I'm like, the movie has to have a gnarly one take. And as a performer, that was a good ass time. Traumatic, because these are all people that I've lost, especially Aunt Jackie, but it was still my grandmom. It was very traumatic, but it was it was a good time at the end of the day. It's always nice when you can actually immerse yourself in a scene and a role for an extended period of time, versus I don't like when you gotta do just one line at a time. It just feels chunky and robotic. And anyway, that was a good time. I can't say all the shoots were enjoyable, but that day it felt good. It felt like we were flowing. I bawled my eyes out when we finished filming that day because I was like, damn, this was just really cool. I remember I watched the one take back, it was the 16th take, and I'm like, that's it? That's fucking it, let's go! Money. Alright guys, we're going to keep rolling. Feel free to interrupt me though with a $20 if you would like. I would appreciate that very kindly. But finally we're back to East Bum for the final act of the film. And that sleep study scene goes crazy with Dream Man trying to kill me. Like, yeah, that was nuts. Oh, is my battery dying? Why is my thing red? Is the battery dying? Why is my thing red? Did this die? Oh, that died. 1 second. I think you guys can still hear me. I'm just running off of just this mic, though. La. That should be green. Yep. Sorry, guys. I should be much clearer now. I don't know how long that was going for, but let's get back into it. I love the soundtrack. Have I said that yet? The soundtrack to this movie is... I love it. Small town, big dreams.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't defeated right now. Got my tail between my legs coming back to South Jersey. Just feel like a loser right now. So not much I can do, but maybe confront some of the old dreams of the past. Oh, guys. That's dope, man. There's no fucking... We gotta be quick. We're shooting right now.
Shout out to those kids. That was so random, but it was great. Even though I had gnarly COVID right now, so I probably fucking I got him sick. It's not funny, but...
Hi, Joan.
Hey, Jess.
I guess it is years later.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Been a long time.
Very long time. Yeah. You doing all right?
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
You too.
Dude, Jones...
It's been, like 10 years.
That long.
Jones fantastic.
Yeah. Been kind of going back through my past, trying to get different stories. Do you ever remember me telling you any dreams I've had about you?
Yes, I certainly do remember that.
What do you remember from it?
Well, I remember you came in and you said, I gotta tell you some news. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. What do you want to hear first?
Mostly bad.
No, I didn't think it was.
No? Really?
No, head-on crash, coming around the curve, coming to work. Then me dying. And then you told me the good stuff, that the angel came down, picked me up, and took me upstairs.
I don't remember that
so
part.
I'm happy. That's what you told me. You said an angel came down and was taking me up on that curve. I always had attention to make sure nothing's coming head-on to me. And which way would I go? And so it was very easy. You saved my life. You really did. I
hate to interrupt. Joan's magnificent in this. But I did want to just point out one of these subtle things that we did a lot in the edit. Like, not only is the music subtle and it's fantastic, I love the theme that we had for the Right Tractor trailer. Shout out to Olfer, our composer, for that one. That one's awesome. We did use some royalty-free songs in this, and I wanted to shout out Duncan Hatch, who was our animator throughout this. I was going to shout him out again at the credits, but notice that we do this thing where it's so subtle, but the camera's pushing in almost at all times. Especially notice it in this scene. It really adds some more feeling to it and moves subtly with the music, but it's so subtle you don't even notice it, but you feel it. You know what I'm saying? So just keep in mind, watch the way we like. Now we're tighter on me. Oh no, we're pulled back on Joan. Strategically paired with what is being said and what the music's doing, how it's feeling. It's so cool.
Right, I didn't know. I thought, boy, it was, it was that close. It was really close, and the trucker never stopped. He just kept right on going.
I noticed they're still like that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Why'd you listen? I feel like it'd be crazy.
Because I believe in that kind of stuff. I do. I believe things like that happen, that you get warnings.
Did I ever tell you about other dreams I had?
Joe Barca.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's...
Do you remember what it was?
Our barber in town, yeah.
Yeah, I had a dream that a man in a suit just said, "Your barber is going to die. Your barber is going to die." It was literally the next day that Joe Barca had a heart attack.
Yeah. But he didn't die.
From the heart attack?
I think it was a couple years later. He lived to 103.
Joe Barca,
and had COVID, and that's what took him.
He died of COVID?
Yeah.
Well, that just throws everything from me.
Well,
I've been basing all of this, we call it precognition, off of those dreams. Like, you were like my third or fourth one, and that one was the first one that kicked it off, and it was like the next day. It was like, but you're telling me he didn't die, so... Now I'm gonna look like I'm full. Is the barbershop still open?
yeah, Junior's over there. Joe Junior's doing the cutting, yeah.
I wonder how he would react.
I know.
How did you react?
Well, I told myself I better watch out for a red tractor trailer coming because I didn't want to meet that one yet. I wasn't ready. But I think with Joe, it might disturb him, Junior. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking maybe a little too much about it.
Yeah, well, so then turn it off.
Yeah. Easier said than done. Seems like the more spiritual people have more of an understanding than the scientists as it relates to this stuff.
Yeah, the scientists, they have no idea.
So you think it would be a God thing?
Oh, definitely. I don't think it's a devil.
You don't think this man in this suit who's in my dreams is a devil?
When you go to sleep, think about something really good times or something like that. Or else keep telling yourself, I can't keep doing this because it's going to make me crazy and my whole life is going to, you're going to lose everything.
I feel like I already am kind of...
Oh, I know.
I feel like I'm like losing it a little bit.
You look haunted to me. I can see it in your eyes.
It's too good. It's too good. I mean, actually, I was sick. So that's me being... I'm haunted by a disease. Dude, Joan's too good. That's what I was talking about earlier, man. There's people that you just kind of sync up with. Joan, me and Joan's energy, we're like kindred spirits. Like, I could talk to her for days and be good. Crazy. She knocked that interview out of the park and made it so easy. Anyway, let's keep it going. Actually, I'm going to get some fucking chips. I know you guys maybe remember when I used to eat pop chips a lot, but shout out to Boulder Canyon. Pretty good chip. They're healthier than Lay's, but taste just as good.
So we're at Evan Higgins' apartment right now. Like, he thinks we're here just to interview him for this car accident he was in many years ago. I don't feel good about sort of stretching the truth in that regard, but I feel like there's really no easy way to say, hey, I dreamt you would be paralyzed.
Thanks for...
So this is super legit. This is all real. Everything you're about to see is real. I did tell Evan Evan was in a really bad car accident, and he wrote a book about it. And I told him I wanted to interview him about his book. That was all he knew. So me and the whole crew, we got all set up for this. And if you notice under the chairs, you can see his book. So unfortunately, those were the false pretenses. And you'll see mid-interview, all of a sudden, I'm like, yo, this was not about your book at all. It's about, I dreamt your crash. It's fucking crazy. This scene is crazy.
For sitting down with me, Evan. It's probably a little weird because would you say we were friends in high school, or how would you?
Acquaintances? I mean, I knew you. I was in a tennis team with you, and I was in like 1 or 2 classes.
Were you JV?
I guess it was, I don't know if I made JV.
We were like in the branch below that.
Yeah.
JJV.
I didn't play professionally or anything, like competition-wise.
I wanted to talk to you because you had a traumatic brain injury. That was in high school, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a senior in high school. I was driving an unfamiliar road, and I got T-boned when I was crossing an intersection. They had to remove both sides of my skull to allow my brain to swell. I was in a coma for 24, 48 hours, around that time. And then I had no skull bone for 12 weeks. I had to relearn every single thing in my life, 1+1, eat, sleep, bathroom. I was in a wheelchair for several months.
So the accident was over 10 years ago, yet it still affects you today.
Yeah, so the brain injury is gonna basically make me like disabled for the rest of my life.
Do you feel like that accident was always gonna happen?
No, I don't think that really was the case. So,
you feel like you had a choice?
A choice as in what?
To not get into the accident? Or do you feel like it was just had to play itself out?
I mean, the stop sign was like moved a little bit, so I wasn't able to see it.
Right, do you wish you could go back?
So those kind of questions kind of came initially when I was like in the hospital, but I just figured, you know what, it happened, I gotta move on. I'm very glad about where I'm at in life because I'm able to be very independent. I have my own apartment, I work, I drive, everything's good, I mean, to an extent, but there are other people, if there are other parts of the brain where...
Can I share something with you?
Yeah, sure.
Because I have some regrets. Something I haven't told you about, like, why I really wanted to come and talk to you. I had a dream before it happened. I was in the gymnasium at school, and I saw you in the distance, and I noticed a light fixture in the ceiling loose, and suddenly it just fell, and you're directly under it. And it crushed. And I was like, Jesus, I don't think he's gonna make it out of that. And so I walked over to your body. You were fully crushed, and your legs were pinned, and I remember they were also flailing, and then they were still. When I looked at it in the dream, I thought, Evan's paralyzed. And then I would see you walking around gym every school day, and I thought, should I tell him about this dream? Because up until that point, I had other dreams of people dying and they've come true. Other crazy things, bad things happening, and that's what this film's really about. Okay. I regret not telling you one of those days. It's just at least a few weeks, maybe a month before the accident happened. Then I wondered, well, if I just told Evan, maybe, as weird as it was, maybe something in your brain would click, and for some reason, you just wouldn't have gotten into the accident. Like a warning, a premonition.
To go with the fact that you're like envisioning like legs and stuff too, like that's definitely very chilling, I guess you can best say, yeah. I don't know, have you spoken to a medical professional about that?
Yeah, this is my therapy.
Okay. I have no regrets in my life of what happened, so everything's good. I mean, you're fine, so.
I'll take it.
I can't really imagine how you're feeling. It's a big weight on your shoulder that you have to decide to save someone's life. Honestly, would not have known how I would have reacted. This happened 3 months prior, so I can't imagine myself living in a bubble, especially at 17, where...
Coming up, my favorite part. I gotta get ready. Guys, what do you think? What do you think about that shit? I mean, I lived it, and you know, I've seen the scene 100 times at this point, 300 times. But for you guys, like, just when you first watched it, or watching it now a second or third time, like, what's your reaction to that shit? Like, how do you? I don't know. Like, how does your brain respond to that? I kind of wish I could just see a bunch of your guys' reactions to this movie. Can't wait for the next 6 minutes of the movie. It's my favorite 6 minutes, and I haven't seen it in a bit, so I'm excited. Let's see what you guys are saying about this, because it's rough. Oh, Dom's the first one I've seen. It was one thing hearing these stories personally, but then being there, watching you reliving it, seeing the people, their reaction has got some weight for sure. I'd imagine a lot of the crew members who are watching, who were in the room, that it's definitely uncomfortable. It's very weird. I can't say that's a normal thing to, suddenly, hey, I had a dream years ago of you getting paralyzed, and then imagine trying to. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Somebody telling that to somebody else is a very unique dynamic and situation. I don't know. Evan and I maybe exchanged 1 or 2 texts afterwards and whatnot, and to be honest, I don't know how he processed that, or maybe it's not a big deal to him. It's in the past at this point. I don't know if it's changed how he views the world and things, but I don't know, man. It's all very, very weird. Westman says, I think it would have happened either way, even if you told him. I agree with that. Because me and Evan were not close at all in school. So if I came up to him also the dreams can be abstract. It showed he would be paralyzed and that it was some accident, with a light fixture. But that's the only reason my dream did that and not a car accident is because I would always see Evan in gym. So it manufactured what could happen in the gymnasium, because that's what I associated him with. But if I went up to him at gym and said, hey, I had this dream where this light fixture fell on you and then you were paralyzed, if anything, it might make him paranoid of a light fixture falling, more literally. I don't know that it would translate to him being more careful driving his car. I would probably think I was a little nutty, especially because we didn't know each other. Now I know better, hence the name of the movie, Don't Dream About Me, where if I have a dream about somebody, even in a symbolic way, if they're in danger, I usually tell them about it because of my experiences. it usually means that they're like, I don't want to say cursed or whatever, but I feel like that word makes sense. Like, I had a dream a couple years ago of these people showing up to my parents' house. It was like 4 strangers, old people, and they had a single shot poison rifle, and they shot Jenny, they shot Mason, and they shot my dad with it. And I told my dad, hey, and I didn't know how else to say it, but I'm like, yo, I think you, Jenny, and Mason are all being targeted right now. Like, bad shit is coming for you. And then what happened? Jenny and Mason, they had the Lyme disease. Mason had to get surgery. Jenny's health obviously declined. He's hanging on. My dad ended up getting this weird shingles thing on his head. His shoulder got fucked, which is where he got shot in the dream. Like, weird shit. So I would have went to Evan and been like, hey, man, just keep a lookout. I had a random dream. Some fucked up shit happened to you. Just be more careful. Maybe it would have done something, but I don't think so. You know, I agree. I think it would have played that one at least, knowing what we knew then. I don't think it would have changed it. Definitely needs to know war on this movie. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. That's so Raven, says Matt Pat. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, the reason why the show's called That's So Raven, part of it is the Ravens back in the day that was the thought, is the Ravens were a mystical bird that usually were associated with like shamans and the tribes that have that ability to see the future and other crazy, you know, like magical shit. Joe, the movie's not over. We're in the final act. Anyway, let's get back into it. If you guys want to interrupt me, $20 will do it. This is my favorite part. I'll probably get copyrighted for it, but it's totally worth it. I can dispute it, but it's not a big deal.
I did not think it would be this hard. Was there multiple letters from Joe Barca himself, even one from us to Joe Barca that we never sent? This is our most recent letter. Mr. Jesse, I would like to thank you for the fruit nuts gift package you presented to me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. My wife Marie is enjoying it, also to the utmost.
I tried calling him.
My, our Lord and Savior, richly blessed for your thoughtfulness. I am feeling a little better after my horrible accident on Willow Grove Road. State police arrived, EMT, the utility pole landed on top of my rented car.
I've been in a lot of pain the last 18 days, not sleeping at all. Many nights it has been very, very difficult, but I trust God that someday I will be healed.
I am an old man living in my 75th year on this earth.
This is the only time I'm going to let this play, but there's a lot that happens here. This is all real. Again, I keep saying most of all of this film is real. These are letters exchanged back and forth between me and Joe Barca. What's fucking nuts is, in the very beginning of pre-production of this movie, I got Joe Barca to agree to be interviewed for the film at his barbershop. It was then literally maybe a couple days after he agreed to be in the film, he blacks out while driving his car and crashes it into a telephone pole. I had no idea this happened until Ashley reads it on fucking Facebook while we're at a party. And all of a sudden my heart drops. I'm like, bro, what? The centerpiece, the crux of the film. Because guys, prior to this, Joe Barca is literally the core of the film. That's my first precog, and he was going to be a big part of the climax coming up. And you tell me this motherfucker, right after agreeing, dies in a car accident? He blacks out? Like, what the fuck? Like, that's insane. I'm like, what do we do? Like, what happens? Turns out he survived this car crash, but afterwards he was fucked up to the point where he didn't want to be in the movie anymore. So I'm like, well then how do we do this? We're already balls deep in. How do we do this without Joe Barca? And that's what you're seeing play out now. It's me sending letters to him. He's sending them back. I'm showing up at his fucking house, knocking on the door, calling him. I'm like, bro, we need you. We don't need... We could do an interview from bed. It doesn't matter.
I am not well, he's underlined. My good man, Jesse, looking forward to your filming on October 17th at my shop, along with meeting your film crew. I think, sir, you will be impressed. Hear the TV turn on from the inside. Somebody's clearly in there. He gave me a cell phone number. You can hear it ring from inside the house.
The craziest thing is the day that we were to go interview Joe Barca is the day that I blacked out. I was sick for at least a week and a half. I ended up blacking out and falling in the bathroom floor. I had a fever of like 103 degrees for 4 or 5 nights. So I got COVID, and it was given to me by Michael at the lab in San Francisco. I feel like it all could have been avoided, but of course not, because I precogged it like 3 weeks prior.
Yeah, I had a dream, was it a few weeks ago or something? You got COVID.
Found it very odd, like a full circle, weird synchronicity that Barca blacks out when we're trying to interview him, and then the day we finally have him, I black out.
For some reason, we're just stuck together in time.
Hi, Joe. It's Jesse Ridgway. I came by the barber shop, wanted to see if you're ready to be interviewed for our film. I was over to the house. I left you a letter. Please give me a call back. Thanks. Bye.
Sometimes I wake at night and watch the rain fall through the street lights. 'Cause you're standing still in my mind, fading out, waving goodbye. And I wonder where you are tonight. If the one you're with was a compromise, 'cause we're walking lines and parallel. We'll never meet, that's just as well.
60? How many times have we got to do this?
What do you mean?
How about... So you don't care?
Of course I
I'm
care.
sitting here by myself, taking care of everything!
Sometimes I'm overcome by every choice I couldn't outrun. The junctions all disappear. You can't double back to your summer years. And I wonder where you are
is the reason this film exists. Was for that montage right there. Love it. Love it. I say Michael can really shout. He needs to be in the movie. No, Michael's got a great voice. Booming. Boom mics. Wow. I love that. I'm not kidding, guys. That is the reason I made the movie. I was working out one day years ago, and that Summer Years song came on my Pandora playlist shit, and I was like, oh, that's a good song. And for whatever reason, maybe it's precog, while that song was playing, I just like pictured random people struggling with the idea of dreaming the future and like this man like haunting them and shit. It just was in my head when I heard the music. And literally it was that vision with the song was like, I want to see a movie where that is the climax. Like that's the point of the film. It's just life as it revolves around this dream man haunting everybody and just vibes and weird shit. It's so cool. And all the visuals, like, if you catch it in the beginning, I mean, you see an old man getting carted into the back of an ambulance in the reflection of the barbershop window, and then you see me, like what the fuck? Like, guys, it's just crazy stuff. And I didn't want to pause it because we were kind of locked in, but how weird is it with the Joe Barca blacking out stuff? And then what happened was we got him after the accident to re-agree to be in the movie. I had to like bring a fruit basket, like a gift, like a $200 gift basket. I dropped it off at his house with like his wife and shit. I kept showing up randomly, like not giving up. I'd knock on the door nonstop. And eventually he re-agreed to be in the movie. But then the day we're going to film, I black out. Because of the COVID that I precogged Michael was going to get anyway. And I cut it from the movie because it wasn't really relevant. But I didn't just precog Michael getting COVID. And there's text to prove it. I told Michael, I said, not only did I dream you getting COVID, but I dreamt that woman Tina betraying you. And literally while we were at the lab in San Francisco, not only did he have COVID, but the whole time he was on the phone with Tina and or like lawyers or something. And he was going to war with Tina because she was like fucking him up. And I'm like, bro, like this is just crazy. But then the montage, dude, is so good. The hardest part of the entire movie and the montage was getting Death Cab for Cutie's permission to use that song. Almost a fifth of the entire budget went towards purchasing the rights to that song, and I still think it was worth every penny. And I think I might have told that story on a vlog before, but the managers and rights holders of that song, I first offered like 10 grand or whatever, and they were like, get the fuck out of here. And then it was like 20 grand, it was 25 grand. And the managers was like, yo, literally, we're never going to say yes to you. We don't want to be associated with the film. And I'm like, but why though? She's like, they just said no. Stop pushing it. And I was like, how about $50,000? And then literally it was like the most adamant message back of like, literally, stop contacting us. We don't want to work with y'all's movie. And I'm like, what the fuck do I do? Like, I'm screwed. Like, if this, like, we already cut it. The movie's done. It's beautiful. Why don't they want to be in this shit? So I was like, what do we, we can't recut to another song. It's not going to have the same feeling. Like, this was the whole reason I made the movie. And eventually, I'm like, you're crazy why would you say no? It's free money and free publicity for the song, and it's art. Like, it wasn't making sense to me. So even though they told me never to hit them up again, I was like, I will give you $100,000 cash to give me the song for this fucking movie. Months prior to this, months had gone by. It was like multiple months trying to get this. And then finally, all of a sudden, the manager's like, I just ran it past Death Cab, and they said yes. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it's just another one of those testaments. Do not give up. No matter, I mean, it helps that I had that money, but it helps if you don't give up too, and don't take no for an answer if it matters enough. But damn, even when they said it'll never happen, you made it happen. So it was crazy. But incredible. I will see. I'll probably have to dispute if the stream gets copyrighted, but I will make sure that you guys are able to watch it, or if you want to skim, if you miss stuff and all that. But I'd love some of the visuals, man. I love some of the visuals in that montage. I do want to point out this one Easter egg. In the Psycho series, we always did this thing where we'd frame the antlers on the male family members, the Ridgway males, get the buck antlers. We got to do it one more time for Pop-Up Ridgway, who was supposed to, I wanted to get him in the Psycho series. It didn't happen. But when we got him in the movie, when we're at the barbershop, real subtle in the shadows, we got Pop-Up with the buck antlers. Nobody's called that one out yet, so I had to point it out just because it's one of those cool ones, a little Psycho series reference. But that's the level of like crazy details and Easter eggs that exist in this movie. And guys, if you are ever bored and want to hunt them down just because they're crazy cool, by all means, and then like take a screenshot, because it's all free on YouTube. Take a screenshot and send it to me. If somebody gets a lot of the Easter eggs from the film, I will send you something nice. I'm not kidding. I will reward somebody if you find all of my Easter eggs. But super cool that we got to make that happen. And dope that we got to use that barbershop. However, the fucking owner was a tool and he slapped Ashley's ass at one point. And I was like, bro, I'm about to fuck your shit up. But that's neither here nor there. All right, let's get back in the movie. Don't touch my girl's booty. That's my booty.
Rolling. We just passed Barca. He's way in the distance. Either he turns left to go into 40 or post office. So like those are the only two options that make sense. No passing. Fuck it. Barca mode, baby.
Barca mode.
Oh, is that the green car right there?
How weird is this?
Oh, and there's Voros. What the fuck? Oh. Joe.
He's like, what?
How's it going?
He's like, this guy's a stalker.
I want to talk to you.
How weird is that with Voros and Barca right next to each other?
Yeah, just stay in the car.
It's like sometimes real life is weirder than scripted.
How's it going? It's great to see you. You doing well? Fair.
I don't think I'm interested in doing this.
No?
Thought about it and all that. I'm not interested. I don't want to be publicized and all that.
Is there anything I could do to...
No, not really.
'Cause I know you're having troubles financial with the car accident and stuff. Maybe there's some way I could cut you a check and...
No, sir. I'm okay.
Because it seemed like you were down, it was like a couple weeks ago. In the letter, you were excited to meet the crew and all that.
But things have changed. I just don't have the vision. I don't have the willpower. I just don't want to do it.
You put a lot of work in, man.
Yeah,
You've done a lot for the community and your family, and I hate to see you, just down on yourself, you know?
Yeah, I have to go. Look, I'll
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Could I share something with you? Because I wanted to tell you this. It was kind of weird for me. I had a dream one night that this man in a suit told me your barber's going to die. It was later that night your dad had a heart attack.
That's right. Yeah, how about that? That's something. Yeah, that's right.
But he didn't die from that.
No. He had 2 heart attacks. He didn't recover from that. Yeah, he did recover.
He recovered. That's weird, right? The dream with the...
Right.
Because I've been sitting on that for 15 years, and I didn't know what to make of that. Have you ever had dreams that?
I dream, yeah, occasionally at times. Yes, I do. Yes.
Has anything ever come true, or?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Any crazy ones, or?
Yeah, I've had a couple. Yeah.
Super interesting.
Right. I have to go. God bless.
Yeah.
Oh, he's laughing.
Yeah.
Keep your head up, man.
Yes, I will.
Keep your head
Thank
up.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Yeah, I wish I went a little differently.
That's Juggy's what they call anticlimax, right? You're expecting the Joe Barca confrontation to be the and this is what I thought in real life and as the character, is I felt that once I finally got to talk to, and this is Joe Barca Jr., the son, Joe Barca Sr. passed away, who I had the original dream about, but I still thought there'd be some cathartic experience of sharing that first precognitive dream I had. But to be honest, telling him, his reaction was pretty muted, and for me, I just felt kind of blah. I'm like,
Edits
damn.
Trust Studio donated $20 through Super Chat. Been watching you since I was in my teens and am now 24. Keep up the good work and don't give on Psycho Kids dreams. I seen your recent update with Ashley, not an easy decision. Have you and her family in my prayers. Stay strong.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. But yeah, I just, you have all these expectations and you get there and then you find them not met and you're like, damn. And so, yeah, that was the anticlimax of the film. And that's, you see now my character, me, I'm just like, what now? I'm on a quest to get answers, and I feel like I'm maybe even more lost than I was before the film. I know people were asking, they're like, yo, Jesse, like, how did you get, like, you were filming Joe Barca, and he said, hey, I don't want to be in the film. What you don't see off camera is he actually signed an NDA and a consent form to be in the film. And we didn't include it because we actually talked for maybe 7 or 8 minutes outside the car. We could cut it up. But towards the end, I was like, hey, man, like, look, I've worked so hard on this film. We wanted to get your blessing because even though we don't get to film in your barbershop or we don't get to do a full interview with you, can we at least get you to sign off consent so we can talk about your dad and you and the Barca name and all that? And he signed it. And so that's why you get to see that footage. If we didn't get consent, we still could have had him. We would have just had to blur his face out. And one thing I learned is when you're doing documentary work, and honestly, it's probably good for YouTube too, that there's something called E&O insurance and just other insurances that you can get to where if, say, you filmed somebody and they didn't like their portrayal or you didn't get permission, you got insurance for that. So if somebody tries to sue you, they're technically, they can't sue me. They end up having to sue the company, but they're also suing a company that is insured against errors and omissions. And so the insurance covers it. And so you're Gucci. And so I learned a lot. I still have these insurances because, hey, that's a good call. But things you learn. And so it's very nifty to have that in your back pocket. Are we good? We're going to keep proceeding, guys. In the screen, it looks like Jesse single-handedly chopped that tree down. What tree? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. All right, on that note, we're going to keep going. Things are winding down and don't dream about me land. Look at the... Oh, I can't wait. I miss PA. Like, watching this movie makes me miss not only the lake house, but the foliage. I'm eager. Summer's nice too, though, but...
If I'm ever going to get a vision, I would imagine it'd be right here.
Ironically, I did propose to my girlfriend, now wife, there.
I just don't spend enough time stopping and smell the roses. I'm always moving so fast. Half the time, I feel like I could just slow down, maybe I'd start to see more. I feel Definitely would start to appreciate more. So I wish I could turn everything off. Turn all the noise, all the voices in my head. How are you going to ever see into the future if you can't even fully be present? I can't find the answers in a lab. If I could go to a place that looks like this and try to go lucid and tap in, that seems a better option than anything else.
I'm staying the night at Serenity Ridge. It's like a retreat center, like as close as a monastery as I can get in the United States. I'm gonna spend a night or two, however long it takes, and maybe have some precognitive dreams. I'm about to talk to this one guy named Alejandro, who's, I guess this like Tibetan yoga instructor, but he's actually spent a lot of time with monks, so I might not be able to get the real thing, or maybe he is one. I really don't know. I'm trying not to be disrespectful. I just don't know enough about this kind of culture and stuff. I'm not religious. I'm just a dude who's had dreams of future stuff happening. So like, this is very weird for me. Now guys, we tried to get a monk,
and as
like,
you breathe in and out,
but they all, I don't know where they're at. I like hit up so many different monasteries. Like I was a savage, bro. I was cold calling so many places. Yo, come here, and no monks wanted to be interviewed. They didn't want to be in a movie. It would have required. It's hard to find anything on the East Coast, so we would have had to require another like $30,000 trip cross country for the crew and stuff, or more than likely we would have had to go international. First, get lockdown permission with like, I don't know, like a Chinese monk or something. I don't even know, and fly, like that would have been $100,000. So this is what we could do with the budget we had. Was we found this this place on the East Coast. I think it was in Virginia, called Serenity Ridge, North Carolina, Virginia, one of them. And this guy Alejandro is fantastic. I love his interview, the setup, and he spent a lot of time with monks, and he was able to shed some light on everything. It's super interesting.
out, allow that breath to expand your abdomen like a balloon. Breathing in, breathing out, letting go. You know, when we talk about dreams, we are less interested in the story itself and more interested in who's dreaming. This aspect of dreamlike world, do we recognize that this is dreamlike too? You know, this is
the dream.
It's not the dream, it's
a dream.
It's a dream. This identity that we think we have, it's a dream.
Has there been stories of the monks having visions, precognition?
When you say precognition, what do you mean?
Do they ever dream the future?
Yeah, you know, they don't talk much about it. I've heard of people having these kind of dreams, not only monks, people, like you, like others, and...
But then I've grappled with, why am I being shown these things if I can't do something about?
At least the way I understand in our tradition, things are not predestined.
Really?
Yeah. Things can be aligned to be going in that direction, but there are things that you can change, right?
So the philosophy is that there is a general flow to life. Like there's some guidance, but there is some free will within that.
You know, the truck is going in that direction, but you can stop it.
Over the last few years, I've tried to go lucid in the dreams, and I'll see dead relatives, dead friends. I'll ask them things about the future. You know, what are the lottery numbers going to be?
And they actually tell you, and you...
I've got numbers, and some of them have been pretty close.
What about asking, why are you here?
Can't say I've asked that.
You know, the more you try, the less it comes. The moment you let go, suddenly it comes up.
It's pretty hard to let go when you got somebody haunting you, you know, and all these things in my past.
But the moment that you notice that fear that's kind of confronting it, and don't stay in the guy. Come back to you. What's happening to you? How do you feel?
Look in the mirror at myself.
Yeah, you know, you go closer to the movie, becomes pixels, and there's nothing, right? Who's fearful Jesse? Is fearful Jesse the same as, you know, producer Jesse? And is the same as liberated Jesse? Can fearful Jesse disappear into liberated Jesse?
Well, I would love that. I've been scared since I was a little kid. Yeah. I burned my feet across hot tar. I was in a wheelchair for a very long time. I used to knock on my dad's door, go into his bedroom, and I'd have to hold his hand just to be able to fall asleep. Guess I've always been scared.
And at that age was not this guy, so it was something else.
Yeah. I was 8 years old, and it seems like every year or so it's something new. And this man has been haunting me 15, 16 years now.
But when you held your dad's hand, that kind of...
Yeah, it brought me back down. And I don't know what that is now, you know?
There's so many ways of grounding and feeling like, stay here and now. What's the need of going to the future? When I was in India, that first trip, they would tell me, dig in many holes. But then when you find the water, keep on digging. So that's the hole that I've been digging for 30 years. Yeah, see where your water is.
Yeah, I want to keep digging deeper into this world, this dream world.
Yeah. But ask the right questions. Ask the right questions. I think that's important.
I will.
That is important. I mean, asking for lottery numbers is still great. There's that little bench, guys. I told you. Hell no. Charger! Jockey! Sorry, I've been playing too much Left 4 Dead. Smoker!
Not that scary. I've seen a lot scarier in my dreams. I guess while you're there, what are the lottery numbers gonna be tomorrow?
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be a market crash? You gonna let me know next time? How about the pandemic? Who are you? Why were you there that day? I was just a kid. You tell me somebody's gonna die and I can't stop it? What is that? What am I supposed to do with that? You just stand there staring at me, haunting me my whole life. When will my parents die? Please tell me that. I don't care. I don't care. It's fine. I never want to see you again.
What else do you want to know about the future?
Nothing. Liar.
I just want to exist.
I've dreamt of making a movie my whole life.
I mean, bro, where's my Oscar at? Where's my nomination? Where's my Oscar? I don't see anyone putting in that kind of performance on Hollywood. Come on now. Hook a brother up. I'm waiting. I don't want a streamy. I don't want a Webby. I want an Oscar. I want that damn Oscar! I can see why you guys wanted a fictional film, because I think the standout parts of the movie are the fictional. Like, that was a good scene. I like the musical montage. I like some of the... So we should have made a fictional film. Maybe I still will. I don't fucking know. It is cool to watch. Like, I probably will have to make one at some point. Just to say... Because I can say I made a movie, but it's technically a documentary, and that way you can say you still never made a movie. You know, I don't fucking know. What do you guys think? I don't know. I love that scene. It's such a good... Thank you, bye. You gave me... How many takes was that scene? Basically, my yelling at the Dream Man, everything, we had so little time. Very little time. I think I had at least a good 3 or 4 runs with yelling at the Dream
Edits
Man.
Trust Studio donated $20 through Super Chat. Are you planning any new videos or series soon? I've really enjoyed the content and was curious what's next. Also, have you ever visited Pittsburgh and from there? I've had some very serious premonitions in the past that became real.
Hell yeah, Trust Studio. I think I've been through Pittsburgh. I can't say I spent much time there. But I passed through there, I think, like, driving to Ohio. Planning any new videos or series soon? No, I mean, definitely, like, after this stream, probably back to just vlogging, maybe more streams. But project-wise, nothing in the pipeline yet. I'm still toying around with a survival series season 2, just because, like, we have all the equipment. It was a fun time. People enjoyed it, but I don't know. I'm open. We started filming the movie in 2023. We only filmed for around a month straight, but it technically was like a month and a half. So it was like mid-September to early November. Yeah, it was like a month and a half. But for that, it was... for me, yelling, that was actually a combination of a couple different takes. But it was mostly the final take. Because the first few times... I mean, I was still recovering from COVID at this point. So I felt like I was blacking out by the end of that night. It was very scary. But we shot that. That was first thing in the morning. And I think, yeah, I think that was the first stuff we shot. And my first deliveries of those lines were a little bit more somber and lower energy. But then the more times I was doing it, it got more fiery. And then Tom, the sound guy, is like, bro, just like unload on this shit. And I was like, all right. Because it did get to this point too where my character was so sad throughout all the time that it did feel almost like one note, like a single note repeating. And it's like, yo, let's watch Jesse yell again like Psycho Kid. But this one felt different. It felt more genuine, less exaggerated, and so it was cool to perform it. And I got to unleash kind of how I'm feeling over the last 16 years of this dude haunting me from that initial Joe Barker dream. So it was pretty powerful. I was happy with that performance. Let's finish the movie, shall we? And then we'll do a little debrief and then talk about some final questions and whatnot. It took way longer than I thought to get through the movie, to be honest, because I thought I was going to have more time to talk about all my precognitive dreams and shit. I mean, that would need another couple hours. But anyway, let's finish this movie, guys. Can't believe it. I'm going to miss it. On to the next one.
It's great that this dream's coming true, even though I wish I had the smoking gun.
Here's how it works on a silver platter. I'm not crazy. You believe me now? Having to relive all your worst nightmares and recreate them for this film has been pretty miserable, actually. I wanted the viewer to hear my experiences and be like, oh wow, you know, I've had stuff similar to that, and I really wanted to have something by the end to hand him. A lot of this was to convince myself that either I am quite crazy and there's nothing here and it's coincidental, or when I watch everything back, I'm like, your barber's going to die. Oh shit. I don't know where I ultimately land in the battle of free will versus fate, but I definitely feel a lot better about either. It's more important that people just feel heard in this realm. We at least gotta start with that. This whole time I've been trying to search and go on this journey for answers about dreams and physical reality when the answers have been in my dreams, so I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna write it down every night. Just completely clear it all. Remove the noise. Tens of thousands of years of dreaming, and this is all we have. We have a lot of work to do. It's just really exciting to me knowing that there's actually like some real magic out there in this world. There's something that we've yet to discover. So I'll be experimenting in the dream world like the famed astronauts in space, except I'll be going deep within. Maybe there'll come a time where we value that more. The real hook of it is, though, is the feeling. It's not the man in the suit. It's not what he says, it's not what he looks like. It's a feeling I get when he was there. It's a feeling you get when you hear a story of Joe Barca. It's the feeling that I had when I woke up that morning. That's what we're not accounting for in science. That is the key. It's the thing you don't see, it's what's inside. That's the tether to all these precognitive experiences. Has to trigger emotion. That's one thing I know for sure.
Such a cool movie.
Hey! You're not supposed to be out here!
What the fuck? Let's go. Crazy.
And Emily Saxton donated $20 through Super Chat. I know things ended bad between us because of my own actions, but I am wishing you and Ashley the best during this difficult time. Also, this movie was a 10/10s.
10 out of 10. Thanks, Swift. Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming in and saying that. Yeah, let's keep rocking out. Thank you. I can headbang now. Love these credits. Touchdown. What now? Post-credit scene? You're spoiling us, Jesse. You're spoiling us. Oh, he's going back to sleep. Good night. Oh!
I had a dream that you died. We're not the closest, but you're a friend of mine. I woke up and realized it was my subconscious showing me what it would be like if the situation gets any more out of hand. All of my sort of friends will be like, whoa, I kinda knew that guy. So I keep fighting each day against this avalanche. I feel like a lava lamp, the way that I've been totally fucked by time. I had a dream that you died. Somehow made it about me. I had a dream that you died. Somehow made it about me. And I had a dream that I saw a blue whale jump out of the water, standing on the dock. It took me back to Omaha for no reason other than the happiness I felt that so often seems lost. And then I got to thinking how recently a lot I've pondered suicide, but I could never do that to my mom. So I keep fighting each day against this maelstrom. I feel like a chia pet, the way my hair looks dumb and my heart is made of stone. I had a dream that I saw a blue whale, I was happy. I had a dream that I saw a blue whale, I was happy. I had a dream that you died. I had a dream that you died. I had a dream that you died.
Facts, Juggies, facts.
Somehow made it about me. I had a dream that you died. I had a dream that you died. I had a dream that you died. We're not the closest, but you're a friend of mine.
Well, damn. Damn. That's all she wrote. I want a sequel. I want more. I mean, what a great set of songs. Again, I can't say enough nice things about the soundtrack. Rest in peace, Aunt Jackie. Wish you got to see this. I'm glad I got to commemorate you at the end of the film. And as always, I don't even remember which part of my back it is on. No, that's the Psycho one. Mahalo. Thanks to everyone who helped. There's my hairy mole. Mahalo. Mahalo. I like it because it has Halo in it. But thank you to everyone. Is that the same pistol used to shoot Psycho Dad? Easter egg? You right, Luo. Yeah. Good catch. Good catch. That was an easy one. Did you catch? There was a lot of Easter eggs in those credits. The animated credits. Again, shout out to Duncan Hatch for the epic animations throughout the whole film. He crushed it. Just solo artist / animator. But yeah, I mean, I had a dream that you died. Like, I don't think that song could be any more perfect for this movie. It's kind of weird, actually. And they were super cool pricing-wise to use the rights to the song. Very reasonable, thankfully. They understood. Yeah, Churches, Mother We Share. I've loved that song for so many years. To get that song in as well, way cheaper than fucking Death Cab, that's for sure. How long did it take for that animation? Duncan, I mean, he was working on that while we were editing the movie, so if I remember correctly, it might have taken maybe a month or so for just the credits, but for all the animation throughout the whole movie, it took a few months. Same with the VFX, because both were single people. Shout out to Rob, who did our VFX as well. You know, when you do an indie film, it's not like you got full teams working. So a lot of these are just single people. But guys, let me know, what you thought of the movie. So there was a question. If anyone has any questions, I am looking at chat now, so you don't need to donate. Although donations, I do appreciate it. Void Comics says, "What did the ending mean?" It always confused me a bit. I'm curious what specifically about the ending you would like to know. So it's not like the whole point of the documentary is Jesse trying to make sense of precognition and get some answers on how it works. But he kind of leaves empty-handed, and the whole bit is about looking for the smoking gun. I think we got the smoking gun by the end. I mean, does anyone, before I kind of fill in the gaps, does anyone have any theory, or does anyone want to help unpack the ending a little bit? Because I know it's not like your standard Hollywood ending that is buttoned up perfectly. It's a bit more abstract, and you kind of have to think and marinate on it. You got to think what is the filmmaker trying to say here? I know it's once you know the rationale behind the ending stuff, I think the ending becomes way more palatable. Because I've heard of people be like, I don't know, I didn't get it. Have you thought about doing acting in Hollywood movies? Yes. I've auditioned for stuff, but it's never been a serious focus of mine. Mostly because, I don't know, even when I did the movie, I didn't like leaving social media for that amount of time. I hated it, actually. I felt like I was dead. I felt like I was dead to the internet. It bothers me. I'd be better with it now. I've gotten used to taking gaps. But when I first started the movie, dude, it felt wrong. Did you make your money back? No, Liam. $600K was the budget, and I made $30K back. That's a terrible return. I would rather put that in fucking meme coins or some shit. It's pretty much the same result. Luo, yeah, definitely that's a huge part of it, is a takeaway of Jesse to not focus so much on the future, focus on the present. And ironically, you'll get future information if you're more present. But as far as other things, the whole point is me looking for the smoking gun, and the smoking gun is quite literal. By the end of the film, is Dream Man, who is this entity that is in dreams and whatnot. If we remember that Paul Marks plays, that air traffic control guy, in midway through the movie, we have him on record in interviews saying he had a dream that he gets shot on a runway by this man, and that's literally what happens at the end of the movie. And it's in my opinion, I think that's the smoking gun. Is with this movie, we got evidence that precog is real, because that guy, we got a testimonial of that guy saying the dream beforehand, and here he is, he gets shot by the fucking Dream Man. But there's a lot of different takeaways, and I wanted it to be, my work is unfinished, and I wanted it to be a call to action for the viewer to feel dissatisfied with how it ends, in a sense that citizen science takes over and people feel compelled to ask more questions themselves and do deep dream research, do a journal, and we need to figure out together how the fuck this stuff works. Yeah. I also kept it open-ended just in case, Discovery Channel, do you want to do a mini travel series where Jesse's trying to get precog answers or whatnot? But then I got really sick and I was like, yeah, never mind, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Edits Trust Studio donated $20 through Super Chat. Last Super Chat tonight, cousin feel bold, but you helped me through some rough times. Rewatched Psycho series while I was the military. Started comparing my staff sergeants to Psycho Dad, sometimes lol.
Yeah, Psycho Dad by the end of the series, when I'm in the small room, definitely goes drill sergeant mode. But damn, man, glad my content could help you through these crazy times. Sometimes I forget. I just make video. I'm just in my own bubble making shit. And we talk, we chat, I see DMs and stuff. But it's hard to know the impact when it's the other person on the other side of the screen and all the years of watching content and going through hard shit in life, and you looked at the videos as an escape, or the series, the stories, or whatever. And hopefully this movie can exist forever until death, and you guys like how you can always turn to this movie and see me go through my struggles, and hopefully it makes it feel a bit better. Thank you, Brianna. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words, guys, now that we watched the film. I didn't realize it's midnight already, guys. This is usually Jesse's bedtime. We'll take some final questions for these last. I'll probably end it in like 5-10 minutes, but I gotta start winding down. I got work tomorrow. Come on, I gotta tease a little bit. This is my fucking work. Oh man, thank you guys for making this a career. Fuck. Thank you. I get to sleep in tomorrow. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Juggies. This movie felt like this leaves more questions than answers. Good. I think we should be asking a million questions about this topic, because as we've learned, it's crazy, dude. It's a deep, deep rabbit hole. Ashley should come. I agree. Ashley needs to come down and say hi. A hi bye. Because, yeah, I mean, Ashley was instrumental in the film for sure. Like, she kept me functioning and was very helpful as a production assistant throughout, like making sure we got like food and snacks and shit, and just doing random odd job stuff. You're the best YouTuber around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down. Thank you. Been watching since 8 years old. Hell yeah. That's crazy. We didn't really have much YouTube. YouTube wasn't even a thing when I was 8. Did you have any precognitions about the production of the movie that ended up making in the film? Yes. Yeah. Kind of. I mean, you had me telling Michael about COVID and me getting sick. That was like in the film, about the film. You could make an argument that when I had the first dream when I was 14 about the Dream Man, that was actually the Dream Man in the movie. And so like the past and future are connected, and that like it's kind of like a paradox, because if when Dream Man first showed up in real life for me, what if that was the movie Dream Man and the two are the same? You know what I'm saying? It's fucking weird. Hi.
Fantastic movie, Bob.
Thanks.
Hi guys, it's midnight.
Yeah, jeez. Were you asleep?
No, I've just been in the chat.
Creeping?
Just in the chat.
Should never showed you those games. I know. Well, I'll tell you that now. So I'm kind of fooling around a little bit. I'll tell you guys. The Dream Man Lost was my favorite show in the world 15 years ago. And there was a character in the show named Richard Alpert. They called him Guyliner because it looked like he had permanent eyeliner around his eyes. And he was on the island already before the cast of the show, the crash in the airplane. Richard was already on the island. And so he was kind of associated with this mystical vibe. He seemed like he never aged and all this shit. And so when I fell asleep, the man in the suit was this guy, Richard Alpert, from the show, the character. And he's the one telling me, your barber's going to die, your barber's going to die. My brain used him because, again, I associate him as somebody who is all-knowing, mystical, can transcend time. And so he was kind of representative of this God figure. So that's the real Dream Man. We just kind of took that and ran with it for the show, the movie itself. But that's the real basis. Yeah, Dom. Yeah. We got. Oh my.
She gotta get in here. She was in the film.
And Jenny was in the movie too, sweet. You turned into a creepy guy. You were scary. You're tired.
She is tired.
Look, you get to see.
Oh,
It's a Snoopy puppy.
She's like, why are all these bright lights? Is Ashley a Juggy or anti-Juggy? Y'all are nuts. Oh.
You're a show dog.
She's cute.
Good girl.
Oh, she ready to get down.
Any updates on any potential fictional work? Nah. Although I would not be surprised. Usually, what'll happen now is that now that we watched it, did the stream, I'll get back to real life for a month or two, focus on my health. But I'm not gonna work on anything new until my health's like finally good, and even then, I don't know. But the next technical phase would be writing something, and we'll see. I mean, I was even busy just recently proofreading my mom's book. I kind of do want to, if she needs me, which I feel like she will, to help get her book published, I wouldn't be surprised if that's in my near future. We're going to be working on another kid, like, very soon. So there's that. But that we don't really have to work for. I mean... arguable.
I mean
what? I don't know if it's work.
That's work.
You might do it. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Brittany, yeah, D-Dam reenactment would be dope, especially that end confrontation with the Dream Man. If any of you guys want to react to the movie, have at it. You can do that. Just be prepared. You might get hit with copyright from the song, all the songs and stuff. But I don't have a problem with it because the movie's for free on YouTube now. So if you guys want to do a long review, use clips of the movie, post clips around, or do whatever movie related, by all means, you are free to do so. Would you consider doing streams for this on other major pieces of content? Hades, it's possible. If there's enough demand for it, like if you want director commentary on other shit, I could definitely do it. I've not seen Toy Story 5 yet. We'll do that. Can I drop the soundtrack? I think I do have soundtrack rights, technically. I think I paid for that. So I could release one. Again, just demand-wise, I don't know if it's just the effort it would take to do that. I don't know. I mean, if there's a specific song you want, I could maybe upload it to like iTunes or some shit. Or I could just send it to you. Any luck on finding that 3-hour Sega Series Doc rough cut? Carter's no, unfortunately. That Brian and his team had that, and that's so old now, and I don't have and I'm not in contact with them, so yeah, I don't think it exists anymore. I only ever had it on a DVD, and even that, I think we destroyed it in a video. Can we get the Survival Series soundtrack? Well, Canoobs, that already exists, and it's on the RiDGiD Studios channel, and I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you brought it up, because it's fucking good. It's part of the reason why I wouldn't mind a season 2, just to make those AI songs. Especially because...
I remember just, like, making the songs before...
It was a good few days.
It was just like, we're like, wait, this is going to be, like, so good.
Yeah, I'm like, this is actually going to be, like, cinematic. Like,
it really, like, set everything up.
Yeah. And I know Suno, the app that does the AI songs, I know they've only gotten better. It's probably crazy.
No, I see videos all the time of people making songs and whatnot.
Was the airport dude the same guy who Uncle Chris shot at Arrow at Ursula? Yes. That his name is Paul Marks. We brought him back just as a cameo for the movie. He got a pretty big role. Like, it's an old trick. It's an old trick. I'll share the secret with you. Basically, what you do is, and usually you do it in a comedy sketch, but you intro something. So we had the Paul Marks character, which is obviously fake now, right? That's part of the script. Is the Paul Marks character midway through the film says he had this dream of this man shooting him in the runway. By the time we eventually get the Dream Man on the runway, Everyone completely fucking forgot about that scene until Homeboy shows up. And then you're like, oh, fuck. And that trick, you use it in comedy or whatever. You drop something in the very beginning of whatever project. It could be a joke, whatever, a loose end. And then you distract them with something else in the middle, or a different plot line, whatever. And then you revisit it at the end, and then everyone's like, like that's the greatest thing in the world. Nate says, do you think you'll always intertwine your fictional work with elements of real life viral marketing as stuff, or do you hope to move solely to traditional film role? I mean, that's my bread and butter, is the first thing you described, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing a film that is strictly a film. And that's kind of what we were flirting with while watching this right now. Would you consider recording a video dream journal with proof of timestamps and then keeping it as a personal log, and if something comes true, you can have to... Yes, BDAC, that's where I'm at right now, is tweeting my precogs. And so the next time I have one that I'm feeling pretty confident with, I'm going to publicly post it so it has the timestamps, and maybe I'll have AI create a video version of the dream, just so it is like, you can't dispute it. It was posted days prior. It's all there, definitely. And I'm hoping by the end of the summer to have something that hits, for sure. All right, guys, I'm gonna be closing this off. I said the VOD will be available on this channel, so if you want to skim back through or certain parts, by all means. Thank you guys for super dope stream. I'm proud of myself for lasting almost 6 hours live, health-wise. That's impressive. Oh, and you're still asking about Paul Marks. Was he a family friend when you brought him into Odd Jobs? So that's a weird origin story for Paul Marks. I honestly don't even... My dad, I think, somehow knew this paintball owner guy. Or somebody did. And was like, yo, you could probably film at this dude's paintball shop. And I was like, okay, bet. And I called the guy, and he's like, yeah, you can come do the paintball stuff. But I didn't want to really play the boss, so I'll have my friend come and play your boss. And I was like, weird, but okay. And they said, oh, he'll be really good, trust me. And so when Korn and I went that day to the paintball warehouse, it was that guy, Paul Marks, who was our boss. And so we were like, okay. And then from there, we hit it off, and we've used him for a bunch of random fucking videos. And then he got to be in the movie. So, but anyway, guys, thank you all for awesome watch through of the film. It's for free on YouTube. This was the Vimeo link, so I get the 5.1 surround sound with the bass. I'll see you guys on the social media. I'll be posting some more behind the scenes pictures from the movie probably over the coming weeks, and we'll probably get back to vlogging. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ashley popped on a stream randomly, or same with me, maybe on my second channel or something. But love you guys to death. Don't forget to keep it rigid. And since it's so late tonight, please let this movie not be in vain. When you go to sleep, focus on sleep only. And when you wake up, first thing you wake up, before you grab your phone, before you think about life and do anything else, I know it's probably hard if you have an alarm and whatnot, but try to remember your dreams and try to write them down. And you'll find as you do that more and more, there will come a night where you will dream something that will contain secret future information that could potentially help you in your life, especially with the things that matter most to you. Anyway, love you guys to death, and don't forget to keep it rigid. And I'll see you in your dreams, motherfucker. I'll see you in the corner of your bedroom. Alright, bye. Not actually. I won't be there. I always have to linger a little bit to make sure I don't cut myself off. It's that awkward, like, All right, I used to just stare at the camera. For my OGs on the Twitch days,